Dry dock is planned essentially to tap the market potential of repairs, construction of specialized and technologically advanced large vessels such as LNG vessels, jack-up rigs, drill ships, large dredgers, aircraft carrier and repair of offshore platforms and larger vessels. Second dry dock, 255 meters length, 43 meters width, with a capacity to build ships up to 110,000 DWT. Third dry dock for ship repair, 270 meters length, 45 meters wide, capable stations, a 130-meter by 26-meter ship lift system with a total lift capacity of 6,000 tons and total berth length of about 1.4 kilometers. The ISRF is capable and geared up to handle up to 84 small and medium-sized vessels annually and will position CSL among top ship repair giants in Asia. Facilities: 13,000 square meters steel stockyard, 2 gantry cranes of 25 tons each, 1 semi-gantry crane of 25 tons, directly linked to the rail lines and the waterfront. Hull shop: fabrication of hull blocks up to 50 ton with gantry crane of 20 ton. Assembly shop with gantry cranes of 300 ton and 150 ton. Hull blocks up to 450 tons can jumboize. 220 ton capacity EOT cranes. CSL was designed and constructed under technical collaboration with MS Mitsubishi Heavy Industries, MHI Japan, and CSL has incorporated the latest Japanese integrated material management concept for advanced outfitting and painting. CSL is using CATIA software for in-house designing for basic design, structure, machinery and electrical design. 80 workstations and fully trained personnel to cater to 3D models are created for error-free design and delivery. Lauded and appreciated by our customers for quality control and test laboratory. Expansion is a synonym to growth. CSL has extended its operations pan-India. Hooghly Cochin Shipyard Limited, also known as HCSL at Kolkata for construction of all types of high-end inland vessels. Udupi Cochin Shipyard Limited, also known as UCSL at Malpe for small, medium, high-end vessels.
Hello everyone. We are about to begin the session. I request everyone to please be seated.
Good morning, everyone. Ladies and gentlemen, distinguished guests and esteemed delegates, a warm and cordial welcome to each and every one of you to much anticipated inaugural session of Samsraya, a groundbreaking safety conclave hosted by Cochin Shipyard Limited. It's an absolute pleasure to have you all gathered here today, united by a common commitment to foster a culture of safety within Indian shipbuilding and ship repair industry. Also, welcome you all to Kochi, the Queen of Arabian Sea. With a legacy steeped in excellence since its inception in 1972, CSL has stood a beacon of innovation and resilience in maritime sector. Today, as we convene this momentous occasion, we mark a significant milestone in our journey towards ensuring the highest standards of health, safety, and environment. Our tagline, leading Indian shipyards to global best practices, resonates deeply with our collective vision to not only exceed the benchmarks in safety standards. Over the next 2 days, esteemed guests, we embark on a journey of knowledge sharing, collaboration, strategic dialogue aimed at fortifying our industry's standards.
As we commence the inaugural session of Samsraya HSE Conclave, it is my distinct honor to welcome esteemed guest onto stage. Sri T.K. Ramachandran IAS, Secretary, Ministry of Ports, Shipping and Waterways. Sri Madhu S. Nair, Chairman and Managing Director, CSL. Sri Pramod P., Director, Factories and Boilers Department, Government of Kerala. I humbly welcome you to the stage. I invite everyone to join us in the moment of solemnity and reverence as we begin with a prayer led by Srimati Kartika S. Nair. All are kindly requested to rise.
Aditya Shubhakara Meshadayo Rashayo Nakshatrani Sayogakascha Tithayastadevadastatkana Masadarutavastadheva divasa Sandhyastadha ratraya Sarve sthavara jangama Pratidinam kurvandu no mangalam.
Thank you, Kartika. It's my distinct honor to have with us visionary leader whose stewardship has propelled Cochin Shipyard Limited to the forefront of the maritime industry. I request our Chairman and Managing Director of CSL, Sri Madhu S. Nair, to deliver the welcome address.
Good morning and welcome to one and all. At the outset, let me thank each one of you for coming here today for a workshop, for a 2-day session, which I feel is very different, very important, and probably would set the tone and tenor for the industry at large for years to come. It's with great pleasure and immense pride that I welcome all of you to the inaugural ceremony of this HSE Conclave hosted by Cochin Shipyard Limited. And as I said, this marks a significant milestone in our journey towards fostering a culture of safety within the Indian shipbuilding and ship repair industry. We have been in this business. We have been a shipbuilding and ship repair company since 1972. So almost 52 years being in the industry and having constructed some of the finest, largest, and most complex vessels in the country. We have a strong legacy. And with this strong legacy comes a sense of humble and extraordinary moral responsibility. This moral responsibility is to ensure the safety of each and every human being who participates in this industry and to make sure that the environment is also taken care of during this process. These days we call it HSE, but the underlying spirit is the environment and the human being. We are recognizing the need, the inherent need for such a conclave, such a gathering of minds, such discussions to take things forward. India is talking about going great heights. We are on our way to become the third largest economy in the world. Development is a core mantra in whatever we are trying to do. But again, caution should be the buzzword. Because when we are pushing forward on development, when we are pushing forward on the economic front, we should always have that spirit, the culture of the human being, the culture of safety ingrained in us. And I can say this with absolute conviction. Been in the industry for more than 35 years and have actually gone through experiences personally, which would be near misses from a pure individual point of view. And looking back at events, for example, how I got trapped in a tank all alone when I was just 3 and odd years into the shipyard, and how the mind went in, and why, if I am standing here today, just by the sheer grace of God, I am today standing here. Or an incident much later, about 10, 12 years into my professional career, when a lift came crashing down and a hapless individual had to be rushed to the hospital with multiple fractures in his spine, and the realization that I was supposed to be on that cradle, and just because my wife, whose good prayers was with me at that point of time, did not allow me to come out of the house at a particular point of time due to a set of reasons, and I missed going on that cradle to a height of almost 50 meters. And much recently, after I have taken over as chairman, one of the worst accidents in the shipyard, 2018, February 13th. We lost 5 precious lives. These are all real-time and very clear reasons why we cannot, for a second, for a split second, leave alone this whole concept of the human being when we are pushing forward on development. Yes, we will all push forward for development. We will all push forward for development, but we will do it in the right royal way. We will do it keeping the human being at the center stage, and that is how we should take things forward. This is the underlying culture. And for a country like India, for many of us who have come from different backgrounds, different upbringings, the entire concept of safety would be very, very different. So when we are coming to industrial safety, when we are coming to professional safety, how do you take care of the environment in a professional way, we need guidelines, we need professionals, we need experts to discuss amongst ourselves and evolve the next best practices. It is recognizing this fact that we have taken a proactive step. And I really, at this stage, I appreciate my own group, the occupier, and the entire HSE community in Cochin Shipyard. supported very ably by the Kerala State Factories and Boilers Department, right from the director to the joint director who is always with us, and the entire fraternity for conceptualizing this kind of a workshop. And I am extremely honored to extend a warm welcome to Sri T.K. Ramachandran Sir, IAS, Secretary, Ministry of Port, Shipping and Waterways. And I went personally to Delhi. I reached out to him and I said, sir, this is something which we would like to have you here. And his presence here, he's flying down from Delhi for an event which is an HSE conclave in shipbuilding, ship repair, where we are interacting amongst the industries. It underlines the importance which the Ministry of Port, Shipping and Waterways is attaching to this industry and to this entire conclave. Sir, on behalf of the entire fraternity, I extend heartfelt thanks and warm wishes for you to come here, sir. I would express our gratitude to Sri P. Pramod, Director of the Factories and Boilers Department, who has always guided Cochin Shipyard in these endeavors for gracing us on this occasion. Our esteemed speakers, Sri B.J. Ravi, Director of Safety from DG Fastly, Dr. S.K. Dikshit, Chief Controller of Explosives PESO, Srimati Junita Tia, Joint Director of the Bureau of Indian Standards, Joint Director Sri Suraj Krishna, who is with us in Cochin Shipyard. They all bring along with them a lot of wealth of expertise to this forum. We are extremely delighted to welcome officials from the Factories and Boilers Department. The Indian Navy, thanks for being with us, because one part of the entire shipping is the defense part. And without the Navy involved, such endeavors will not find its logical conclusion. Representatives from the private and public sector shipyards, as well as our international subject matter experts, especially from Singapore and the UAE. We are extremely thankful to the subject matter experts who have come from the Singapore shipyards and from our Middle East yards like Dubai Dry Docks, because at the end of the day, HSE and the experience sharing, this is not about competition, this is not about commercials. This is about core human, it's about the core human being. And the classical Indian thought process of knowledge, when shared, does not diminish, it only increases. This is one thing which we can freely share. Rabindranath Tagore has said, knowledge is free. Knowledge is not our own. Knowledge we did not invent. Knowledge we should be blessed that we are actually knowledge is flowing through us. And when good minds join together, please feel free. Please share knowledge. Please get knowledge. And let's all be much better human beings as we move forward. Let's reaffirm our commitment towards upholding the highest safety standards, environmental standards. Let this safety conclave serve as a catalyst for very meaningful dialogue, collaboration and action, and work towards a safer and more sustainable future for the Indian shipbuilding and ship repair industry. I hope this gives us the seed and the initial core to evolve dedicated shipbuilding, ship repair industry safety standards for the country. Once again, I extend a very warm welcome to each one of you, and I look forward to fruitful discussions. Thanks a lot for coming here in large numbers today morning. Thanks a lot. Jai Hind.
Thank you, sir, for your inspiring words and for encapsulating the spirit of this momentous occasion. Ladies and gentlemen, distinguished guests and esteemed delegates, it is with great honor and privilege that we are graced today by the esteemed presence of our chief guest, Sri T.K. Ramachandran IAS, Secretary, Ministry of Ports, Shipping and Waterways. His unwavering commitment and visionary leadership have been instrumental in shaping the trajectory of the maritime sector in our nation. I request our chief guest to inaugurate the function by lighting the traditional lamp and deliver his inaugural address. I also request the dignitaries on stage and our Director Technical, Sri Bijoy Bhaskar, Director Finance Sri Jose Vijay, and Director Operations Sri Srijit KN to join our chief guest.
Namaskaram, good morning to all of you. My esteemed colleague and CMD of the Cochin Shipyard Limited, Mr. Madhu Nair, the Director F&B of the Government of Kerala, Mr. Pramod, Mr. Vijayan, and all the other senior officers of the CSL, and all the delegates and participants in the HSE Conclave. At the outset, let me wish you all a very good morning and a very fruitful set of deliberations over the next couple of days. I'm very thankful to the CMD for having given me the privilege and honor of being with you this morning. And I think it's a great conclave to start off with. The name Samshraya, I don't know how many of you noticed it. It's a lovely Sanskrit name, which means, the CMD was telling me, it means coming together, Samshraya. So this is literally a coming together of the entire shipbuilding industry with the aim of, like he said, health, safety, environment. All the three are very important, as you're all aware, and anyone in the industry is aware of all the three of them. And we have the famous Sanskrit shloka. Many of you might be knowing, and Kerala, of course, is known for its Sanskrit studies. And we have been hearing of so many greats from Kerala in the field of Sanskrit studies, whether it is Pundanam Nambudri or Narayana Bhattadri, or all those greats who wrote so much of beautiful poetry and religious literature in Sanskrit. So the shloka goes like this: Sarve bhavantu sukhinaha, Sarve santu niramayaha, Sarve bhadrani pashyantu, Ma kaschit dukha vag bhavet. So I think the meaning is very clear, and I was very glad to also listen to the inaugural prayer, which was in Sanskrit, sung so beautifully by the lady who sung it. Congratulations. So the meaning is, Sarves bhavantu sukhina, everyone should be happy. Sarve santu niramyaha, everyone should be disease free. Sarve bhadrani pashyantu, everyone must see good things. And ma kaschit dukha vag bhavet, which means that will lead to a situation where there is no sorrow. So I think when you talk of health and safety and environment, basically it's looking like something which the shloka aims at. You want people to be healthy, safe, and that is not possible unless your environment is also such. Therefore, today when we talk of welfare, we talk of quality, we talk of productivity, we don't talk of it without the human element and without the environmental element. So these two elements become highly important. And therefore it is in the fitness of things that today we are looking at an HSE conclave, and I'm sure that this will only be a beginning. There will be many samshrayas across the country in many organizations, and I'm told today all the shipping yards are represented here. So the yards should, in their own backyards, should also look at hosting similar conclaves. And of course, this is not a one-time affair, please remember. It is a daily affair. It's an affair every hour, every minute. It has to run through your consciousness. Only then can you have safety ensured. So the importance of HSE has already been mentioned. Now, those of you who have been in the quality control regimes know the concept of the 4 M's, right? Men, machine, method, and what is the fourth one? Men, machine, method, and material. Material. So all these things are important in the quality context. But in the safety context also all of them are important. Again, men, training men. Material, whether you are using the right materials or are you using substandard materials which can be hazardous for you as well as for the people who are using it. Then of course the machine has to be, it has to be well maintained, whether it's you do it predictive maintenance, preventive maintenance, or periodic maintenance, whatever it is, it has to be maintained. And of course, finally the method. If you do not use the right method, you will end up creating absolute chaos. And I have seen, at least in the Indian context, that in our quest for productivity, in our quest for growth, we sometimes end up sacrificing both the men element. Of course, today it's politically incorrect to say men. Men includes women. So the people element and the environment element. We are at a stage where while we do need growth, we have to think of H and E in keeping in context the S part. So please remember that all our growth, all our productivity, all our quality should come not at the expense of HSE, but keeping HSE in mind. Therefore, firstly, I am very glad that you have these deliberations and you have academia, you have industry, you have trade, and you have all the stakeholders represented here, and I'm sure the deliberations will be of great use. Now, the other part that I've seen here is that you also looked at best practices from across the world, whether it's Korea, Japan, China, or the Southeast Asian countries, or the Middle East. All of them have evolved. And I think now we are at a cusp where if we want, we can also evolve on the same path with the same set of conditionalities which we can impose for ourselves which means we will do it, but we will do it with care and concern for ourselves and the environment. While entering this campus, the CMD was telling me about how the gardens are being reformatted. So instead of using pesticides, you are putting in local species, fruit trees, which will help the environment, prevent more pesticides getting into the land, into the soil, and of course, be useful for birds and animals. So I think that's a wonderful thing. So these are all things that, add to our own environmental consciousness, and therefore every step that all of us take becomes important. Now, in the context of shipbuilding, the Atmanirbhar Bharat that our PM has talked about. You're also aware of the maritime Amrit Kal Vision 47 that we released last year. And one of the very important themes in the Amrit Kal Vision is health, safety and environment. A very important major theme. Of course, earlier when we did the Maritime India Vision 2030, that also contained this important vertical. Therefore, in this theme, we talk about risk assessment, how to mitigate risk when it comes to safety, and then what kind of compliance of regulatory and regulation should be enforced. Now, compliance can come only with adoption of best practices, exchange of best practices, benchmarking, and of course, most important, training. So I'm sure that this conclave will look at all this. And of course, finally, the emergency response and crisis management. So you create a system design, you ensure that the system is operational as per that design, it is built as per that design, and then it operated as per that design. And if there is a mishap, what to do? The entire control systems loop should be they should give a feedback. And then you change the system design, change the operations, and it's all of you are, of course, people from the engineering background, so you know the entire control systems methodology. So it is very important that all these things are widely discussed, debated, and recorded for future, for best practices to evolve, to be exchanged. And therefore, I am very happy and thankful to CSL for having started off this wonderful conclave, this wonderful initiative. And I'm sure that all the shipbuilding yards who are represented today here will go back and mull over these concepts and ensure that these are also followed there. I am also to tell you that we are now embarking on a journey of building ships for India in India. $75 billion is what we spend annually on leasing, chartering ships from abroad. And we are in the process of doing this exercise to see what we can do in India to build ships. That's been an ongoing exercise for the past couple of years. And hopefully when we embark on this journey, it will be firmly embedded in the HSE values which this conclave, I hope and expect will address. So having said these few words, I thank the organizers once again for having invited me, and hope all of you will have a wonderful time discussing, debating over the next few days. Also wish you a very happy stay here in Kerala, which is such a beautiful place always. Whenever you come to Kerala, you feel happy because there's so much greenery and so much of the overall environmental consciousness here is so high. There's so much of water, so much of greenery. So let the whole of India, turn green like Kerala. Thank you so much.
Thank you, sir, for illuminating our path with your presence and for inaugurating this conclave. Your support and guidance are deeply appreciated as we embark on this journey towards enhancing safety standards in the maritime industry.
kind attention, please. We do have emergency procedures over this venue. So we do have 2 exits in our west side and 2 exits in our east side. We also do have a muster point in the west side. So in case of emergency, please assemble in the muster point. And also in case of any requirements, please feel free to connect with the volunteers. Next, we have the privilege of a distinguished guest whose presence dignifies our event. We request Sri Pramod P., Director of Factories and Boilers Department, Government of Kerala, to give a felicitation and to guide us to reaffirm our commitment to safety through the National Safety Pledge.
Respected Chief Guest of today, Sri T.K. Ramachandran IAS, Secretary to Government of India, Ministry of Shipping, Port and Waterways, respected Chairman and Managing Director of Cochin Shipyard, Sri Madhus Nair, my colleagues from the department, senior officers from Cochin Shipyard, respected participants and delegates, eminent experts, speakers in shipbuilding and shipyarding industry from India and abroad. Ladies and gentlemen, good morning to all. First of all, even though the Department of Factories and Boilers is a part of this HSE conclave, first of all, let me thank the organizers of this conclave, especially CMD of Cochin Shipyard and Safety Department officers, for giving me an opportunity to attend this inaugural function. Actually, if I am wrong, please correct it. I think this is the first HSE conclave in shipbuilding and shipbuilding industry in India. I don't know. In my knowledge, I think this type of OSH conclave or HSE conclave has not been happened earlier in shipbuilding and ship repairing industry. So anyway, my congrats to the organizing committee members. And with the permission of the Honorable Secretary, shall I take 5 minutes to present what the Department of Factories and Boilers, Government of Kerala is doing to achieve our vision, zero industrial accidents and occupational disease. We all aware of that as per the ILO reports, every year more than 2 million workers in the world die due to occupational disease and industrial accidents. In India, more than 1,000 workers die due to industrial accidents and occupational disease. In Kerala, last year, 16 fatal accidents were occurred due to industrial accidents alone. So I am very happy to know that no fatal accidents were happened during the past 5 years in Cochin Shipyard, where more than 5,000 workers work every day. So in this context, let me recollect the words of Honorable Past President of India, Pranab Mukherjee, who, while holding the post of Defense Minister in Central Ministry, stated that we are spending around 2 to 3% of GDP for during disaster and post-disaster activities. So if we are able to spend 0.1% of our GDP for pre-disaster activities, we can save crores and crores of rupees. So employers are not aware of the cost of accidents. Indirect cost is 3 times more than direct cost. Sustainable Development Goal 2030 of United Nations, in which the Goal 8 focus on decent work and economic growth. Goal 8 seeks to achieve higher economic productivity and job creation through diversification and innovations in technology, while at the same time protecting the labor rights and promoting a safe and secure working environment. It also aims to eradicate forced labor, human trafficking, and child labor. Goal 8.8.1 of Sustainable Development Goal 2030 UN focus on the reduction of industrial accidents and occupational diseases. The second strategic conference on occupational safety and health at workplace was organized by European Economic Council, in which fifth strategic pillar focused on Vision Zero Industrial Accidents and Occupational Disease. Honorable Supreme Court of India also interpreted that right to live includes right to have a decent work, which means right of a person to work in a safe and healthy working environment. Moreover, as a part of the judgment of the Honorable National Green Tribunal in styrene gas leak case, it stated that the present traditional approach has not attained any momentum in reducing the accidents or disasters in our country. So I don't believe that enforcement alone will help us to achieve Vision Zero industrial accidents and occupational diseases. As an enforcement officer committed to work in the pre-disaster phase of any industrial disasters, that is to prevent and mitigate the industrial accidents or disasters, let me explain the steps taken by the Department of Factories and Boilers to achieve our Vision Zero industrial accidents and occupational disease. The Department of Factories and Boilers, Government of Kerala, adopt triple strategy, that is engineering, education and enforcement. Regarding the engineering strategy, before commencing the construction of any hazardous factory, the site appraisal committee constituted after the Bhopal gas disaster considered the site suitability after analyzing the individual and societal risk based on the hazard identification and risk analysis report and site inspection. In addition to that, while granting license and approval of factory construction permits, department ensure the safety of the workers as well as public from plant and machinery, including fire safety norms as per the statutes. Moreover, department share opportunities available in Industry 4.0 technologies like artificial intelligence, robotics, IoT, data analytics, machine learning, deep learning, etc. for incorporating the same in plant, process, machines, equipments and systems for the safety and health of the workers. In education strategy, department provides safety education and awareness program for workers, supervisors, managers through newly set up India's first state-owned occupational safety and health training institute in India that is situated in Kochi. Department also provide outreach training programs for contract, casual, piece rate, daily wages and migrant workers, and also provide basic safety awareness to government school, college, ITA students using our mobile safety training vehicle Suraksha Redam. So in this juncture, I wish to place on record my sincere thanks to Cochin Shipyard Limited management for purchasing and transferring the vehicle 13 years back as a part of their CSR activities, and proud to say that it is still in roadworthy condition in our journey to achieve Vision Zero. In enforcement strategy, department implemented a scheme for inspection, namely VERVIS, Web-enabled Risk-Weighted Inspection Scheme, which is replaced by the Kerala Centralized Inspection Scheme, by which factories are classified based on the high, medium and low risk category, and also conduct priority inspection in major accident hazard factories by a group of mechanical, chemical engineers and doctors. As a part of international cooperation in capacity building and OSS skill enhancement, Department of Factories and Boilers organized various programs and conclaves in association with the DGUE Germany, National Safety Council of India, International Social Security Association, International Labour Organization, PRODIRE USA, etc. So in this context, I may reiterate the importance of the theme of World Day for Safety and Health at Workplace 2024, which talk about the impact of climate change in occupational safety and health of the workers. According to ILO, climate change affects the health and safety of the workers due to hazards from excess heat, solar UV radiation, extreme weather events, vector-borne disease, air pollution, and agrochemicals. So even though it severely affects the outdoor workers in unorganized sector, shipyard workers are not an exception to impact of climate change due to exposure to heat waves, solar UV radiations, and extreme weather events. We all are aware that most of the accidents, according to Henry's theory, it is 88% of accidents are caused by unsafe action or at-risk behavior on the part of the worker, and 10% of accidents are caused by the unsafe condition. So if you analyze the cause of accidents in an engineering industry like shipbuilding and ship repairing, most of the accidents are caused by at-risk behavior or unsafe behavior on the part of the worker. So hence, I would like to conclude that there is an urgent need of creating ABC of safety, ABC of CT means attitude, behavior, and culture of safety, for which combined effort of trade unions, employees, employers, and government officials is required to achieve our vision, zero industrial accidents and occupational disease. With these few words, I conclude. Thank you. Thank you very much.
Thank you, sir. Now I request Pramod sir to guide us on National Safety Pledge.
Safety pledge. On this day,
I
solemnly affirm that I will rededicate myself to the cause of safety, health, and protection of environment, and will do my best to observe rules, regulations, and procedures, and develop attitudes and habits conducive for achieving those objectives. I fully realize that accidents and diseases are a drain on the national economy and may lead to disablement deaths, harm to health, and damage to property, social suffering, and general degradation of environment. I will do everything possible for the prevention of accidents and occupational diseases and protection of environment in the interest of self, family, community, organization, and the nation at large. Thank you.
Thank you, sir. Now, to give us an idea of what lies ahead over the next 2 days, I request Sri Harikrishnan S., Chief General Manager, Shipbuilding and Occupier, CSL, to give an overview of the conclave.
Good morning to all. Let me extend a warm welcome once again to all participants in the HSE conclave. This conclave marks a significant milestone in our endeavor to foster a culture of safety and sustainability in the Indian shipbuilding and ship repair fraternity. Today, as we assemble here, it is essential to reflect on the broader vision outlined in the Maritime Amritakal policy. This policy, under the auspices of the Ministry of Ports, Shipping and Waterways, embodies an ambitious framework aimed at transforming the maritime sector. At the heart of this vision lies the imperative to ensure the safety and well-being of all stakeholders involved in the maritime activities. The purpose of this conclave is to bring together everyone related to shipbuilding and ship repair under one umbrella in the context of safety, health, and environment. As said earlier, the name of the conclave is Samsraya, which is nothing but association. Reflecting on the lessons of the past, industries need to acknowledge the evolving nature of the occupational safety challenges. Historical events like industrial accidents and environmental disasters serve as poignant reminders of the critical importance of proactive risk management principles. As the world grapples with the multifaceted challenges caused by climate change, the industries across the globe are awakening to the profound impact climate change impact on every aspect of our lives. Empowering our workforce with knowledge, resources, and training is paramount in building safe and resilient workplaces. Through continuous education engagement activities, organizations can cultivate a culture of safety and sustainability that reflects at every level. In response to these existing challenges, CSL took the lead in conceptualizing and organizing this conclave under the guidance of our CMD, who is always keen and focused on HSE aspects, even on a day-to-day basis. The journey to this event has been characterized by extensive collaboration as our Safety and Fire Services Department reached out to shipyards across the nation, including naval dockyards and ship repair centers, as well as prospective speakers from renowned shipyards in Singapore and even Dubai. The support from Factories and Boilers Department, Kerala, and senior JD CSL is also worth mentioning at this point. The conclave is structured around 4 key themes, each aligning with the objectives outlined in the Maritime Amritakal policy. Theme 1 is challenges faced by Indian shipyards on EHS aspects. Theme 2 is best practices in Indian shipyards and lessons learned from major incidents. Theme 3 is on global best practice of shipyards on HSE aspects. And theme 4 is legal frameworks. These themes encompass a wide range of topics from identifying challenges to exploring global best practices and legal frameworks governing safety in shipyards. Throughout the event, we will hear from experts from Factories and Boilers Department, DGFSLI, Bureau of Indian Standard, PESO, Academy, and invited speakers. They will all share their insights and experiences in the coming 2 days. Today, Sri BJ Ravi, Director Safety, DGFSLI, will be sharing an overview on national policy on health, safety, and environment. Tomorrow, Sri Chandru, CEO of CSE Shipyards, will share his insights of strategizing HSE into businesses, and Sri Ranjan will deliver a session on importance of EHS in operational excellence. As we look towards the future, establishing a working group for developing an HSE code of practice for shipyard emerges the key objective of this conclave. This endeavor, as I said earlier, reflects our collective commitment to drive tangible outcomes that will elevate safety standards across the industry and ensure a safer working environment for all, in line with the overarching goals of the Maritime Amritakal policy. In conclusion, I urge each one of you to actively engage in the discussions, exchange ideas, and contribute towards the development of actionable strategies that will shape the future of safety in Indian shipyards. Together, let us embark on this journey towards safer seas, safer shipyards, and brighter future. Jai Hind.
Thank you, sir, for setting the stage for the enriching sessions that await us. Before we break for tea, let us reflect on the significance of discussions and collaborations that will unfold during this conclave. Let us seize this opportunity to drive positive change and elevate safety standards within our industry. Ladies and gentlemen, the inaugural session will now adjourn for a short tea break. Kindly reconvene at 10:35 a.m. for the next session.
Located on the southwestern coast of India, Kerala is a land with a lush maritime history that dates back to several centuries. Kochi, the thriving port city in Kerala, is the commercial capital of the state and an epitome of Kerala's cultural richness. In 1972, India's maritime aspirations found a new anchor as India's port city. Kochi's became the birthplace of Cochin Shipyard Limited. Nestled in Kochi's heart, CSL's sprawling 176-acre facility boasts of world-class shipbuilding and ship repair infrastructure, from state-of-the-art 3D modeling softwares, large dry docks, long waterfront with jetties, machinery and equipment, everything essential for a HSE-compliant one-stop solution for the industry. CSL's portfolio of an extremely wide variety of vessels is a testament to its versatile, adaptive and flexible culture and capabilities. It offers the full spectrum of shipbuilding, ship repair and vessel conversion related solutions. CSL added yet another feature to its cap when it built INS Vikrant, India's first indigenous aircraft carrier, which was commissioned into the Indian Navy in 2022.
यदि लक्ष्य दुरंत है, यात्राएं दिगंत है, समंदर और चुनौतियां अनंत है, तो भारत का उत्तर है विक्रांत।
CSL's golden flag flutters proudly, celebrating 50 years of maritime excellence. CSL's renewed focus seeks sustainable horizons aided by technological innovations for a cleaner, brighter future. The yacht's clientele footprint spreads across the globe, having delivered numerous vessels to clients in the US, Europe, Middle East, and other countries in the region. CSL's geographical expansion initiatives have resulted in the setting up of ship repair business units in Mumbai, Kolkata, and Port Blair, thereby making CSL the only Indian yard offering direct professional services with dedicated infrastructure on both the east and west coast of India. Wholly owned subsidiaries companies, Udupi Cochin Shipyard Limited on the west coast and Hooghly Cochin Shipyard Limited on the east, have augmented and enhanced the group's capability in shipbuilding, including on the niche and new technology fronts to a great extent. The new large dry dock and the new international ship repair facility established in Kochi as part of the company's long-term strategy roadmap will significantly augment the shipbuilding and repair infrastructure in India. CSL has incorporated the Strategic and Advanced Solutions Division exclusively to handle and maintain its leadership position on the front of new and emerging technologies. CSL takes pride in being one of the global leading yards on the sustainable solutions front, having constructed the world's first zero-emission fully autonomous ferries for Europe, as well as being the vessel builder for world's largest hybrid electric urban water mobility service, the Kochi Water Metro, operating in Kerala, in India. The company lays significant emphasis on skill development and runs Vigyana Sagar, its dedicated and self-contained training facility in Kochi. CSL is India's first shipyard to have obtained the CII Greenco Silver rating for its efforts at energy conservation and environment-friendly initiatives. CSL is also the first Indian shipyard with an integrated management system covering safety, health, and environment certified by DNV. With the ethos of Make in India, Make for the World, CSL has recalibrated its sails and set sights on continuing at the forefront of a brighter, greener future.
The Ministry of Ports, Shipping and Waterways, through the CSL, is today gifting to the nation 2 large infrastructure facilities that would change the maritime future of India and transform Cochin into a maritime hub and bring in a ship repair cluster of international standards. These facilities would help propel the nation's maritime industry into Amritkal, in line with the vision of our Honorable Prime Minister, Shri Narendra Modi. The new dry dock at the Cochin Shipyard Limited exemplifies the transforming prowess of India's shipbuilding and repair industry. A 1,800 crore rupee ultra-large project under the Union Ministry of Ports, Shipping and Waterways. The new dry dock, upon completion, will be India's largest dry dock in terms of dock size and strength, and will also be the world's first stepped dry dock. It would make CSL the preferred choice for building and repairing all kinds of large vessels, like LNG ships, Suezmax and Cape-size vessels, large dredgers, green and autonomous ships, offshore rigs, and large aircraft carriers. The new dry dock is expected to create over 2,000 job opportunities and scores of business prospects for ancillary industries and MSMEs in the Indian manufacturing sector. The second project, inaugurated today, International Ship Repair Facility, ISRF, is the largest ship repair facility in India and a powerhouse set to redefine the nation's maritime landscape. Developed with an investment of about 970 crore rupees, the ISRF demonstrates CSL's commitment to the Government of India's vision will position CSL among the top ship repair giants in Asia. Strategically located, the facility will also provide the much-needed rapid turnaround for Indian naval vessels requiring operational and planned refits. The facility has 6 cutting-edge workstations and a 130-meter by 26-meter ship lift system with a total lift capacity of 6,000 tons and total berth length of about 1.4 kilometers. ISRF will open its doors to over 2,000 maritime professionals with direct employment, with additional opportunities rippling across linked sectors. Together, we stand as proud contributors to an unstoppable success story called Bharat. Inspired by the Make in India and Atmanirbhar Bharat initiatives of the government, and steadfastly guided by the game-changing maritime Amritkal Vision 2047 of our Honorable Prime Minister Shri Narendra Modi, the Cochin Shipyard Limited, with its futuristic infrastructure, proudly upholds the aspirations of over 1.4 billion Indians and marches ahead to be the finest shipbuilding and ship repair industry of the world. Cochin Shipyard Limited, the heartbeat of the Indian maritime industry.
India is the 6th largest maritime country in the world. Ports in India handle almost 95% of trade by volume. The Ministry of Ports, Shipping and Waterways, India intends to increase the share of renewable energy to 60% of the total power demand of each of its major ports from a present share of less than 10%. This will be achieved through solar and wind-generated power. India has unfolded a number of initiatives aimed at positioning the country as one among the leading nations in the field of sustainable green maritime solutions. The Maritime Vision Document 2030, released by Honorable Prime Minister Shri Narendra Modi, is a 10-year blueprint on India's vision of a sustainable maritime sector and vibrant blue economy.
These projects have an investment potential of $31 billion or rupees 2.25 lakh crores. This will further strengthen our commitment of overall development of our maritime sector.
The National Hydrogen Mission, announced by the Honorable Prime Minister of India on 15th August 2021, was approved by the Cabinet on 5th January 2023 with an outlay of rupees 19,744 crores. As part of India's effort to collaborate with other leading nations in this field, a letter of intent for setting up of a Centre of Excellence for Green Shipping in India was executed during the visit of the Honorable Prime Minister to Denmark.
हर इनिशिएटिव को विशेष रूप से हमारी नई पीढ़ियों को जानकारी देना होगा ताकि उनको भी समझ में आ जाए कौन सा दिशा पर कैसे क्या-क्या कदम उठाया जा रहा है, क्या है ग्रीन शिपिंग, क्या है नेशनल हाइड्रोजन मिशन, क्या है ग्रीन पोर्ट। इन चीजों को नई पीढ़ी समझे और हर स्कूल हो, कॉलेजेस हो, यूनिवर्सिटी हो, डिस्कशन का विषय बने।
In line with this, the Ministry of Ports, Shipping and Waterways, along with Deen Dayal Port Authority, Kandla, Paradip Port Authority, Paradip, V.O. Chidambaranar Port Authority, Tuticorin, Cochin Shipyard Limited, Kochi, and the Energy and Resources Institute, Delhi. The main object of the Centre of Excellence is to provide support to Ministry in developing and maintaining a policy and regulatory framework for a green alternative technologies roadmap for the shipping sector in India for its transition to carbon neutrality and CE principles. The Ministry of Ports, Shipping and Waterways locate Located on the southwestern coast of India, Kerala is a land with a lush maritime history that dates back to several centuries. Kochi, the thriving port city in Kerala, is the commercial capital of the state and an epitome of Kerala's cultural richness. In 1972, India's maritime aspirations found a new anchor as India's port city. Kochi's became the birthplace of Cochin Shipyard Limited. Nestled in Kochi's heart, CSL's sprawling 176-acre facility boasts of world-class shipbuilding and ship repair infrastructure, from state-of-the-art 3D modeling softwares, large dry docks, long waterfront with jetties, machinery and equipment, everything essential for a HSE-compliant one-stop solution for the industry. CSL's portfolio of an extremely wide variety of vessels is a testament to its versatile, adaptive and flexible culture and capabilities. It offers the full spectrum of shipbuilding, ship repair and vessel conversion related solutions. CSL added yet another feature to its cap when it built INS Vikrant, India's first indigenous aircraft carrier, which was commissioned into the Indian Navy in 2022.
यदि लक्ष्य दुरंत है, यात्राएं दिगंत है, समंदर और चुनौतियां अनंत है, तो भारत का उत्तर है विक्रांत.
CSL's golden flag flutters proudly, celebrating 50 years of maritime excellence. CSL's renewed focus seeks sustainable horizons aided by technological innovations for a cleaner, brighter future. The yacht's clientele footprint spreads across the globe, having delivered numerous vessels to clients in the US, Europe, Middle East, and other countries in the region. CSL's geographical expansion initiatives have resulted in the setting up of ship repair business units in Mumbai, Kolkata, and Port Blair, thereby making CSL the only Indian yard offering direct professional services with dedicated infrastructure on both the east and
Greetings
west
of the day,
coast of
everyone.
India.
I hope everyone enjoys the tea break. Let's try to make it a little bit quicker so that we can stick on with the schedule. Also, by the end of the day, we are having a water metro ride. So, let's stick on to the schedule. I request everyone to make it a bit
Including
quicker.
on the niche and new technology fronts to a great extent. The new large dry dock and the new international ship repair facility established in Kochi as part of the company's long-term strategy roadmap will significantly augment the shipbuilding and repair infrastructure in India. CSL has incorporated the Strategic and Advanced Solutions Division exclusively to handle and maintain its leadership position on the front of new and emerging technologies. CSL takes pride in being one of the global leading yards on the sustainable solutions front, having constructed the world's first zero-emission fully autonomous ferries for Europe, as well as being the vessel builder for world's largest hybrid electric urban water mobility service, the Kochi Water Metro, operating in Kerala, in India. The company lays significant emphasis on skill development and runs Vigyana Sagar, its dedicated and self-contained training facility in Kochi. CSL is India's first shipyard to have obtained the CII Greenco Silver rating for its efforts at energy conservation and environment-friendly initiatives. CSL is also the first Indian shipyard with an integrated management system covering safety, health, and environment certified by DNV. With the ethos of Make in India, Make for the World, CSL has recalibrated its sails and set sights on continuing at the forefront of a brighter, greener future.
The Ministry of Ports, Shipping and Waterways, through the CSL, is today gifting to the nation
Once again, good morning everyone. Welcome back.
that would change the
I hope
maritime
you
future of
enjoy the
India
refreshing break.
and transform Cochin
Now let's
into a
dive
maritime
into our
hub
first special
and bring
invited
our
talk
ship repair
session.
cluster
Set
of
that on.
international standards.
Kind
These
attention
facilities
please.
would help propel the
I
nation's
request
maritime
everyone to
industry
secure your seats
into
back.
Amrit Kaal. In line with the
I
vision
humbly
of our
request
Honorable
you
Prime
to
Minister,
secure your
Shri
seats
Narendra
back so
Modi,
that we can stick on to the
new
schedule.
dry dock
And
of
by
the
end
Cochin
of the day,
Shipyard Limited
in day one, we have got a water metro ride.
transforming prowess
So
of India's
yeah, that would be
shipbuilding
a someone.
repair
And
industry.
for someone who visits Kochi for the first
1,800
time,
crore rupee
that would make their moments
under the Union Ministry
awesome.
of Ports, Shipping and Waterways. The new dry dock, upon completion, will be India's largest dry dock in terms of dock size and strength, and will also be the world's first stepped dry dock. It would make CSL the preferred choice for building and repairing all kinds of large vessels like LNG ships, Suezmax and Cape-size vessels, large dredgers, green and autonomous ships, offshore rigs, and large aircraft carriers. The new dry dock is expected to create over 2,000 job opportunities and scores of business prospects for ancillary industries.
Thank you everyone. Thank you for being back. Now let's have the session set the tone. Once again, I humbly request everyone to be back. I would like to take this moment to wish everyone a very good day. Once again, welcome to Kochi, Queen of Arabian Sea. Well, I extend my heartfelt gratitude to Ministry of Ports, Shipping and Waterways for their unwavering support and championing maritime Amrit Kaal policy. This policy sets the stage for a future where safety is not just a priority, but a way of life within our industry. Well, the Indian Constitution outlines citizen rights and sets out directive principles of state policy guiding state activities. Drawing from these principles and international standards, the government is dedicated to regulate all economic endeavors to manage workplace safety and health risks, ensuring safe conditions for all workers nationwide. Recognizing the positive correlation between worker safety, productivity, and socio-economic progress, the government emphasizes on highlighting the importance of maintaining high standards of safety alongside business performance. Now it's my pleasure to introduce our esteemed speaker, Sri B.J. Ravi, Director, Safety, DG Fastly, who will deliver an overview about national policy on safety, health, and environment at work. Please, sir. Kind attention, please. Those who have completed their tea breaks, kindly be back on seat so that we can move on with the sessions. Once again, I would like to give a reminder on the emergency arrangements on the venue. We do have 2 exits, both on the west side and east side. Also, we do have a muster point on the west side. In case of emergency, please feel free to connect with the officials and coordinators of this event. Thank you.
It's moving forward. It is not coming back. It is moving forward. It is not coming back. Why it is so?
Let me see. Yeah.
No, it's not displaying there.
So we will do one thing. You can use
Yeah,
for
from
that-
here, yeah.
From here for the
Yes,
time.
better,
But
better. Good morning to all. So, we are going to discuss national policy on safety, health, and environment at workplace. The national policy was declared on 20th February 2009 itself. Okay. So, Ministry of Labor and Employment is in the process of implementation of these policies. You can find out in almost all CAF websites and the Ministry website and the DG Firstly website. It is available, National Policy on Safety. So, what is the need of national policy on safety? There are two reasons. Mainly to ratify ILO conventions 155 and 187. We will see in subsequent slides what is meant by 155 and 187. Then to improve image of the nation. What is meant by 155? It is an Occupational Safety Health Convention 1981. What it says, as per this convention, every member country is supposed to formulate and implement and periodically review this national policy. This is the convention's theme, okay? Its aim is to prevent accidents. That is its main aim, okay? What about Convention 187? It is a promotional framework for occupational safety and health convention. The purpose of its convention is to promote preventive safety and health culture. Earlier 155 is to reduce the accident as far as reasonably practicable. That means we have to reduce the accidents. That means hazards which are inherent in the working atmosphere as far as reasonably practical. Up to that level we have to try and reduce it. But hazards will be always there. Only risk we can make it zero. Hazards it is not at all possible to make it zero. When you see electricity, it is an hazard. Correct? Now we cannot eliminate it. Every day we are supposed to use it. This 187, it prescribes how national system and national program should be designed. We will see what is meant by national system, what is meant by national program. Before explaining this OSH program, I would like to draw the parallels between our organization safety policy or unit, that is factory-wise safety policy, with this national policy. Our safety policy in every organization, correct now, how it is being prepared based on the hazards in the organization, based on the commitment of the employer, correct now? Based on these only our safety policy will be prepared, correct? Once its safety policy is prepared, the next level is we have to fix objectives and targets, correct now? Is it right or wrong? Based on safety, this is the starting point for all, that is safety management system. Safety policy is the starting point of all safety management system. Let it you follow OSHA's or ISO 45001, whatever you follow, or your own safety management system. There is no problem. But starting point is safety policy of your organization. Once the policy is set, based on your hazards, nature of the work that is being done in your organization, commitment of the employer, okay, these are all the parameters based on that which safety policy is set. Once the safety policy is ready, then we have to fix the objectives and targets, clear, in order to achieve that safety policy. After fixing the objectives and targets, next one is safety program. Your safety program, maybe it may be an hazard identification program, or it may be your training program, or workers' participation, whatever it may be, it depends upon the objectives and targets. Again, safety program will be set. In order to measure the effectiveness of the safety program, we are using lag and lead indicators, correct? Based on the feedback, again, safety policy will be corrected, or if there is any change in the usage of material or management change, at the time also we have to revise your safety policy. Whatever it may be, once policy changes, again your objective changes. Once objective changes, your safety program changes. Once safety program changes, your lag and lead indicators changes. It is a closed loop. Okay, this is about unit level safety policy. When you come to national level, for entire national, there is a safety policy, correct? Now, in order to understand the safety policy at national level, just I am drawing parallels. But this national policy is applicable for all economic activities, whereas your safety policy is applicable to industry only, correct? It may not be applicable, it is unique. Whatever industry you are doing your activities, based on that only your policy is created. But whereas national policy, okay, it is for entire nation it is applicable. Even it is applicable for all economic activities. Clear? That is the speciality of the national policy. Okay. In the year 2009, national policy has been declared. What is the national policy? It is general commitment. As like our safety policy, what its safety policy says, it is the commitment given by the employer in order to safeguard health and safety of the workers. That is called the commitment given by the employer. In similar way, national policy also, it is a commitment and also strategies which we are supposed to follow in a nation. Okay. Then based on national policy, national OSH profile is supposed to be created. Whereas in factories, you know about your OSH profile, correct? Which areas we have to identify, which areas and all there is a lacunas, that and all we know very well. But in national, we may not be knowing. So first thing, we are supposed to create national OSH profile. That means getting a data, which sectors are coming under OH legislation, which sectors are not coming, why they have not been included. What is the lacunas? What is the reason? How to include them? That is then OSH profile. Okay. Based on the OSH profile and bridge the gap between the policy and profile, national program will be implemented. Same like our safety program. Correct? There is no much more difference. But it is a national level. Clear? I think, hope you understood. So, what are all the works that is being done in order to finalize OSH profile? That one we are going to see. Can I get mic? So, national policy in the 2009 itself we adopted. Okay. So, OSH profile, in the year 2017 it was finalized, okay. Still we are in the process of making OSH program, national program, that is called national system, national program. This entire thing is a national system, correct. This policy, national profile, national program, it is national system. National program is, we are going to make it in order to bridge the gaps between OSH profile and policy. Okay. So what are all the things we did it in order to bring the OSH profile? You see this, we have to see the gaps. What are all the gaps? Agriculture, service, transport sectors are not covered under OSH legislation. Yes, 60% of our occupations that workers are being employed in service sector, correct? This agriculture sector, is it not? Indiscriminate use of chemicals, it is not being come under OSH legislation. Then transport is not at all coming. Now OSH code has come, everything we have included in that. Okay, but time being, code has not come into force. Okay, though it got assent from the president, but code has not come into force. Still we are following Factories Act and other acts which are applicable for industries. Clear? This service sector, shop and establishment, there is no OSH legislation. Okay. Then civic body, those who are working in civic areas, that is cleanage of drains and that street cleaners, everyone, they are not coming under OSH legislations. Training institute at national level on OSH are not available for giving training to workers. Yes, in particular for OSH, other trainings, yes, training institutes are available, but in particular for OSH training, there is no such type of training institute exists. Then I already told you this Shop and Establishment Act enacted by the respective state government does not provide OSH requirement. There is a legislation providing OSH coverage for homework. You see the homework, that means slate manufacturing, then store carving work. These areas are all very dangerous. There is no OSH coverage. Who is going to ensure safety and health of that people? No one is there. Okay. As I already told you, this national OSH profile was finalized in the year 2017. For that, 5 national tripartite consultation workshops held across the India. Then it has been, whatever the profile we prepared, that was consulted with an ILO. And after their inputs, again it has been modified by DG firstly. Okay. Finally, in 2017, it was accepted. Okay, it was declared. Okay. In a nutshell, what is meant by national OSH profile? It provides a framework for action intended to ensure that causes of hazards in the national working environment are minimized as far as reasonably practicable. This is in a nutshell. Okay. It provides a framework for intended action to ensure the cause of hazards in the working environment supposed to be reduced as far as reasonably practicable. Okay. Now we are going to see this overview of the national policy. From here only we are starting. Okay, it contains preamble, that means introduction part, then goals of the national policy. In that goals, we will mention that what are all the lacunas in our existing in India OSH, then objectives, then elements of action program in order to realize goals and objectives set by national policy. Up to this it is clear? Up to this it is clear what for national policy. Correct, na? So our constitution in India provide detailed provisions for rights of the citizens and also lay down the directive principles of state policy. What is meant by directive principles of state policy? It is the ideals which guides the state while enacting any laws or principles. That means policies. Whenever any law being enacted, any policy being framed, directive principles of state policy is supposed to be verified, supposed to be taken into account. Clear? Rights already ensured, fundamental rights in our constitution. Our constitution contains directive principles of state policy and fundamental rights also. Clear? So what directive principles of state policy provide? Securing the health and strength of employees, men and women, tender age of children are not abused. That already in Factories Act, this one has been taken care. Not only in factories, it is applicable for all economic activities. Okay. Citizens are not forced by economic necessity to enter avocations unsuited to their age and strength, just and human. That is called favorable conditions of work and maternity leave supposed to be provided. Government shall take steps to secure participation of employees in the management. 41G, what is that? That is workers' participation in management. It is being ensured as far as the Factories Act is concerned. Almost everything has been ensured because before framing the Factories Act, directive principles was taken into account. Clear? So on the basis of these directive principles as well as international instruments is nothing but ILO conventions and recommendations. Being a founder member of the ILO, we are supposed to ratify all the conventions that is being adopted by the ILO. Clear? So international labor standards have been set by ILO in the form of conventions and recommendations. So based on the directive principles as well as international instrument, so government is committed to regulate all economic activities for management of safety health risks at workplaces and also provide measures so as to ensure health and safety working conditions for every working man and woman in the nation. So government recognizes that safety and health of the workers has a positive impact on productivity and economical and social development, because this safety and productivity are the two sides of a coin. Once, if you want to ensure productivity, safety first supposed to be ensured. Okay, if there is no productivity, safety cannot be ensured. One is depending on another. The formulation of policy and strategies in the occupational safety and health at workplaces is undertaken by national authorities in consultation with social partners for fulfilling such objectives. So any matter labor, we always consult with social partners. Social partners are nothing but trade unions, then employees association, then governments, both state and central government. So Government of India firmly believes that without safe, clean and environmental as a health working condition, just human and economic growth cannot be achieved, and safe and health working condition environment is recognized as a fundamental human rights. But, okay. Then education, training, consultation and exchange of information, good practice are essential for prevention and promotion of such measures. These are self-explanatory in nature, that's why I am not explaining. Then what are the problems we are facing in India? That one we are going to see. Changing job pattern, rise in employment, greater subcontracting, outsourcing of work, homework. These are all the things posing problem to management of occupational safety and health risks at workplaces. Greater subcontracting, you know very well. We may give it to X, X may give it to Y, Y may give it to Z. Correct, na? Who will ensure their safety and health? No one will be there. Then outsourcing work. We are thinking that in our industry there are certain activities which are hazardous in nature. We will outsource that activity. Still hazardous in nature, still it is going to remain. Only thing, place of work is going to be changed. Correct it, na? Our people may deny to work. That is the reason that we are outsourcing. That who is going to ensure the safety of the people? Unless otherwise, if you have a strong contract management system, it's okay. Clear? Otherwise, it's very difficult. Especially in India, you know about the situation which are prevailing. Correct? Then rise in self-employment. As I already told you, homework. People are manufacturing, slate manufacturing, candle manufacturing, stone carving. Okay. these people, there is no safety and health. Many people being affected by occupational diseases. Once occupational disease onset, it is not at all possible to recover, only matter of months. Clear? It can be prevented, but once it's onset, it is not possible to do anything. Then new safety hazards and health risks are appearing along with the transfer adoption of new technologies. You see, this is a changing world. We are always getting new technologies, everything. Okay, na? Once we get new technologies, hazards also being transferred along with the, you see, they may be prepared when the technologies that is being used in foreign countries, they know very well what all things supposed to be done to safeguard. But we may transfer the technology, but not other things. That is the problem. We are transferring the technology along with hazards also. So it has to be thought of very well before transferring the technology. Other things also be taken care of, health and safety. Yes. Yeah. You see, subcontracting, that means that contractor has to come and work. Okay, na? That is called subcontracting. You may give it to X person. He may give it to Y person. He may give it to Z person. There is no control over. That means in-house. Outsourcing means whatever job you are doing, that is shifted out of your organization. That is called outsourcing. On behalf of us, they will build. On behalf of us, they will create. Then that will be transferred here. We will fit it into our things. Okay, that is called outsourcing. Yeah, okay, that is called subcontracting. Then while advancement in technology have minimized or eliminated some hazards or workplace, new risks are emerged in the place which needs to be addressed. This one we already discussed. So when we transfer the any technology, we have to be careful. Then particular attention needs to be paid to hazardous operations, but in Factories Act it has been well taken care under chapter 4A process related to hazardous processes. Okay. Employees in risk-prone conditions such as migrant workers. In Ash Code, almost new classes have been brought in order to protect the workforces. That means migrant, in particular migrant employees. Okay. You know the present condition of the migrant employees? There is no social security for them also. Clear, na? Okay, one migrant worker, one family may be working for multiple employers. Correct? There is no security, there is no safety. Who is going to provide all welfare conditions? There is nothing. Just you are giving some amount, for that they are working, that's all. Okay. More people working for number of employees either consecutively or simultaneously. This is what is happening in industry also. If you go to any industry, unless otherwise if you have a dynamic, strong contract management system, these problems can be avoided. Otherwise, one worker, contract worker may be having 4 ID cards. He may work under 4 different contracts. Correct, na? Because I worked in many industries, I know. Okay, these type of things supposed to be curbed. Okay, unless otherwise we have strong contract management system or own safety management system, so you can stop all these things. So then, post serious safety and environmental risks due to increase in use of chemicals. From morning to night, every day we wake up, we are using paste. Starting itself, we are using chemical. Any activity we do, we are using chemicals. Correct, na? Without chemical, it is not at all possible to live. You see, when 1947, how many chemical industries were there? Now, how many chemical industries are there? Just you think it of. Correct? Then exposure to physical, chemical and biological agents with hazard potential unknown to the people. Many people, still they are suffering. Sometimes some radioactivity wastes being thrown out. Still, Laws are there, you're supposed to not do it, you have to discard it in a safe manner. But still, those who are working in steel, that paper pickers, these people are getting affected, correct? Industries with, for just, I am telling example for each everything. Indiscriminate use of agrochemicals, including pesticides. Once you go to agriculture side, okay, there is no control over them. They will purchase, they will use it. Indiscriminate use of pesticides. It is very dangerous. Who are going to tell about the hazards in the pesticides? No one is going to tell them, correct, na? They will use without any mask. Sometimes you might have seen in fields, correct? Our major occupation in India is agriculture occupation. Once, if you are unable to protect the workforce in agricultural sector, then what is the future? Then industries with major accident risk, that is, we may tell major accident hazard control industries, MHA installations. That has been taken care in our Factories Act and other acts. But still, these are all the problems India is being currently. Just we are listing out in preamble. That is introduction part of national policy. Clear? Effects of computer control technologies and alarming influence of stress at work in many modern jobs. So earlier, this alarming influence of stress at work is less. Now it is more. For example, when there is any machine breakdown, within 1 minute, that respective engineer may get a feedback. So and so machine is under breakdown. You have to make certain arrangements in order to correct it. Is it was that earlier? No. Correct. Once you leave the organization, that's all. Till morning there is no problem. But now you cannot go anywhere. Stress at work is always there, those who are working. In IT industries, when when bosses are asked at home, that is still it is very dangerous. 24/7 you are supposed to be available in the computer, correct? So we cannot escape. So these are all the problems, increasing stress at work. I can tell so many examples, hundreds of examples. The only thing I don't have time. So this fundamental policy of national policy is to eliminate the occurrence of work-related injuries, diseases, fatalities, disaster, and loss of national assets, ensuring achievement of high level of occupational safety and health environment performance through proactive approaches, and also to enhance the well-being of employees and society at large. This is the fundamental purpose. So what we supposed to do, every ministry, because it is a cart, pulling a cart. Government of India alone cannot do it by implementing national policy. Each and every department of the ministry, every organization supposed to take care in this. Clear? What every department supposed to do? Every ministry or department may work out their detailed policy relevant to their working environment. Okay, like Cochin Shipyard, you have to work out your policy with relevant to your working environment, like Ministry of Shipping. You have to work out. You have to create your own policy. You have to ensure. Then for that, once a policy you are creating, then profile you may be knowing very well, OSH profile. That is collection of data. Correct now? Which sectors are covered under OSH, which sectors are not covered, what are all the lacunas in your system, OS system, correct? Then you have to go for action program, that's all. Clear? However, your safety policy of your organization is taking care, but still, as per this national policy, every department is supposed to create a policy. That is the beauty. For Ministry of Shipping, Ministry of Heavy Industries, okay, they have to create their own policy to ensure. So, preamble, we have seen what are the things lacunas in our OSH system. Now we are going to see the goals of the national policy. Actually, it contains 11 pages. Once you see in our website, it may be little bit boring to study also, I know very well. It is a dry subject, this national policy. I will try to present it. So what are all the goals? To develop, build and nurture a national preventive safety and health culture and to improve safety, health and environment at workforce. Only two things. Improve the working environment and ensure preventive safety culture. That is the need of the hour. Correct? The two things. Okay. This is the main goal. These are all the sub-goals. We may say main goal is there, sub-goals are there. What is that sub-goals? In the form of requirement. Providing a statutory framework on occupational safety health in the respect of all sectors of industrial activities. OSH code, this only is being done in OSH code. We covered almost all sectors in OSH code. You take motor transport, you take planetation work, okay. BD cigar, earlier it was not covered under OSH legislation, clear. Now it has been covered. Providing administrative and technical support services, establish and develop R&D capability in emerging areas of risk. These are all the sub-goals. Only main goal is ensure preventive safety health culture and reduce the hazards which are inherent in the working environment. That is the two goals, main goals. These are all the sub-goals, we may say. Then providing a system of incentives to employers and employees to achieve higher safety and health standards. However, for employees, yes, some sort of incentives being given in organizations. Once you follow the safety rules and regulations, that person will be declared as that is a safety leader or something, or some other incentives are being given. Correct? Now, in organization side, it is okay. But for employer side, there is no such incentives are being given to employers. Okay, once you uplift your OSH profile in your organization, suppose that employer is given some sort of incentives, again it will motivate them. Clear, na? So providing a system of non-financial incentives for improvement in safety and health, focusing on prevention strategies. Then monitoring performance to improve data collection system on work-related injuries and diseases. This is the problems. Okay, as a DG firstly, we are covering all work-related injuries data through CF of different states. CF is collecting through their district officers, correct? That occupiers in their district supposed to convey the data. How much real data we are capturing? That is the problem here, correct? Na? How many near misses are capturing? How many other things are being captured? We may not be knowing. Clear? So developing and providing required technical manpower and knowledge in the areas of shared workplace in different sectors. We are lagging here also. Safety professionals are very less. Okay, we supposed to create a safety personnel who is having knowledge in SHE, including safety and occupational health as an integral part of every operation. Nowadays, this being taken care. Earlier, it was not there. Whatever you do, any activity, safety is also being a component of that activity. You're supposed to ensure that one. So goals we have seen, now the objectives. Okay. So continuous reduction in the incidence of work-related injuries, fatalities, diseases, disasters, loss of national asset, improved coverage of work-related injuries, fatalities, diseases, and improved for a more comprehensive database for facilitating better performance and monitoring. Then continuous enhancement of community awareness regarding safety, health, and the environment workplace related areas. Community awareness is nothing but the workers in that industrial area being given training programs, being given awareness programs on occupational safety and health. Clear? That is called awareness, that is called community program. Improving safety and environment in a workplace by creating green jobs, contributing to sustainable development. So in order to avoid the damage of our environment, we are supposed to switch it over to green jobs. That is the reason that we are all solar energy, wind energy being captured. Correct, na? Less hazardous material we are supposed to use. So that is the main. So in order to achieve these objective goals of national policy, I already told you there is an action program is required. Correct, na? This action program contains 8 elements. Up to this, is it okay? Any doubts? You can ask any doubts. There is no problem. So we have seen introduction part. We have seen objectives. We have seen, wait. Okay. So these are all the 8 elements of the action program. One is enforcement, another one is national standard, compliance, awareness, research and development, OSH skill development, data collection and review. So in order to achieve our goals and objectives, action program is very much essential. As I already told you, in the 2017, OSH profile was finalized and accepted by the Government of India. So we are in the preparation of the action program. Due to this OSH code, it has been halted. Once OSH code after implementation has come into force, then action program will also be implemented. Okay. It is not so easy to creating OSH profile as you are thinking, na? It is very difficult. You may tell that by seeing it's like a one word, it is very easy, but how much efforts government is pouring is totally, entirely different. 24/7 we have to work in order to ensure a correct profile of our nation. Clear? Because based on that profile only your action program. Okay, once there is a problem in profile, your action program is also will have a same problem defects. So enforcement, by providing an effective enforcement machinery. How to do it? Through Chief Inspector of Factories in every district. Enforcement office is there, assistant directors are there, joint directors are there. Okay, number of industries, if you see in Tamil Nadu or Andhra Pradesh, maybe some 20 to 30,000 industries. One JD visits one industry in a particular day. When you will visit that same industry, we may not be knowing. Correct, na? One person, how to visit all the industries? Will it be possible? Then will it be, we can enforce it effectively. Okay, it's not so easy. By effectively enforcing all applicable laws and regulations concerning SHE at workplace in all economic activities through adequate and effective labor inspection system. Still both are same almost. By establishing suitable schemes for subsidy and provision of loans to enable effective implementation of the policy. Now government of thinking, once this action program implements, then there is a possibility for the occupier to get a loans in order to comply OSH problems. There is a possibility. Now you cannot get loan. We can go ask the many bank, I would like to do some modification in my safety management system. Will banks they give loan? No. Correct, na? It is not possible. Okay. Okay. So information has come to wrap up. Okay, I will fast it. By setting up safety and health committees wherever deemed appropriate, this has already been taken in our Factories Act, you know very well. By amending expeditiously existing laws relating to SHE, that one government also doing it. That is the reason OSH code and all have come by amalgamating that in labor, central labors into one code. Clear? By adopting national standards through regulatory authorities, then by facilitating the sharing of best practices and experience. There is one example to share a best practices, this type of conclaves. Okay. by developing new and innovative enforcement methods, including financial incentives that encourage and ensure improved workplace performance, that also they can do it. Then we have to adopt more BAS standard. You can see for each activity, BAS standards are there. Almost 60,000 BAS standards are there. How many things we are bringing into our laws? Very less. For PPEs, one standard is there. However, we have mentioned in our laws. Okay, that has become law. Once standard alone cannot be made as a mandatory. Once it has been mentioned in our acts, they are supposed to follow it. Okay, there is no compulsion to follow BAS standards. That is the reason we have to adopt more BAS standards. That means we have to bring it into our laws required BAS standards. That is the requirement. Then compilation, by encouraging appropriate government to assume the fullest responsibility for the administration and enforcement of SHE, by providing assistance in needs, responsibilities of SHE workplace to develop plans and programs, by recognizing the best safety and health practices. Okay. Then compliance, you know very well, by providing adequate penal provisions. That OSH code, it has been there. Earlier it was 2 lakhs. Now it has been hiked to 5 lakhs for any deaths. So that also has been made. By ensuring a suitable accreditation machinery, so DG firstly recognized many institutes for conducting 1 month supervisory course under 41 CB, then PEDS diploma course, then AFH course we are conducting. Like that, you have to aggregate more institutions in OSH field. That is the need. Then by encouraging employees to establish OSH management system, occupational safety and management system, like ISO 45001, earlier it was OSHA 18001, it has been outdated. Our BA's own standard 81001 is there. Okay. Now ISO 45001, it is the occupational health and safety management system. It is better to adopt. Then compliance by developing a framework of occupational diseases like pneumoconiosis, silicosis. So we have to prepare a technical guideline standards DG Firstly is doing by promoting safe and clean technology, progressively replacing material hazardous to human health. Then awareness, increasing awareness on occupational safety through appropriate means. This is also one of the way we are, it is also awareness program. By providing forums for consultation with the employees' representatives of community on SHE to create awareness and enhance national productivity. So these are all the areas we have to concentrate. Maximizing gains from awareness. We have to share our experience by suitably incorporating technical inputs on safety and health at workplace, in schools, technical, medical professional, all our curriculum, safety, health and environment supposed to be a part of their studies. It will be good. Nowadays, now we have started, government has started. It will come in another few years. You can find it's OSH in your books. One paper. Good licensing arrangements with international organization providing medical criteria. Then research and development, exploring ways to diagnose hidden diseases. These are all the things we have to do it in research and development. Then skill development, we have to conduct many training programs. Okay. Okay, data collection by compiling statistics related to safety and health environment workplace. That means silicosis and asbestos studies, we did it. 3 more studies are being, we are doing concurrently, we are doing DG Fastly. One is for automobile and automobile allied industries, and another one is textile industries. Okay, these studies are also going on, MHA installation study. Okay, so that we can get the data. Based on these data, we can try to correct our laws. Okay, na? If there is any problems, we will go for corrective measures. By sharing of information data on OSH workplace against different stakeholders, by extending data system to allow timely reporting provision of information. Now that portal has been made it operative so that Chief Inspector of Factories may upload the data, real-time data we can capture. So I think it is going to be operationalized. Some Shuvidha portal something. So steps are being taken by the government. Okay. So we have to review it, your policy and your program every 5 years. Okay. Conclusion, in order to operationalize national policy in a town-bound manner, in a letter and spirit, there is a need to develop close involvement of social partners. So Government of India is committed to implement national policy on safety in the environment workplace through tripartite consultation. Okay, benefits we will skip. Thank you. If you have any doubts, you can ask me. Thank you. Actually, I take 3 to 4 hours this national policy. Okay, within half an hour it's somewhat difficult. Okay, please, sir. Yeah. Yeah.
It is still in skeleton or infancy stage because we have to include a lot of sectors like agriculture, service, transport sections, civil body work, etc. to be included in this one. Then after that, now still we don't have any training mechanisms. Plus, there is no enforcement or regulatory or monitoring mechanism or grievance addressing mechanisms. So it seems that it is still in infancy stage even after.
No, it is not infant stage. I am telling you in 2019, 2009 we adopted our OSH policy. Okay. In 2017 we finalized the OSH profile with us data available. In 2000, probably 24-25, we are going to get national program. Okay, it is not so easy to do it. Okay, it will take years, decades, especially India, such a vast country. It is very, very difficult. I am telling you, it is extremely difficult. Okay, at least this government achieved. I am telling you. Otherwise, it is not at all possible.
That's why I asked, because after this only comes the change in attitude of the people.
Yes,
that's more important.
But still we are doing it. It is not that government is not doing anything. Government is doing all. Ash code, what for? Due to this only, in order to protect the employees and also ensure the business has to run successfully. Correct, na? Both ways we have to see. If there is no employers, then employees will not be there. If there is no employees, there will not be no employer. Both sides we have to see. Correct, na? We have to take a balanced stand.
Now, what are the targets we have set for implementation of this one?
Targets, we want to cover all economic activities. I already told you, the transport workers.
I am asking about the timeline.
Transport workers, now it has been covered in the Ash code. Planitation, it has been covered. Okay, cine workers, it has been covered. Then shop and establishment, it has been covered. Okay, everything has been covered. Almost earlier it was 3.1 crores. People are under OSH coverage. Now it may go beyond 40 to 50 crores. That itself a great achievement by this government. I am telling you.
No, any specific target or timeline has been set for such activities like?
No, target has been set now already. They are achieving it. Okay.
Okay, thank you.
In my next presentation, it will be very clear what is the need of OSH code. Okay, that will be very interesting. We will see in
Okay, sir, thank you.
Okay, if you have any doubts, okay, thank you.
Thank you very much. Actually, the backward is this one.
I told you, I asked you. Okay.
Thank you very much, sir. At this juncture, I am pleased to announce the commencement of our first plenary session, focusing on the challenges faced by Indian shipyards on EHS aspects. Our moderator for this session, Sri Hariraja, DGM Outfit at CSL, will guide us through this insightful session. Welcome you, sir.
Good afternoon, ladies and gentlemen. I think we are running late by around 40 minutes. We would try to catch up as fast as possible. For this first set of our main discussions in this is what are the challenges which is being faced by our shipyard fraternity at large. So this is the main theme for our discussions. We have with us, we are very fortunate to have with us very, very competent persons who are leading the industries and the national thing. I would like to introduce and welcome each participant one by one. First, let me introduce our first participant as Dr. Vijay Kumar Tyagarajan. He is a very highly qualified person in this field of safety. He did his bachelor's in chemistry from Madras University. He has got 5 doctorates. His PhD in safety management from IELTS universities. He has got PhDs in behavioral science, supply chain, risk management. He has a MBA in HR, and he has got masters and other in labor laws, human rights, and labor management. He has served with Tata Chemicals, Indian Pistons, Summerbank Shipyard, and he's he's having a consultancy service by which he is providing consultancy in this field to various industries, chemical, automobile, fertilizers, semiconductors, etc. So, sir, I welcome Dr. Vijay Kumar Tyagarajan, sir, onto the stage, sir. Please sit. Okay. Our next speaker is from Mr. Perumal Senthilnathan from Larsen & Toubro. He has done his bachelor's from Alagappa University and in mechanical engineering, and has done his MTech in health safety from NIT Trichy. He has also got a MBA from Alagappa University. He has done a lot of courses in safety, environment control, fire safety from Singapore, and he is also lead auditors. I welcome you, sir. Senthil Kumar, sir. Third is our star of Cochin Shipyard, I would say, Saleen. Saleen has done his BTech from MES College. He has done his MBA, and he has done his petroleum and from UPSC, Dehradun. He has done his MTech in HSE. He's got a MA in Industrial Organizational Psychology from IGNOU, and he's also a coaching instructor from International Coaching Federation. I welcome Saleen onto the stage, please. Since we are short of time, we will go through I'll invite one by one. As a generic, in Cochin Shipyard and in all other shipyards, we are one of the most hazardous, there's a lot of hazards risks which we face, primarily because you must have seen, if you go to a petrol station, when you petrol bunk, you will have a lot of, there's chances of fire and explosives. If you go into a near radio station, you will find, there's antenna, those areas has to be cordoned off. In the shipyard is, encompassing it, all these risks are there, whichever is there in these areas is there in shipyards. Primarily because the ship, in a very close proximity, we have got fuels, we have got lube oil, we have got high power transmitters, we have got, you have to work at heights, and all these risks are, actually the product is being made. So this, to ensure safety in this becomes a real challenge. So that is what is our primary things. What are the changes, what are the challenges which the shipyards are facing? And for this, I would request Tyagarajan sir, TVK sir to start the proceedings. Thank you.
Check. Can you increase? Check, check. Check, check, check. Is it audible? Very good morning, all of you. Thank you. Many people are awake still. Well, why do we have this conclave, first of all? To prevent any kinds of incidents and accidents, right? Why do we have to prevent accidents? Anybody? It's no to everyone. I agree with you. Well, it takes a minute to write a safety rule. It takes an hour to hold a safety meeting. It takes a week to plan a safety program. It takes a month to put it into operation. It takes a year to win a safety award. It takes a lifetime for a person to be called as a safe worker. But it takes a second to destroy it all with one accident. You agree with me? Right? So we need to prevent any kind of accidents, incidences, to prevent losses, damages. That's the main purpose of it. Well, what are the challenges we face in shipyards? There are. I'm not going to talk anything new to you. I'm just going to reaffirm or remind whatever challenges we are already facing on a day-to-day life in shipyards. Let's go through this. Well, I don't want to touch on this. He had already briefed about me and I am not going to talk about this. Well, what are the various challenges we face? Worker safety, of course, very important. Fire safety. Do we have chemical hazards? Yes, we do have chemical hazards. Do we have confined spaces? Yes, they do pose a lot of hazards. Do we have fall from height hazards, fall hazards? Yes. And are there any emergencies? Lot of emergencies in shipyards. Are we fully complying to the environmental requirements? So environmental compliance is also an issue. Are there any health risks for people? No? We do have a lot of health risks. And electrical safety, of course. More than everything, we do have a challenge on regulatory compliances. So these are the key challenges in shipyards what we face. Let's go one by one. Coming to worker safety. We have lot of heavy machinery, large equipments, hazardous materials, and they all pose serious risk of accidents and injuries. So we need to deal with them. That's one of the big challenges. Fire safety. You would have come across several incidences of fires in ships. I have experienced, I have seen with my own eyes in my earlier shipyard experience. One of the ships named Kantanjaya Express, when I was working in Singapore, Sundar, you remember, I think. Kantanjaya Express, there was a flash fire in one of the tanks and a few people died in the flash fire who went there to do some welding and cutting operations inside a tank. Lots of welding, cutting and hot work involved. So it always poses a hazard. Lots of fuels, chemicals and combustible material are there in the ships. Then coming to chemical hazards, exposure to different types of chemicals, lots of chemicals. Chemicals are being used, paints are being used, thinners are being used. All these pose several hazards, and handling these chemicals safely is one of the key challenges. Proper handling and disposal are required. Then going to confined spaces. What is a confined space? Confined space is nothing but a limited entry and exit. There is a possibility of lack of oxygen, right? There is a possibility of lack of oxygen inside the tanks. Lot of ship compartments and tanks often require to work in confined spaces, which poses risk of asphyxiation, engulfment, and exposure to toxic gases. Several ships come with, especially the cargo ships, when they come in, they come with lots of chemicals inside, chemical vapors are inside, and if you want to go and do some hot work or any other work inside the tanks, we need to make it gas free completely, because most of the gases are flammable. So confined space entry is an issue. Fall from height hazards. This also I have seen with my eyes in one of my earlier experiences. One person, the ship repair work got completed. They were just dismantling the tower scaffold which was used in the ship. Name of the ship, I think, Isola Scarletta. The person while dismantling, he had removed the lifeline and he slipped and fell down. People had to pick up the brain separately and the body separately. Fell on the floor, on the head. You could see the brain. Fall from height in shipyards is very, very common because we use lots of scaffold. Lots of rigging activities are happening and lots of maintenance work are happening. Then coming to electrical safety. Is there a hazard or not? Electrical safety. In Tamil we normally joke. Totta shakadikum minsaram, thodamale shakadikum samsaram. A few people understand it. If you touch, then only there will be electrical shock. Even without touching. Okay, just kidding. Lot of heavy electrical systems are there, increasing the risk of electrical hazards such as shocks, flashes and fires. So this need to be addressed in a proper way. Then environmental compliance. What is there to comply in environment? Have you heard of the oil spills? Oil spills that kills millions of lives, marine lives. So many fishes die, completely pollutes. Significant impacts from paints, chemicals, oil spills and also waste disposal. Then what about the health risks? Day in and day out we are exposed to noise, vibration and harmful substances. All these pose health hazards. Lot of chemicals are being used. Anybody know, because of vibration, people get a disease. What is the name of the disease? Anybody can recollect? Exactly. It's called as white finger, or in medical terms it is called as Reynolds phenomena. Reynolds phenomena, white finger. People use vinyl chloromonomer, VCM. It creates a disease called acro-osteolysis. Shot blasting, sand blasting, different types of blasting, they lead to pneumoconiosis. Handling of chemicals, chemical contacts lead to dermatitis. we can keep talking about it a lot, but I just would like to highlight there is a challenge of health when we handle all these substances. Then coming to emergency preparedness. What is an emergency? Anybody? Not from the first 3 rows. What is an emergency? Any incidents? Any uncontrollable incident? Any sudden outbursts, uncontrollable incidents lead to emergencies. There can be fire, there can be explosion, there can be toxic release, there can be medical emergencies, there can be bomb threats. There are different types of emergencies, hundreds of emergencies, which we normally identify during the risk assessment process. And doing the risk assessment process, if it is classified under emergency, then we come out with emergency procedures for those type of significant risks. Then regulatory compliance. Regulatory compliance I want to touch a little bit more. Why there is a challenge in regulatory compliance? We have complex regulatory requirement, complex regulatory environment, I would say. Do we have any specific rules or acts in India that talks about shipyard safety? No, right? We are covered under Factories Act, we are covered under Shops and Establishment Act, we are covered under Building Operation and Works of Engineering Construction, BOCW Act when there is a construction. There are different acts that come into play in shipyards. There is no separate act in India with respect to shipbuilding or ship repairing operations. Rules are different. I am talking about the act. So, India's regulatory environment is complex and fragmented. Shipyards must navigate through a multitude of regulations at the national, state and local levels. That is number one. The lack of stringent enforcement. Is there an authority for the shipyards? There is a DG Mine Safety. There is Director General for Factories. Mr. B.J. Ravi is the Director from Director General of Factory Advisory Service and Labour Institute, the earlier speaker. Is there a person who is accountable for shipyards to enforce this? As of now, no. Then limited resources. Well, Cochin Shipyard or L&T or some bigger shipyards, you may have adequate resources to ensure health and safety of employees. What about the smaller ones? What about the small shipyards who do repairs of the barge and other things? There are hundreds of smaller shipyards who do not have safety resources, they do not have adequate resources, they do not know where to go for training. What are the requirements? Who is going to enforce it? They lack of stringent enforcement and limited resources. Then outdated regulations. Still we are talking about the Factories Act, still we are talking about the BOCW. They were all framed in the 1940s. Where are we now? We are 80 years ahead now. But are the acts, regulations, rules, standards amended? Even you go to Bureau of Indian Standards, though they keep amending, still you go to some IS or BAS standard, they were created somewhere in 1978, 1982, 1989, 1993. Still 30 years behind. They are not aligned with the changing environment. of the shipbuilding and ship repairing operations. Then lack of awareness and expertise. Some shipyards lack awareness on the regulations and expertise to interpret and implement them effectively. Agree? Next one, a bit controversial, but bureaucratic red tape. Even for obtaining permits, approvals, we have to wait, and that also delays a lot. Then inconsistent implementation. A few shipyards have extremely high standards, they have implemented things well. Many shipyards, they even do not know what is ISO 45001. You go and talk to them about management system. What is management system? Whatever our manager tells us, that is the management system for us. What is the policy? What is planning? What is implementation, operation? What is checking and corrective action? What is management review and what is continual improvement? They do not know. They do not know. That's a bigger challenge. Then resistant organizational culture. Tone at the top is very, very important. You saw this morning the CMD of CSL, he was so committed and he spoke about his own life experience, why safety is important for us, why we all need to implement. But most of the areas, most of the places, tone at the top is not the right way. They say productivity is more important, our commercials are important, our cost is important, profit making is important for us, it's not health and safety. But health and safety, environment, if you follow this, how much they are going to add value, they have not understood. That is why in Singapore, all the ship repair managers have to go through a mandatory course on health and safety. It's mandatory course. If you want to, if you are appointed as a project manager or a ship repair manager, in Singapore you cannot work as a ship repair manager without attending that course. It's mandatory. Then limited access to technology and training. How many of us have gone through trainings? Yes, we all would say, yes, I have gone through the orientation training. I know what are the basics with respect to my job. We have toolbox meetings where we brief the standard operating procedures to all our workers. But have all the trade employees gone through proper training? Is there a regulatory requirement in India to ensure all the welders, all the fitters, all the plumbers, all the riggers, all the crane operators, everyone need to go through this training before being employed in a shipyard? If you ask the DG firstly may say, yes, we do have, but how many of us know? Are we checking all these things? No. Then coming to physical conditions, I just want to, again, this is nothing new. Slip, trip and fall, very common. Heavy machinery and equipment, very common. Noise hazards, very common. Asbestos exposures, lot of ships come to you which were built several decades before, and when you try to remove the insulation, you still find asbestos. Material handling, huge issue. Manual material handling is still a bigger issue. Have we ever looked at our occupational health centers records to see how many people have reported to the occupational health center with the back pain, body pain? Do we have a trend analysis? If you ask maybe a couple of shipyards, may be doing, but most of them, no. Then drowning and water related hazards are always there because it's shipyard. Exposure to extreme weather conditions, extreme heat or extreme cold, and safety culture and communication is again a big challenge. So I would like to sum it up very fast. We do have respiratory hazards, we have chemical hazards, we have physical hazards, we have biological hazards, we have ergonomic hazards, we have psychological hazards, we have infectious diseases, we do have injuries, radiation hazards, waste management practices. All these are challenges for the shipyards in the current situation. I would like to just end with a small mathematics. Accidents adds to the pain, plus adds to the pain. Subtract our earning, minus. Divide family pleasure. I'll multiply everybody's worries. Let us always be safe, health, and ensure good environment. Thank you very much. Thank you.
Okay, next I invite Mr. Salim to deliver his speech.
Am I audible, no? Right. Anyway, the time is running, so I will just move on directly, move on the right. So Vijay Kumar is already discussed about the higher level topics. So that higher level topics, how it is connected to actual challenges of shipyards. So that will move on. So the condensed, there are 3 points which I am going to cover. One is the gaps. He already discussed about the regulatory frameworks in India. So what are the regulatory frameworks which comparing to Singapore, the US, and what is happening in India. So we will compare that one. And what are the operational challenges on the cultural wise, what is the industry as a whole, what are the challenges, and what are the services challenges, because when we do the shipbuilding and ship repair, we have to give a lot of services, that the gas connections, the air connection, the temporary electric connection, a lot of connections has to be established for doing that kind of works, and what are the conflicts. And as this point is also covered by Vijay Kumar, so the skilling and the certification aspects. So what are the skilling and the certification aspects we are facing, we are lacking in this our country. So I'm going to touch upon the first point. We'll take an example of what is happening in USA. US, there is a act, Occupational Safety, Health and Safety Act, and under that there will be a Code of Federal Regulations, 29 CFR. It covers the general industry, construction industry and the maritime industry. And under that, 27 CFR 1915 is most talk about, it assesses shipyards on the employment part. And what has happened? Now we have a legal framework, there is a legal framework in US, and they consolidated it a standard called OSHA standard. This is comprising of all the legal requirements, plus what are the best practices to be available, to be followed by the shipyards in India, by the shipyards in US. So this is a Bible for US shipyards. The best practices are available. Now we will move to what is happening in Singapore. Singapore, the similar way, there is a Workplace Safety Act 2006, and similarly the Workplace Act, Shipbuilding and Ship Repair Regulation 2018, and under that there will be different regulations like scaffolding, work at height and confined spaces. Now what is happening then? In Singapore, there is another manual. It's called the WSH manual. That WHS manual is the guiding factor and the requirements, the best practices to be followed by Singapore. So this is a Bible. Everything is covered. He has talked about the skill. He has talked about the ship repair manager. So when we appointed as a ship repair manager, he promoted as a AGM or the senior manager level in Cochin Shipyard. He just promoted. So has he gone through a certification program, any kind of training programs? No. So in Singapore, there is a legal requirement. So everything is covered in this manual. Now we'll talk about what is happening in India. So all this consolidation, legal framework and the best practices becomes these two manuals for US and Singapore. Now, what is happening in India? What is the present condition of the Indian legal framework? So we have a Factories Act, Kerala Factory Rules, Jackson has already mentioned, shipbuilding, actually there is a model rules has come up, but most of the states has not adopted the shipbuilding and ship repair regulation, the act. In Kerala, we have 84A, section 84A talk about the shipbuilding and ship repair requirement. But Cochin Shipyard has expanded to other regions. Most of the states has not adopted even that rule requirement itself for the state. And we have shipbuilding and ship repair. There are PESO, SMPV rules, gas cylinder rules, petroleum rules, PCB rules, action rules. So these are the legal frameworks applicable to shipyards. Now what has happened? There is no code of practice in India. Similar to this kind of Bible which I showed, there is no legal practice. There is no consolidation has happened. There is no strict and regulate legal frameworks is absent. So the purpose of this conclave is basically, can you bring up with the similar kind of a code of practice? Either by BIS, Bureau of Indian Standards, because Bureau of Indian Standards already have developed a code of practice for the different industries, or can BIS we can support them as a technical committee, we can support them, or can we have a council constituted by some ministry, our ministry or something, and we can have a working group and we can make out this one and implement it. So this is the proposal. Now, this is the legal framework. As you all know that now in India, there is a new legal framework is coming up that we call it as OSH code. OSH code is already passed by the parliament, but it's not enacted. So the upcoming India legal framework is OSH code is already there. Under that there will be central and state regulations that is already published, central regulation, and Kerala is already published a draft rules. It's not implemented, and the sector-based standard. This is a new framework is coming up in India. There will be a sector-based standard is coming up. Now in India, there will be what I understand from the DG Fazli is that a sector-based standard for shipbuilding, ship repair, and ship breaking. Am I right, sir? Ravi, sir? So this kind of sector-based standards are coming up. There will be norms are coming up. They are already going to submit. That is what we understand. So this is going to submit the ministry, and it will take time to implement. Okay, that is about the sector-based standards. This one. Again, what will happen? There is no standards. There is no code of practice here. So the purpose of this conclave, can we explore, can we discuss to develop some kind of code of practices? Incident happened. No? Correct? Right. So the purpose is basically to develop a COP code of practice or the standards either by the Bureau of Indian Standard or the council, or can we support, anyway DG Fazli is doing a sector based standard, can we develop a working group to support DG Fazli to evolve the sector based standard or more stringent manner. So this is our proposal, right? And directly jumping into the other slide. So this is our basic crux of this conclave. Now coming to the legal requirements to Petroleum Rules 2002, in India, any man entry or the hot work inside the confined spaces is a there is a requirement, there is a legal requirement. Under Petroleum Rules 43C, 43D and 43E, man entry and hot work and dock entry. What will happen? See, in Kerala, there is only 3 officers are available from PESO, petroleum. So these statutory body officers they have to come physically and inspect the tanks and verify it, then only they have to issue the certificate. So we are talking about a global ship repair cluster in India. The turnaround time is 7 days. So how to match up? These 3 officers in Kerala, how they can, because they have n number of jobs. Entire Kerala they have to look after. That officers have come and visit n number of tanks they have to, now in Cochin Shipyard there is a tanker, a Navy tanker is here. So we are waiting for them to get the time to inspect the tanks. Otherwise we cannot start the work. That is a statutory requirement. So can we intervene? Because that is a legal requirement, we cannot do anything. So, and also the naval tankers are not covered under these petroleum rules. Now I am coming to the operational challenges on the cultural part. As we all know that safety is a social issue now. How many of us taught in our initial caregivers to importance of the safety in our childhood? No, nobody. We are not nurtured in that kind of environment. When this adult is coming into an organization, again we have to retune his mind. It will take a lot of time. And these industries, what happened? This floating population is very, very high. It will take long time to change. So that is one of the cultural impetus. So, and the industry specific, there is a lot of expectation gaps from the owners. Suppose when you are do business with the the abroad, the Norwegian or the Europe owners, their expectations are very, very high. But are we in line with their expectation? No, nowhere. And we are struggling with a lot of things. The business development team, they will sign the contract. Everything will acceptable. Then while start the project, we'll struggle like anything. Their expectations are very high and our standards are set below. There are JH 143 audits. These are now the safety audits. Everything is connected with their insurance requirements. So JH 143, it's directly linked to a premium of the project. The design philosophy. Now the design department is doing the engineering because they do the designs and they will release the drawings. What happened? Most of this is not covered, it's not addressed. And when the drawing is released, the construction is started and the problem is affecting at the lower level people. Most of the time the access will not be there, access dimension doesn't know, the scuttle dimension will not know, the ladders are not available. So the IHOP concept is completely damaged. It's not adopted during the construction. And the skilled manpower, there will be a short of, I am not going to touch on that one. The climate change, now is a need of the hour. Pramod sir is already mentioned when his talk. This year ILO has come up. Now the temperature is increasing. How it is affecting our occupational health and safety? People are fatigued very, very fast. So how to address that one? Availability of the modern tools that we have discussed as a PSU. Most of in India, most of the shipyards are PSUs, public sector undertaking. The purchase requirements, the design requirements, all we are in the complete scrutiny of the CVC guideline. So we cannot take a decision and move forward. So that is one of the challenge. Suppose we want a tool, suppose we want a system, we cannot go through the CVC guidelines only. So it will take some time. The medical facilities. Okay, Cochin Shipyard is inside the city. We don't have an issue. But when you talk about the other shipyards, they are very far. So the medical facilities and the wages, surely the higher wages in Kerala. And the scaffold, sir is already discussed scaffold. I'm not going to detail about that. We don't have a scaffold standards in India. Only the construction industry, they have this certain, this one. But we don't, as comparing to the shipbuilding, we don't have a standards. In Singapore, there is CP14, is specifically for the standards are available. And the material handling. We do a lot of shipbuilding and ship repair, and most of the 40% of work is Thank you. Observation again. That incident and it's observation. Right. Thank you. We do 40% of the material handling activities are happening. So how do you call as a critical lift? We don't have a guideline. There are guidelines are available in the outside. So when we adopt it, a Factories Act 20 ton, we have to, above 20 ton, we have to write a, what do you call, that's all. Safe working law, that's all. But how to lift? There will be tandem lifts are required. Suppose you want to shift a DG from a ship repair vessel. There are hell lot of works has to be involved. So we don't have a system for that. The confined space is already mentioned, and the cutting gas. Okay, acetylene and the LPG is the most cutting gas we are using in India. Some of the yards are using the LPG. That is a what do you call? The density of the is more than air, but more than double. So what will happen? It is something is accumulated in the bottom. So Cochin Shipyard, as we are planning, and the flammability range of acetylene is 8%, 80 to 88%. And so that's why we are thinking, we are taking a pilot project. We are shifting the acetylene gas into a CNG. We already made a trials. It is under discussion now. That is a very, very safer gas. And coming to the services challenges, cable management, I am not going to the detail, and the service lines, access to the workstations, poor connection and cooling lines, waste management. These are one of the challenge. There are a hell lot of waste has been generated. How to dispose it? They will not take us. Our Cochin Shipyard, what we are doing, all the hazardous waste, used copper slab, we are dumping into the landfilling to KEIL. How much money you are spending? And the exit and entry and exit. And the conflicts, I am not going to touch it because the time is already reached. So there are certain conflicts that we will discuss later, and the skilling and the certifications. As said, if you are case of the scaffold, there will be a scaffold inspector, there will be a scaffold supervisor, an engineer and a manager. So there will be a standard curriculum is not available in India. So everybody, suppose he is a scaffolder, he has been attached to the scaffolding team and he became a scaffolder. And how to inspect? So there is no guideline. Similarly, the material handling, rigger, MEWT operator, there is no certification. Engineer, manager. Similarly, the gas tester. Similarly, the project manager. So these are some of the skilling and certification is required in India. Thank you very much. Thank you. Thank you very much.
Thank you, Salim. Now I would request Mr. Senthil Nathan to deliver his talk.
Good afternoon, ladies and gentlemen. The challenges we have to overcome. We should not only talk about challenges. That's why I have put this picture. Yeah. Okay. Everybody covered. Being the last speaker, this is the one disadvantage. So people have covered about legislation on health and safety. But here I want to touch upon on different area. I was working for a Dubai-based company for a short period, some 15 years back. They want to list in London Stock Exchange. They are running 100 over ports across the globe. When they filed to list the requirements, the London Stock Exchange refused to list the company because they are killing 90 people per annum in their ports across the world, not in UK. So you see the concern. Again, the legislation, it is not only Pramod sir cannot do much. He got limited officers. They have a lot of limitations. So again, we have to think holistically. The SEBI has to put the restriction. If you are not paying attention to safety, you will not be listed. You will be delisted. So such kind of things should also come. Again, banking industries, when they are with the funds only, all industries are running. So the banks also, should make sure certain safety requirements like JH audit for the insurance company, the same way funding company also can engage a consultant, get a rating. If I have to apply for a car loan or home loan, they are asking for CIBIL score. But for company 2000 crore, they are just allotting it. So they have to look for the safety standards. They can mention how many qualified safety people are there, what is your safety record, and if they have good record, they can even give 5.5% lesser interest than other industries. So this is the ways, again, legal can promote safety. Okay, this is another perspective. So I don't go into the other things. Unified action for all for safety by all shipyards together. For example, in India, we have, I think, Association of Shipyard Owners Industry Association, but I myself not aware of it. Yesterday only in Google I found. But in Singapore, there is one association called ASME, Association of Singapore Marine Industries. They are regularly conducting your improvements can be, safety improvements can be presented there. They will give the rewards, they will publish across the country. Even your safety posters, they design, they publish, you can make use of it. He showed the code of safety for marine industries, they developed. Even a checklist for every trade, painters, what should be done? Simple, 15 points. So they make and circulate across Singapore all shipyards. So they use the common check sheet. For blaster, what is the check sheet? For hot work trade, what is the check sheet? So in all languages, Bangladeshi also have his own language, Malay language, and Tamil also is there. So any language, this checklist is available. That association is doing it. So because it is a unified action. Because I also worked in Sambawang, we are all Tamilians, so Tamil translation I only did, that's why I am telling in so detail. So this unified action is not there, and there disciplinary action. If some contractor is continuously violating safety or serious violation, if he is bored in one shipyard, he cannot work in any marine industry in Singapore. So these are all the things this association is facilitating. So here we are totally lacking in this area. Today, for example, if contractor is very notorious, not at all following safety, if he remove, next day he can ship to our shipyard and he may enter us. Okay? So then next one is standard training modules. Everybody covered it, but again, government cannot do the complete training and all, but they can evaluate and give the approved training centers, ATC they call. In Singapore again it is in place. So competency development is almost nil here. Like scaffold erector, he has to go 2 days course. Then after some experience, he has to go for 1 week course for scaffold supervisor. He will be issued with a pass. So with that pass, he can work in any shipyard in Singapore as a scaffold erector and scaffold supervisor. So here he come and claims, sir, I worked, I know, okay. In the gate pass we are putting he is a scaffolder, name, date of birth, all, we issue him a pass, he started to work. So we don't have such backup here. So such training institutes has to be developed with quality. Again, signalman, a person should undergo 1 day course there. Riggers, again 2 days course I think, lifting supervisor again a 1 week course. So every crane should have one lifting supervisor. Lifting supervisor will be appointed also, again working in the company, but again they will appoint him, all the lifting regulations shall be taken care of me, I bore the responsibility, all that he has again declared to the company as a lifting supervisor. So he owned the responsibility and he become accountable if something goes wrong. Then automatically if the sling is damaged, he will refuse to lift. Okay. Then mechanically elevated working platform, what we are calling as boom lifts. We don't have any standard operation training centers. We just give some 1 hour training in our site. Then we declare him is the expert to operate it. Okay. Then MHE, all crane operation, everything, they covered it same way. Then trade-based instruction course. For example, like blaster, he has to go general orientation, SOC for 1 day. Again, about his trade, what are all the hazards, what are all the risks to be mitigated, he has to undergo a training. So, why I am telling is, if you ask a worker, welder, How much current is passing in your welding rod? Definitely is not aware. How much your body can take the current safely? Any guess? How much current can pass through our body safely without any adverse effect? 30 milliamps, exactly. 30 milliamps only we can take, but how many amps he is using while striking an arc? He was not told. If he knows, always there is 80-20 principle. 80% of people, if they are aware of the hazard, definitely he will follow it. There will be another 20 notorious, he will try to bypass again, I know nothing will happen to me, all that, but 80% will come in line if you educate them, if they know the hazard. The next is already covered, project manager, ship repair manager course. It is a 1-week course. Mandatorily they have to attend, they have to get the certificate, then only they can preside the daily coordination safety meeting. Otherwise he cannot be. Here our project manager, deputy, anybody has a project manager for Sundays, Saturdays, when he is on leave. Okay. Again, even for safety officers, they have to undergo a hot work assessor course. Again, 1 week theory, then 30 inspections with a trained petroleum inspector, then again how to calibrate the gas meter, what are all the characteristics of gas meter. It should be on in the normal place, not inside the confined space. So these are all they teach there. So we don't have any such thing. So all the above training should be made mandatory, one thing, and safety training passport is being followed. What are all the training you have undergone? There is a centralized record. So you go to any shipyard, that can be verified and you will be employed. Okay. Commitment from management. Okay, top driven. In big companies it is there, medium scale companies it is lacking. Okay. That is then performance appraisal of individual shall include the safety performance. Still in India, we think safety is somebody else's business and we have safety department. If there is accident, put 2 more safety promoter, safety engineer. So I remember one quote by BHEL chairman some 25-30 years back. In a safety day, he was addressing, he told, I don't want safety with production and I don't want production with safety. I want only safe production. So that means safety lies with the production man, line man. It is a line responsibility. It is not by somebody else will come and dictate the safety terms and he will ensure. So this mindset has to come. Okay. Then lack of strict enforcement of code of conduct. In companies we have, if we fringe safety, what is to be done, it is in paper. But till date, even I have not taken action on anybody. Maybe sometime contract worker, but not on the company staff. Okay. So we are lacking. One saying they will say in Singapore they will take strict actions. So when I asked the one project manager, he told we have to slaughter the chicken to scare the monkey. Don't think of all this. Then only you can bring the system. Okay. So we are lacking in the enforcement, definitely. So my recommendation, this is the last slide, legal framework, not only Factories Act, listing a company, getting the loan from the bank, all should come linked. Public-private partnership should be enforced. Strong association required here like ASME, Association of Singapore Marine Industries. Common code of practice he already covered. Standard training modules are to be developed across India. So if he is a rigger, he has to undergo that course. He should know the hazard. Then 50% classroom training and 50% to be hands-on training. Then only it will be effective. Then exclusive monitoring of monitoring body needs to be appointed by the government. Government shall provide skill development funds to support this kind of training institutes actually. Suitable awards and recognition should be introduced, and annual mandatory safety audits like even in Singapore, I think if they have more than 500 workers, that company has to be audited by independent third party and he has to submit the report to Ministry of Labor. So such thing also should be enforced. When the third eye comes also, some weaknesses will be exposed. Okay. So I would like to quote, if an accident was not prevented by negligence, it is nothing short of murder this is not the today's thought. Some 40 years back, our former President of India, Dr. Radhakrishnan, told this in one safety occasion. So if something is happening in our industry, we are party to it. We are one among them who killed that person. So we should have that kind of feeling. Otherwise, we will not improve. It's not giving reasons why it happened, this is like that, and passing the ball. That is not, if you have such attitude, safety will never get improved. So these are all the challenges we are facing in India. So we have to overcome all this. There is an improvement. I started my career in '94 in Chokkani International, one shipyard here, private shipyard, tie up with Keppel. So if I compare to '94 and today, we are far ahead, but not at the pace of the world is moving. Okay? Thank you. Thanks a lot.
Thank you, Mr. Senthilnathan. I think that was very, very precise and very nice summary of all the challenges which the shipyards are facing. Now the floor is open for question and answers. Okay, then I'll start off with one small problems which we face.
Hi, sir.
Moment.
Good afternoon. I just want to add one or two points because we have discussed a lot of challenges, but I feel, and maybe some, I think Juma sir just mentioned the higher wages because we are facing a problem with that also. Because sometimes I feel that also contribute to the safety challenges. Because when you are going for a higher rate of wages, people may sometimes will be hesitant. First of the second thing, sir, there may be some language barriers. Now even in company itself, this happens. Even the recruitment also comes from very farther areas. There will be a lack of, definitely, even if we communicate even in our mother language, I'm sure there will be some miscommunication or lack of understanding. So when it comes from larger society, there may be communication issues because of the language barriers. Then one more thing I would like to add, I don't want to raise a trade unionism or something, but political intervention, because we face this in various areas, or we can say that many areas we are facing challenges for recruiting the people, or taking subcontractors level also, they are also facing these issues. I don't know, but still, if you ask me how you will tackle, I am not sure about that in any way. But it's a day-to-day issue, but only thing I think we can smoothen that one, but I don't know whether it will be 100% avoidable, but particularly strong in Kerala, right?
Excellent input, sir. Thank you very much for those input. Okay, the political intervention when you spoke about, we briefly covered it under red tapeism. So we cannot elaborate much, that's why it was just covered under that. Coming to the language issues, our Director, Factories and Boilers had covered it, interstate migrant workers. That is a big challenge in India. Director DG Fasti also spoke about the same thing. That is the reason Mr. Senthil was recommending a kind of checklist for each trade operations in vernacular languages. If that is taken care of, that should really suffice. Salim, we also spoke about this.
Yeah, I just want to add, because Cochin Shipyard, apart from the vernacular language, I have another proposal, because we have already started the pictorial SOPs. Pictorial SOPs, there is no language at all. The picture itself, do's and don'ts. So that will be more. There is no language barrier at all. So if anybody can come and understand that, a pictorial SOPs. So that is what we already started some of the initiatives in the yard.
But that is up to a certain level.
Yeah,
some safety level. But
agree, sir. Agree.
day-to-day communication, that will not be.
Fully agree with you. That's one of the major challenges
And
that needs to be added.
political innovation, I didn't mention not only the red tapeism, but
Yes.
other side also.
Yes, of course.
And it's also understood that the wages in Kerala is highest. ILO or somebody has this one, and the construction and roadside Kerala is giving around 800 something rupees per head, while it is in Tamil Nadu, it is second state, it is in 600 or something.
Yeah.
So there also we are facing a lot of challenges for getting skilled labor at a competent rate.
Yes.
Because, whatever may be, ultimately the shipbuilding industry depends on the competency in cost and time, right?
Agree.
I think that was a very informative thing. One more challenge which I feel if you are too strict and implementing a code of practice, do we have, if I fire a contractor, I don't have another contractor who can do that job, because I don't have that expertise. If it's a blasting and painting, how many do have n number of blasting and painting contractors, because I have to do the work in time. So sometimes we have a problem where we are not able to enforce, despite seeing we have to enforce a rule, we need to have standby people. So then this becomes a challenge. So I think as the industry grows, we have more firms coming in, and then we will be able to do this enforcement from the operational point of view. I being mainly an operation chap, it is very easy for a regulatory person to say, yeah, this is there, you please fire this contractor. But then for an operational chap to get a replacement contractor, it becomes a challenge. So that, as in addition to the cost, what GMISE was bringing out, I think this is also, we don't have sufficient number of contractors who can meet up to that safety regulations.
We agree with you, sir. That is the reason all the speakers here emphasized and stressed on skill development, capability development and trainings.
Sir, Hariraja's points reminds me of one thing, because to maintain a steady flow of skilled contractors, we need to assure them a work for a specific time. Now, the ups and downs is most common in shipbuilding industries. Even for a continuous order, sometimes I find it very difficult to award work. 1 month we have given 1 ton, next month 6 ton. He has to, then again it will. So that variation also creating issues for subcontractors for maintaining a steady strength, so that when you have a higher requirement, you will not get people. That is.
Perfect. Saleen, when you are coming out with the white paper after the seminar about the conference, you also need to include this point as one of the recommendations.
I have another thought process because we are talking about the skilled manpower, and similarly we are facing a lot of challenges, the climate challenges, and now the people are not ready to work kind of the shipbuilding and ship repair. The workers are not ready to work this kind of industry. Why? Because now there are other jobs are available with the same amount of money he's getting. So we need to shift our thinking process to adopt. Anyway, we have to do the shipbuilding and ship repair. So how we can do that? Because now the future is the climate is changing, people are affecting. The people are not ready to work this kind of industry. So what is the solution for that? My recommendation for that is that can we adopt the robotics? Now what is happening in the ship repair? Suppose the ship repair, suppose you want to clean a tank. Who will go went inside the double bottom tank, do the cleaning? The manual labor, painting, manual labor. He has to physically present inside the tank, and you have to manually clean it up. For suppose you want to do the hot water, you have to manually go and clean it. See, these kind of jobs will not, people are not ready to work these kind of things in future. I am 100% sure. That is where we are struggling, the contractors to get do the works. So can we adopt, can you develop some kind of a robotics, suppose the repetitive works, cleaning, the continuous welding, what I understand is that in Korea, in the world, around the 50% of the shipbuilding activities are happening in the South Korea. What they are doing? They are doing simply, they adopted, they developed a robots It's the repetitive works. That kind of robot is not available in the market. So they have in-house developed a kind of a robot or something, and it is eliminate the manual labor. Can you explore the possibility? Because I'm damn sure that after 5 years, we are struggling with the manpower. And I have seen there is a talk by Mr. Rado from CEO of Dubai Radox. And the CEO level in the Dubai Radox, he's talking about the skill man. He's not getting the skill manpower. Even Indian people, all the people are coming over there. Still, they are not getting the manpower. So we have to explore the possibilities. Anyway, shipbuilding and the ship repair has to work. That is our bread and butter. So we have to do something. Thank you very much.
Mature to that level. For example, the gem procurement and content of indigenous content. When I give an Indian, I am not getting computer because none of the computer companies in India, they are not having content more than 20%. That's one question. And Salim referred to painting. One person told me that, sir, normally in good weather, I will go for painting of gates and grills. So after they need not too much. After the work, they will get 800 rupees in hand. If they don't get work there, they will come to Indian Shipyard for working. They don't bother about the ESI, EPF, etc. But they are getting in hands only. So painting is one of the most challenging area at present we are having.
I agree. There are practical challenges which need to be addressed properly. Your question, sir.
Recently, one incident happened that one AGM, her finger got stuck between the door closer and that. Yes. And that time, Hariraja, DGM said that it is an internationally accepted practice to keep the switch of the automatic door closer in a particular height, and it is designed for the European people according to their height. And this lady, this worker, she's an AGM, and according to Factories Act, she's a worker. She accidentally touched it, and the door closed, and her finger got serious injury, and she underwent multiple surgeries to reinstate that shape. And he is the in charge of that. That moderator is the in charge of that section. So he came to my office to discuss about that accident. And it is not a negligence of the worker. She herself supervising the activity, and she met with the accident. And he said that it is not possible to bring these design changes because it is an internationally accepted practice. So what we can do in that case? I think that Mr. Raja can explain more than that because he was the person in charge of that section.
Thank you for highlighting it, sir.
I'll just try to highlight what happened in this particular case. This particular case, we had in all the passenger ships, we have door closers which are automated, which is supposed to be at an ergonomical level from the ground. So it is right at our where we can go and press. Now the supervisor, she was coming out of the thing, she leaned across and then accidentally pressed this thing and the door closed, and her this hand was there. So it got crushed. So I was thinking what is the mechanism where we can avoid this kind of accident happening in future? So the one option was that we could change this position of the switch to a higher level so that we don't accidentally press this. This is this door and the switch is there in all passenger ships, but that is regulatorily it has to be at an ergonomical height. The other one option which we saw is put a cover which is there which are looking at it. So that kind of designs has to be made, which has to be implemented in the design. But this particular ship was under ship repairs. So ship repairs we have to we cannot do. So the regulations for this particular switches has to be modified at the design level. Yes, thank you.
So we require skilled labor is a problem here. It is not scarcity is there. So why can't Cochin Shipyard start some training to scaffolders, riggers, painters? Now HASAP, Kerala government issues some courses like this. If you have a approval from the government of Kerala, Cochin Shipyard easily start these courses. The welding, fitter, that ITI courses are available. But for riggers, scaffolders, even painters, that certification course can start Cochin Shipyard.
So I'd like to contribute. Okay, I think this this topic is many times the experts in the field. There's no specific course which is being designed in the normal teaching for specific trades. If you look at the culture of how the workforce has been educated in India, it was more of a Gurukul Shishya kind of thing which was there earlier. Nowadays, what happens is the safety is looked after by one Ashan or a master. He has a team of helpers. These helpers, over a period of time, they become, they graduate to become experts. These experts were the ones who were actually looking after all the safety aspects. If you look at whether lifting of a heavy weight, if you want to overhaul an engine, if you want to look at this, this Ashan who should train these people or execute the job, there is one person who is actually controlling the job. Now that culture has, like the supervisor in a PSU, it was a PSU, the supervisor was the one who was actually taking care of the safety. But there was no safety department earlier. The safety department culture actually became mandatory for all of us when we started subcontracting a lot. The subcontracting has actually created the requirement of safety inspectors and safety department in shipyards and in all other industries. So this is definitely good because the subcontractors are not that safety conscious and we have a lot of accidents. So we didn't have a choice because everywhere we had to privatize the workforce. So that's how the culture of work culture in India has changed. But there are a lot of trades in India which does not have specific training, and the shipyards only can train because there's Ashans who are there, like look at riggers. I don't think there is anybody who has so much of rigging activities than a shipyard. Whether it's a mooring operation, tying a ship alongside, or whether it is lifting a heavy weight, turning a huge block which is of around 200-300 tons, there's a lot of rigging activities which has to be done. So this, which used to come from experience of a person, a BTech engineer will not know how to actually turn a block of around 200 tons. A rigger may be a better qualified chap. That transfer of knowledge is not happening in a organized manner now. We have CVNT, that certified polytechnic. Lot of trades has been removed now. We don't have shipwrights now. Shipwrights makes the dock blocks. Shipwrights was a category where who was actually looking for safe docking of a ship. The ships, the hull is curved, so the blocks has to be made in such a way that the blocks are curved in shapes. But nowadays, what I find is people don't know the carpentry shops. People don't know how to actually make the block curved. There's a typical way in which you have to pass the wood and turn it in twice so that we get the curvature in pieces. But that knowledge has been lost. Many times I have found, in steel works, these Ashans used to know how to bend a plate by heating. But nowadays, the welders who come out, they don't know all these techniques, which is, that loss. There's a loss because of Gurukul Shishya to, a formalized kind of by outsourcing. There are some industries, some nations where all these things has happened, but over a period of time, I think shipyards need to develop their own training centers so that the knowledge base which is there with the shipyards can be sent from one person to the next generation. I think what Sir said was a very good suggestion. How shipyards can become formal training institutes for certain trades. I think that's the best. Shipyards might be qualified enough to give trainings in many cases, I feel.
Sir, similarly, Salim had mentioned about the PESO inspection. Diesel tank, mandatory and hot work. So as per the rule it is there, but it is practical, it is very difficult, only 3 officers. So now Cochin Shipyard have units at Andaman and all over India. There is no sufficient officers. So I think we have to recommend the government to appoint competent person or somebody. Otherwise it will be only on the book only. So it is practically an officer cannot inspect all these tanks. For more than 100 officers are required. So if we appoint competent persons, third party inspection can done and make and ensure that area is safe.
Ravi sir, would like to comment, sir?
Normally in a big tanker, oil tanker, crude tanker, multiple tanks are there. A large number of tanks are there. And I really wondered, several times they say that PESO people come and inspect it. See, we do boiler inspection. I know how much time it takes to inspect a vessel. It's a vessel, no, it's a closed vessel. I think that they are not inspecting all the tanks. Just randomly they may be checking 1 or 2. So the rule has to be changed.
We have to approach PESO only for this. There is no other go for us. We cannot violate. That is the problem. Through your ministry, you can approach better.
Sir, there are 2 suggestions which I have. One is can PESO, like I was in the Navy and I was overseeing construction of the first nuclear submarine in Surat. So we didn't have sufficient number of qualified inspectors because of the job. So what we did was we, as an inspecting agency, we used to hire qualified people. Is it possible for PESO to look at the hiring route? Is one option. Second option is what I feel is that by mandatorily we have rules by which PESO is authorized to pass a tank based upon some third party inspection. That also can be maybe put in the manner, like it's not be, PESO should be able to, the actual work is done by an agency and based on which PESO can certify.
Now
that kind of mandatory rules can be changed, it will be great.
Lifting appliance loose gear, how it is being certified? State government, they are again competency, something they are doing it and they are handing over. The same way it is possible.
As of now, sir, PESO's, is it possible for PESO to do that?
Yes, same thing. Okay. Why not?
I think then the solution is already there.
Yeah.
But they have to, it has to.
Okay, sir. Anymore, if there's no more questions, I would.
One more. So actually, the 3 speakers, the presentation is very good presentation regarding the challenges. So it's not a question, so just a suggestion. Because Salim already mentioned about the design.
Audible, sir.
The worker safety has to be considered during the design itself of the particular ship or something like that. So you told like that. So actually in construction, there is a software is there. BIM software is there. Building information model software is there. Actually, I think it is developed by the construction people itself. It's not a government software, it's a construction, and it's very, I think in everywhere this software is used, BIM software. I think most of the officers in construction safety, they are aware of that. And whenever, while doing the construction work, so which is the way, through way the traffic has to be regulated, where the material has to be tagged, where the hoist and lift has to be placed. All these, everything will be mentioned in the design drawing. It's not only the construction design, but where the material, everything has to be. So like that, one software, if shipyard together or Cochin Shipyard can initiate a software development of such thing, it will be good. I think because you are very experienced, other person can't do that. So the people in the shipyard can do develop a separate software considering all these objects. Whenever a ship is in the dock, so at that time, so where the people has to work, through which way the material has to come, through that, everything should be in the design. So that type of software can be developed and can be used. This is only a suggestion from my part. This is because in the construction it is proved, but it is not in the statute, but it BIM software is there. So and regarding another one, this skills certification, I don't know whether, I think almost in all the countries there is no government agencies to certify most of the certifications are done by the private agencies approved by the government. I think in USA also, even in the skill development, so there is a separate organization which is promoted by the private industries. Suppose like OSS skill enhancement program, they are doing JCB training program and under this micro tunneling program. So many things are there. So because I got a chance to visit such institution in Chicago. So it is actually promoted by a group of private companies. So similarly, which are the certification programs, but like that, a private, either a shipyard can take a leadership on that, other separate private agency can do a separate space and skill certification work. Even Jackson here mentioned about whether shipyard can possibly, it can be done by the National Safety Council order because it is a separate entity. There is no restriction from the government and all these things. So like that, similar agency can come up with. And only thing is they should have follow the separate standards which should be which should come up with the government. So actually only based on that certification can be done. And other thing is here mentioned about the certification, confined space entry and certification, naked light certificate. I think all these things are done by the PESO people. But in the new code says about the third party certification is there. So already in the code it is there. So the state government can make a third party certification scheme. So by which the third party people can come and inspect and they can certify it. It is there. But once it is implemented, it will come into force.
But there is an issue, sir. But okay, once the code is come, this is okay. But again, the 43C, D, E stock of that is specifically mentioned in the rules. In the petroleum rules, it is specifically mentioned the competent person has to be certified. Yes. So there will be a conflict.
Not only in the petroleum rules, in the factory side it is also there, competent analyst.
Correct.
It is the definition of competent analyst, the people from PESO. So the definition it is there. But so this is only a suggestion.
One more thing, sir. You said about the software part. Actually, Cochin, all the shipyards we do the software. We have software modeling and everything. But the problem is there is no time. So people will release the drawings as far as possible. So we have a called IHOP system, integrated hull outfitting and painting. So when you're constructing a block, all the items should be inside the block. What will happen now? Now what is happening? They will start building the blocks, and then afterwards the fitting is happening. Then it's a very difficult to once they join together. Then fitting of the items is very difficult to fit inside. So that is an issue.
Correct.
Thank you.
If the person, due to his tension, suppose he fell down, he is unable to lift it, he should be able to still lift it at all. So we have to bring it down 600, but after that we are going back to that one. So the design and the site expertise as well as experience, there is a gap actually. This is not reflected in the design document many times, as he told correctly.
So your point is well taken. We will discuss offline during the lunch time. before breaking for lunch, can we do a small exercise, all of us? Very healthy exercise. I will say 1, 2, 1, 2, 3, 1, 2, 1, 2, 3, 3 times, and all of us are going to clap. 1, 2, 1, 2, 3, 1, 2, 1, 2, 3, 1, 2, 1, 2, 3.
Okay, thank you. We'll break for lunch. Thank you.
Before we break for lunch, I would like to request...
One minute, gentlemen.
I would like to request Sri Suraj R. Krishnan, Senior Joint Director, Factories and Boilers, to present our token of gratitude to Sri Senthilnathan P. With that, we conclude our first plenary session. I invite you all to enjoy a well-deserved lunch break, networking, and further discussion. Please reconvene within 1:30. I know it's a little bit quick, but I would request everyone, because we do have a water metro ride by end of the day, so that would make the event more memorable. And before moving out, I would like to say that lunch has already arrived. It's arranged in pagodas, but we do have our washrooms and facilities just behind this hall. Thank you.
Productized fishing vessel construction. We are moving fast but steady to achieve our goals, and we are sure to become the armor of the sea gods.
productivity is the most important. Sometimes people around me remind me, but I usually do not really bother. Safety is definitely not my priority. People around me are always too safe that I think they are causing productivity to decrease. Work progress is everything to me, the utmost important. PPE makes me uncomfortable and I dislike wearing them. What can possibly go wrong when everything and everybody is so safe in Singapore? There's only one person I fear most in the shipyard: the safety personnel. They are the most troublesome, who always question workers and slow down production work. They will always remind me to wear my earplug, but they do not know that I have already built up immunity to the noise in the shipyard. Who needs earplug, helmet, safety glasses? I know my safety. I can take care of myself.
Are you okay?
And so I thought.
Are you okay?
Yeah, I'm fine. Sorry. I started to have problem hearing my co-workers. This is the turning point of my life. I got into an accident. I thought I would be dead, but the safety personnel saved my life in time. My head injury recovered, but I have gotten noise-induced deafness. I never knew that I would be an NID victim. They told me it was due to prolonged exposure to excessive noise, which could have been prevented if I had protected my hearing. I'm devastated. I should have listened to everyone's advice, but I didn't. I truly regret it, but it's too late.
The ISRF demonstrates CSL's commitment to the Government of India's vision will position CSL among the top ship repair giants in Asia. Strategically located, the facility will also provide the much-needed rapid turnaround for Indian naval vessels requiring operational and planned refits. The facility has 6 cutting-edge workstations and a 130-meter by 26-meter ship lift system, with a total lift capacity of 6,000 tons and total berth length of about 1.4 kilometers. ISRF will open its doors to over 2,000 maritime professionals with direct employment, with additional opportunities rippling across linked sectors. Together, we stand as proud contributors to an unstoppable success story called Bharat. Inspired by the Make in India and Atmanirbhar Bharat initiatives of the government, and steadfastly guided by the game-changing Maritime Amritkal Vision 2047 of our Honorable Prime Minister Shri Narendra Modi, the Cochin Shipyard Limited, with its futuristic infrastructure, proudly upholds the aspirations of over 1.4 billion Indians and marches ahead to be the finest shipbuilding and ship repair industry of the world. Cochin Shipyard Limited, the heartbeat of the Indian maritime industry.
India is the 6th largest maritime country in the world. Ports in India handle almost 95% of trade by volume. The Ministry of Ports, Shipping and Waterways. India intends to increase the share of renewable energy to 60% of the total power demand of each of its major ports from a present share of less than 10%. This will be achieved through solar and wind-generated power. India has unfolded a number of initiatives aimed at positioning the country as one among the leading nations in the field of sustainable green maritime solutions. The Maritime Vision Document 2030, released by Honorable Prime Minister Sri Narendra Modi, is a 10-year blueprint on India's vision of a sustainable maritime sector and vibrant blue economy.
These projects have an investment potential of $31 billion or rupees 2.25 lakh crores. This will further strengthen our commitment of overall development of our maritime sector.
The National Hydrogen Mission, announced by the Honorable Prime Minister of India on 15th August 2021, was approved by the Cabinet on 5th January 2023 with an outlay of rupees 19,744 crores. As part of India's effort to collaborate with other leading nations in this field, a letter of intent for setting up of a Center of Excellence for Green Shipping in India was executed during the visit of the Honorable Prime Minister to Denmark.
हर इनिशिएटिव को विशेष रूप से हमारी नई पीढ़ियों को जानकारी देना होगा ताकि उनको भी समझ में आ जाए कौन सा दिशा पर कैसे क्या-क्या कदम उठाया जा रहा है, क्या है ग्रीन शिपिंग, क्या है नेशनल हाइड्रोजन मिशन, क्या है ग्रीन पोर्ट। इन चीजों को नई पीढ़ी समझे और हर स्कूल हो, कॉलेजेस हो, यूनिवर्सिटी हो, डिस्कशन का विषय बने।
In line with this, the Ministry of Ports, Shipping and Waterways, along with Deen Dayal Port Authority, Kandla, Paradip Port Authority, Paradip, V.O. Chidambaranar Port Authority, Tuticorin, Cochin Shipyard Limited, Kochi, and the Energy and Resources Institute, Delhi. The main object of the Center of Excellence is to provide support to Ministry in developing and maintaining a policy and regulatory framework for a green alternative technologies roadmap for the shipping sector in India for its transition to carbon neutrality and CE principles. The Ministry of Ports, Shipping and Waterways
Shipyard is a mini Ratna public sector undertaking under the Ministry of Shipping, Ports and Waterways, Government of India. CSL is presently the most modern shipbuilding and repair yard in India and has an enviable reputation for building and repairing high quality ships. The feather in the cap is the commissioning of India's first indigenous aircraft carrier, INS Vikrant, which was dedicated to the nation by the Honorable Prime Minister of India on September 2nd, 2022.
यदि लक्ष्य दुरंत है, यात्राएं दिगंत है, समंदर और चुनौतियां अनंत है, तो भारत का उत्तर है विक्रांत।
CSL's ship repair services started in the year 1982 and has undertaken upgrades and repairs for a variety of ships, including ships for the oil exploration industry. Cochin Shipyard Limited, the sole yard in India with the unique expertise and capability to repair aircraft carriers. Apart from prominent national clients who have entrusted CSL with the building, repairs and maintenance of their fleet of ships. Tankers, bulk carriers, passenger vessels, offshore support vessels, aircraft carriers, naval and coast guard vessels, rigs, etc. CSL has also attracted a significant number of international private fleet owners as its clientele. In the recent year, CSL has extended its operations pan-India.
आधारित ट्रांसपोर्ट की तरफ ले जाने का जो हमारा मिशन है उसको कोच्चि शिपयार्ड और सशक्त कर रहा है.
Crafted at CSL stands India's pioneering creation, the first indigenous green hydrogen fuel catamaran vessel. This vessel champions urban mobility, setting a remarkable standard for sustainable waterway travel. Developed in collaboration with Indian Register of Shipping, CSIR India and KPIT. The vessel is poised for deployment in the historic city of Varanasi shortly. The ferry promises to support clean transportation through zero greenhouse gas emissions, quieter movements, and lower lifetime operating costs. The vessel was flagged off by the Honorable Prime Minister of India on 28 February 2024. Designed with urban mobility in mind, similar vessels will soon grace the waterways of other regions. Let's unite our efforts and set sail towards a greener future, inspired by the promise of clean energy and sustainable innovation. India's commitment to a sustainable future aims for net zero emissions by 2070.
The Prime Minister of India's vision of Make in India and Atmanirbhar Bharat has led to self-reliance on land, at sea and in the air.
डिफेंस से जुड़ी हर छोटी छोटी जरूरत के लिए विदेशों पर निर्भरता हमारे देश के स्वाभिमान, हमारे आर्थिक नुकसान के साथ ही रणनीतिक रूप से बहुत ज्यादा गंभीर खतरा है. इस स्थिति से देश को बाहर निकालने के लिए 2014 के बाद हमने मिशन मोड पर काम शुरू किया. बीते दशकों की अप्रोच से सीखते हुए आज हम सबका प्रयास उसकी ताकत से नए डिफेंस इकोसिस्टम का विकास कर रहे हैं.
The course towards Atmanirbharta has been charted by the Government of India's transformational initiatives. Positive indigenization lists promote indigenous development and design. Dedicated defense corridors boost defense production. Increase in FDI through the automatic route enhances access to modern technologies. The IDEX ecosystem supports advanced research and development. Every platform since 2014 has seen increased indigenization, creating greater opportunities for Indian industries both within and outside India. We are now a three-dimensional Atmanirbhar Navy, capable of operating across the spectrum of naval operations, from disaster relief to all-out combat. Our transformation from a buyer's to a builder's navy has been inspired by a rich maritime legacy of indigenous design and construction. Today, there are 39 ships and submarines under construction in Indian shipyards. 49 more platforms have been accorded acceptance of necessity. Our future submarine program will be our largest Atmanirbhar project. Being vocal for local has led to innovation and skill development, contributing to Startup India. Atmanirbhar Bharat has not only created robust infrastructure, it has made us think bigger and bolder. What better proof than Vikrant? Named after our first carrier, the legendary Vikrant, that played a decisive role in 1971, she will be the fourth aircraft carrier to fly the White Ensign. Designed by the Indian Navy's Warship Design Bureau and built by Cochin Shipyard Limited, we now belong to a select group of countries with the capability of indigenously designing and building an aircraft carrier. Her 26,000 tons of warship-grade steel has been developed by DRDO and produced by the Steel Authority of India. Vikrant's 76% indigenous content has been achieved through partnerships with over 90 Indian OEMs, more than 100 MSMEs, and over 500 ancillary industries. Above all, Vikrant has provided direct employment for 2,000 personnel in CSL and indirect employment for 13,000 towards plowback effect to the Indian economy.
आपका लक्ष्य होना चाहिए कि भारत का जब अपनी आजादी के 100 वर्ष का पर्व मनाए, उस समय हमारी नौसेना एक अभूतपूर्व ऊंचाई पर हो.
As India powers towards a blue economy, Vikrant will strengthen the Navy's capabilities and be a force multiplier in both defensive and offensive roles.
630, engage.
The Prime Minister of India's vision of making...
Stand tall since 1972, fulfilling the dreams of more than 50 clients across the globe. Over 120 successful deliveries. Builders of India's first aircraft carrier, a true example of Make in India project. CSL is more than proud to make Indian Navy and Indian Coast Guard more formidable and India capable and self-reliant. CSL will equally focus on commercial vessels and defense vessels. CSL builds ships, aircraft carriers, tankers, bulk carriers, buoy tender vessels, passenger vessels, tugs, dredgers, next generation alternate fuel vessels, hybrid vessels, autonomous vessels, container vessels, multi-purpose vessels, commissioning supply offshore vessels. CSL has 3 dry docks. The new dry dock commissioned in 2024 by the Honorable Prime Minister of India. The biggest dry dock in India. Length 310 meters, width 75 meters. This dual-purpose dry dock is planned essentially to tap the market potential of repairs, construction of specialized and technologically advanced large vessels such as LNG vessels, jack-up rigs, drill ships, large dredgers, aircraft carrier and repair of offshore platforms and larger vessels. Second dry dock, 255 meters length, 43 meters width, with a capacity to build ships up to 110,000 DWT. Third dry dock for ship repair, 270 meters length, 45 meters wide, capable of repairing ships up to the size of 125,000 DWT. Adding another feather to the cap of CSL is the International Ship Repair Facility ISRF. The facility has 6 cutting-edge workstations, a 130-meter by 26-meter ship lift system with a total lift capacity of 6,000 tons and total berth length of about 1.4 kilometers. The ISRF is capable and geared up to handle up to 84 small and medium-sized vessels annually and will position CSL among top ship repair giants in Asia. Facilities: 13,000 square meters steel stockyard, 2 gantry cranes of 25 tons each, 1 semi-gantry crane of 25 tons, directly linked to the rail lines and the waterfront. Hull shop: fabrication of hull blocks up to 50 ton with gantry crane of 20 ton. Assembly shop with gantry cranes of 300 ton and 150 ton. Hull blocks up to 450 tons can jumboize. 2 20-ton capacity EOT cranes. CSL was designed and constructed under technical collaboration with MS Mitsubishi Heavy Industries, MHI Japan, and CSL has incorporated the latest Japanese integrated material management concept for advanced outfitting and painting. CSL is using CATIA software for in-house designing for basic design.
Ladies and gentlemen, esteemed guests and distinguished participants, welcome back to the second plenary session of our conclave. We hope you had a fulfilling lunch break, ready to delve into some insightful discussions. Without further ado, let's commence a session on best practices in Indian shipyards and lessons learned from major accidents. To guide us through this session, it's an honor to introduce our moderator, Sri Santosh Philip, General Manager, Ship Repair from CSL. Please join me in welcoming him with a round of applause.
Check, check. Hello, check.
Good afternoon. I think the lunch was very good, but the response for good afternoon is very feeble. Good afternoon. Very good. So we are into the second session of this conclave, and we rightly know the Samsraya, the name coming together or the association. This second theme actually is the main contribution to this conclave, because every shipyard, including Indian Navy, comes up with the lessons learned or the best practices in that industry in relation to HSE. So this exchange of knowledge actually will contribute to increase the standard on the HSE. We know we are into different shipyards, there is a competition for turnover, project, everything. But only thing where there is sharing is beneficial for all of us is the HSE area. So we were having a very good morning session. In this particular session, veterans from different areas will be presenting the best practices, the best lessons learned. And we are already running short of little time. And this session, you know, there are more speakers, more presentations. So before starting itself, I am requesting, let's have a precise presentation. And question and answer section also, it is required. Question and answer session is required. It's an interactive session is required. But then, please keep that time also is important. So this session, main speakers are keynote address, sir. First one is Sri Ranjan, sir. He is already sitting here. And due to time constraint, I am not introducing much. I am only inviting the keynote address because all the presentation I have seen their credentials in this one. So before starting the presentation, they can themselves just give a feedback. So welcome, sir. Now second is Mr. Ashok Raj and Sri Pradeep. So they are from CSL only. They were the main two officers in completing the IAC, the aircraft carrier project. So they will be coming up with those lessons learned. Please come. I will request Sri Durgavera Prasad, DPO Safety from HSL. Welcome Sri Sandilnaran, sir. Morning session he already took, so we are familiar now. Please come, sir. I request Sri Rubesh Kumbayatar, DGM Safety from GSL. Please give a good clap, please. Let's encourage them to present it positively. Now I welcome Captain Lijo Francis and Lieutenant Dhruv Kadwal. They are from SNC. Presently, SNC ships 4 number ship repair projects are going on, and we are closely associated also. Now I invite Mr. Naushad Chand, DGM MDL. And many of you know Naushad was with the CSL for a long time ago. Now he is with the MDL. You put it here.
Before we begin our second plenary session, let's rise for a moment of silent prayer in memory of one of our CSL family members, Sri Jeevan Ravindran, who passed away a few hours ago. Please rise. Thank you, everyone. Please be seated.
Now I request Ranjan sir to start the presentation.
Good afternoon, everybody. Can you hear me? Okay. I thought Salim is my good friend all along, and he fixed my session immediately after lunch. I don't know what he has against me, so to fix me, how Rangan is capable of keeping them alive and then listening. Huh? So thank you.
Again, I just want to introduce those who are not coming from CSL. We had an interaction yesterday, the one-day full interaction with the... Yesterday we had an interaction with the Rangan sir, with our senior management team, our execution team, DGMs. We had a forenoon session and afternoon session, and how he engaged the people, we know that. And here, other than CSL, anybody knows his age? Other than CSL? No. Other than CSL and other shipyards, do you know his age? Any guess? Any guess? Any guess? Any guess? Sorry? 60. 60. Say 160. 60? 68? Sorry? 80. His age is 77. His age is 77. He is a DuPont consultant. How energetic he is. I'm not going to anything detail. I hand it over.
No problem, sir. Thank you very much. No, you see, is this better or that is better?
I'll do one thing.
I think that is better.
No, I'll do one thing. I'll keep it here.
Hello?
Yeah. Now it's
Is okay? Yeah. Thank you very much, and I will take the challenge put on to me by Salim. No problem, sir. So, what is the topic today? They were given two options. One is the best practices of the Indian shipyard or lessons learned from major incidents. I told him I am not the right person to talk about the best practices in the Indian shipyards, because I have got no hands-on exposure or experience how the Indian shipyards are operating. Even though I am a trained marine engineer, from 1972 I was attached to Bombay Port Trust. Afterwards, I have got absolutely no connection with any of the shipyards, except 5 years before I had 2 times I visited the Cochin shipyard. So, I told him I will choose this topic, what is the lesson you learn from the incidents, shipyards. So, the question I want to ask, I want to suffer first and then I want to learn the lesson. Now, why I want to suffer? So, the question is, why accidents happen in the first place? And then say how I should prevent it. So, as the saying always goes, prevention is better than cure. So, we have to look at it, how we can prevent an accident. Then rather than allowing an accident to take place and then, oh, I learned from this, so I will prevent it in future. So, that is the way how we look at it is different. Now, so why accidents happen in the first place? I got some of the points listed down. 1, deviation from the established norms, SOP, PPE, tools and equipment, housekeeping, you can name anything. We have it, but we do not follow it. So, we deviate from the established norms, one of the reasons. The other one, I follow the norms, but still incidents take place. That means, our norms are not robust because we have not reviewed it periodically, and then new technology has come, processes have changed. So, we have failed to update it. So, people follow what you have said, yet the incidents happen. So, that is the second reason, possible reason. And the third reason, potential risk is not observed, or if you observe, overseen. Okay, we are doing a safety conclave today. When we arrived here this morning, at least I arrived, I saw all these cables not properly fixed. It is all loose. So, anybody who walk across this, that is a trip hazard. Whether it will happen or not happen is not my problem, but I will say it is a potential risk. Can I correct it? I made sure everywhere it is put so that it is secure. People can walk up and down. I am not going to suggest you dig a hole and then do it. No, what is best I can do under the circumstances. So, potential risk, are you able to observe it? And if you have observed, are you going to do something about it? That is the third person. We are not able to, having seen the risk, knowingly accepting the risk. In other words, I have seen this, I say never mind, why should I take care about it? Let anything happen, let it happen. Or it is not going to happen, it may not happen. I can think like that, but that is not the way to prevent incidents. So, you have seen something, what are you going to do about it? However remote it may be, there is a risk, I have to correct it. And the last one, not learning from past incidents irrespective of where it happened, especially shipping industry, global. For that matter, any industry, it could happen in your yard, it could happen in a yard in Singapore, it could happen in a yard in Saudi Arabia, Gulf, anywhere. We are in the same industry. So, it is not only learning from the incidents from your own yard or other yards in India, the industry being global, what I can learn from it. Now, if you can do all this in a systematic way, you will be able to prevent an incident. So, I do not have to learn any lesson. That is one way of looking at it. Okay, next one. I come from ECA DSS. We have the proverb, two proverbs there. First is, you get the level of safety excellence, you demonstrate you want. You are the leaders. Now, what is the safety excellence you want? How do you demonstrate? If you do not demonstrate, you want others to follow what you expect them follow, so that you will not have any incident. That is not going to happen. So, you need to be the role model, you must be putting the flag up and then demonstrating. The second one, all incidents are preventable. Yesterday I said there was some discussion yesterday with Mr. Kumar, but then it is possible, provided we look at things in the proper manner and then we act accordingly, so that we will prevent. So, this is another thing I want to ask you. So, as I say, this is a safety pyramid. An accident or injury is a matter of probability. I can fall from this height and nothing can happen to me. I will just do like this, I can walk away. And then any of those things can happen. I can get a sprain. I can break my leg. I am not wearing a safety helmet here. So, the way I fall, my head can hit the floor directly, head will hit and I go up straight away. So, anything is possible. So, the question is, how do I prevent myself from falling from here? So, the question is, safety is always possibility versus probability. If that is a possibility, how I can eliminate the possibility? That is how you have to look at it. Then you are on top of the game, but you are going to look at the probability and accept it, You know, recently in Japan, there was a accident in the airport. I think Haneda airport or Tokyo airport, I forgot the name of the airport, right? The other plane belonging to the Coast Guard, small one. The bigger one, Japan Airlines. You believe it or not, over 327 passengers evacuated safely from the plane in 90 seconds, 90, after the collision. 5 of the 6 Coast Guard people died. Now, what happened? He is landing, clearance was given, the Coast Guard plane supposed to come and stop at a place, for we do not know what happened, he moved on to the runway, and here is the plane 350A350 landing, collision. This plane got fire. Out of the 8 exits, only 3 emergency exits were operational, out of 8. In spite of that, all of them were successfully evacuated in 90 seconds. And what is the beauty? No passenger carried their personal belonging which was stored up. No passenger was wearing the shoe or high heel, everybody barefoot. That is the discipline required at that time. When I was in another client's place in India at that time, immediate command, some of my colleague or client's place, if India this would have happened, everybody would have died. He said, why? first thing they will do is to go and pick their bag. And they are more concerned about their shoe, their personal belonging, they don't care what happens, and no, they will not allow anybody to get out, collectively we go. So this is what I say culture, how do we prevent? In the event it happens, how do we save? So possibility versus probability, safety triangle, we have to look that we are doing some unsafe act or we are creating an unsafe condition. Now after seeing this Japanese incident, day before yesterday I was coming from Singapore to Cochin. I was on the window seat. I have not seen this before in Changi airport. One plane is going to take off in the runway. Taxiway, we are standing 90 degrees to the main runway. There I could see red light now happening. Previously I did not see this. Probably is outcome of the Tokyo incident. Now once that plane took off and the control tower felt that our plane can go in, the red light went off. Then only this fellow moved. So this is a kind of learning we can do. How much level we can go, we can prevent incidents from happening. I have not seen this before. And I could immediately connect this to the Japanese incident. So that is how we have to look at it. And then going forward, some of the incidents, we say we want to learn from the incidents, right? What are some of the incidents? Worker operating a cherry picker, not licensed, got crushed between the picker and the tanker hull. Now what the recommendation? Prepare a key register, they must give a key only qualified, given the key, color coded jersey, all these things happening what? After killing one person. Now I am asking, can we think of this before this would have happened? We run a system, cherry picker, you operate, what system you have, who will operate the cherry picker? It's too much to demand, too much to ask. Now we have to kill a fellow and then we have to do all these things. This is the problem. Next one, you see, worst, 30 years of experience in lift supervisor, head got crushed between lift shaft well and the lift, keeping spares under the lift well, spare parts. And this fellow was up, the operator doesn't know, the supervisor is down below, he went to take something and he brought the lift down. He saw the lift coming, he wanted to escape. In the process, he was not fast enough. Finish. Now, why did the management allow? I don't know how many years this has been happening. So, they have seen it, they are operating it, and they allowed it. Then once one fellow is dead, everything is changed. No, you can't do like this. This is where our problem is, primarily. We know it, we know this is not safe, yet we allow them to do. Till somebody pay a heavy price, then we will change it. We know what to do, how to do, when to do, everything we know, but we will not do it. That's the problem. Next one is what? Scaffold structure collapse, multiple fatalities. We have talked about scaffold a lot today. I don't have to say. System. How do you ensure the strength and safety of the scaffold erected? Who is going to erect it? Who is going to certify it? How long the scaffold is going to be there? So if it is going to be there 3 months, is there a periodic inspection certify for 1 week, 15 days, depending. Then 15 days later, check again and then 15 days, whether anything has happened in between. What is the system we have? Okay, more such things, learning from incidents. Okay, concrete pier collapse. Crane on the concrete pier toppled, killing worker in the pier. Pichara fellow standing in the pier. And this happens and he gets killed. Now, what is the system you have to check the piers integrity? I don't think overnight, 1 minute it is going to collapse. It means deterioration has been taking place over a period before our very eyes, and we are not bothered to go and check it, whatever we need to do. To us, production. I need to send it, I need to fit it. That is the problem we face. Most of the forklift operator, unauthorized driver killing a worker. Hey, what system? I don't know whether these things happen in Cochin Shipyard or not. I have taken this from the international level, whichever is happening, I am highlighting to you. Fire and explosion, several casualties. What is the system you have hot work permit? Who does it? Who does it? How often you have to check again, depending upon whether there is going to be a change of environment on a continuous basis. Valid for 8 hours? Valid for 12 hours? After that what? There are people who sit in the room and then extend the approval. We have talked about so much Singapore. Singapore, recently there was a case like this. A responsible person who is supposed to sign, he has signed, he is behind bars for 3 years. Law is very strict there. If you are given a responsibility, it is expected that you have to discharge the responsibility in total. No question of I assume this, I assume that, no such thing. We fix responsibility. Falling of steel plate, multiple fatality. Shipyard, construction, what system? How can we accept all these things? Now, before the lunch, there was a deep discussion about contractors not available. If I sack the fellow, there is nobody to do the job, then my job will get delayed. That kind of a discussion took place. I am asking you, so you know the job is being done in the wrong way. You want to sack, you can't sack because there is nobody. So, in other words, we are accepting that because I have no choice, I have to build this, I will allow somebody to do in a manner which will risk his life. Are we justified? Huh? What way we are justified? I have to build ship like that? Killing 5 people, 10 people? Possibility of killing, I am not saying actual killing. How? Suppose a fatality happens, multiple fatality happens. Can you give this as a reason to the investigator? Sir, if I stop this fellow, I can't do it. I have no choice, there is no other contractor. So, I did it. So, the system will accept. Yeah, okay, you are absolutely correct. You can go ahead and do it, kill more people. Is that the way we will look at it? How would you justify? So, the question I want to ask, we have to ask ourselves, yes, we need to make, that is why we are here for. We need to produce, we need to make money. 3 days before, I was in Chennai. I told one of my friends, hey, I am going to Cochin Shipyard 3 days. The first thing, you know what he told me? Hey, very good. You know what way? Very good. I bought a share for Cochin Shipyard 800 rupees. Now it is 1260. Aisa bol raha hai. So, for him, Cochin Shipyard means that one. The point is, we are here for that. I don't agree, I don't deny. But then, not at the cost of people. And knowingly doing it. Nobody will accept, you can't defend yourself. Okay? So, what is the way forward? What is my time? Okay, way forward. We are reacting to the incidents and taking remedial action now. That is not going to help you. Next what? We are not analyzing the incidents deeply across the country in all shipyards. We react to the particular incident and then we do things. That is not sufficient. We have to go deeper. Not identifying and addressing the core issues using these incidents. What is the problem? Fundamental problem. Root cause analysis, VK. Human cause of the failure, physical cause of the failure, system cause of the failure. What has been happening? Where I need to do? It is the system which has failed which allowed the incident to happen. Unless and until I go and find the system cause of the failure, you have not solved the problem. You have not solved the problem. You have to go to the system. Then what? Proper analysis of all incidents taking place across all shipyards to address the issues that is prevailing in the country. I will give you some examples. One country has done it. I will quickly flash that after this. Then what? Learn from incidents taking place all over the world by keeping our eyes and ears open. Anywhere it can happen. Why only us? If A can make a mistake, it can happen here. I am doing the same job. So, what is that I am going to do? Learn from that. Last but not the least, sustainable safety culture. Sustainable, again, what I saw, this is what I mean sustainable safety culture. Yesterday, I went for lunch at officers' mess, right? No, it is for us to learn. So, we have to go one floor up. There is only railing on one side, the wall side there is no railing. You see the amount of traffic during the lunch. Many people up and down not holding the rail. Not only that, many people using their mobile phone while climbing up and down. What more you want? When it will happen? How it will happen? What will be the result? I don't know. My close friend at the age of 69, in his house in Singapore, ground floor and first floor, after dinner, climbing up the stairs, inside his house, 40 years he has been staying, that day he slipped. He fell down, 3 days in coma, that is all. How it happened? Not holding the handrail. How many years he has been there? 40 years. How many times you think you would have come up and down? All you require, one time. When is that one time? You don't know, I don't know. So, possibility is there. So, what do? I don't look at the probability, I hold, I don't use my phone, I climb down. Yes, sir? Is it too difficult to bring that culture? This is what the sustainable culture. I told you about the risk in shipping industry. One country has done this. Quickly I will say, what are the risks? Then what did they do? Classification of fatal accidents, calling from height, exposure in percentage wise. So, you know where to focus, how many accidents are happening. Then what? By age and work type, 20 to 50 plus, and then welder, scrapper, what percentage? They have taken it from the entire country for 3 years, collected the statistics and then worked like this. And then what? Educational status, number of victims by age and shipyard, yes. All the age, you can see educational status. We say illiterate, come from the background, not educated, university graduate. Who is involving in incidents over a period of 3 years? Analysis of incidents. Okay, then what? Body parts, you see 23, 22, 17, more than 60%. Why? Then what is happening? Why there is no protection? What I need to do? All those things you can analyze when you do analysis like this. Then what? Inadequate PPE, unsafe design, unsafe arrangement. The reasons, percentage distribution of the factors of accidents. What percentage, which has caused? Not only this, you go there, without work days lost, 65%, 1 to 3 days, 22%. But 10 days and above, serious and major 10. This is one way. What they have missed to do in this analysis, the cost factor of the 10 days and above will be 95% of your total cost. The other one, first 9 days will be 5% or less than 10%. So, you need to focus on the bottom if you are worried about cost versus what I am going to do. That is another way of looking at it. We call it ABC analysis. A will constitute by way of cost 5%, but impact will be 90%. C will be a lot, impact will be minimal. So, ABC analysis you have to do based on this. Then what? They even do the survey, shipyard questionnaire, result workplace factor. You see some of the question, do you use personal protective equipment? Are the precautions taken sufficient in the place you work? This is for the place of work. Other survey, individual factor, are you doing it? Are you doing this? You see they have come, how depth they go to find out. And finally, again, falling from height. So, the question is, it's a wish I can learn from one incident. I can learn from incidents happening across. The question we want to spend our time, analyze deeply, go where is the issue and then address. So, this is what I would like to share. Given the time, in conclusion, is safety is all about possibility versus probability. Please, if it is possible, please eliminate the possibility, do not look for the probability. Next one, risk is never zero, anywhere, anytime. Are we all sitting in this room? You think there is no risk? There is a risk, but it is an acceptable risk. That is why I say eliminate the possibility to bring the risk as low as reasonably practical. Then we accept, we move. Tomorrow night I am going to fly. There is no risk. Going to the airport, there is no risk. From the airport plane, there is no risk. But we do fly. We accept it. Why? It is brought under control. I feel that the Indigo will allow only a licensed pilot and co-pilot to operate the plane. That faith I have, isn't it? If suppose there is an air crash and then they say the pilot is not licensed, why? Yeah, I got nobody to do, otherwise my plane will stop and then my passengers will be held up. I have to pay so much compensation. Who will accept this? Who will accept? Huh? Will you accept, sir? Exactly what. So, we want, when we are affected, we expect others to do everything as per norm. But when we are on the driver's seat, but we will not do that, we will allow somebody else to get hurt and we give 1001 reasons why we will allow that. That culture has to change if you want to. Thank you very much. Sorry, I have taken 5 minutes more than what is allotted to me.
Thank you, sir.
Thank you, sir.
And
any questions later, is it, or now? Question and answer session later, now?
I think this is an individual presentation with their own experience. We can have a small question section immediately
I
after
don't, not
presentation.
me. They have to have the question.
No. I am telling that after each
Okay.
one's presentation, we can have a small
No problem.
question. So any questions we have because my moderator sum up time is 10 minutes and question answer 15 minutes. Total 25 minutes for which I want only 5 minutes. So total 20 minutes. I can divide maybe 4 to 5 minutes question after each session. So if any question, please.
So I have been kept myself within that time. Huh?
Sir, your presentation was so good, I don't want to interrupt.
Okay. Thank you.
Please, any question?
Okay, sir. Thank you.
Thank you. Now I request Sri Ashok Raj and Pradeep to present.
Okay. So, a very good afternoon to all. Very good afternoon. Am I audible? Okay. So in this context of best safety practices followed in Indian shipyards, we together, myself and Mr. Ashok Raj, are jointly presenting best safety practices followed in our indigenized aircraft carrier INS Vikrant. So in Cochin Shipyard Limited, we consider safety as of paramount importance, with safety leading from the topmost management, leading from GMs starting from the top head to the lowermost level, even FSRs. Recently in our safety index, we have started all these methods like we are participating everyone. Safety is a participative event, like we are considering each and every employee, then FSRs, all levels of managers, everybody is included in this safety procedure. So we consider safety as a major paramount importance. Now, considering Vikrant, it is just photo to show you the enormity of indigenous aircraft carrier. It is having an overall length of 262.5 meter and a breadth of 62.5 meter. It is equivalent to a size of 5 Olympic-sized swimming pools. It is in the language of Indian Navy. This is directly borrowed from Indian Navy. And it has 4 gas turbines which propelling the vehicle, and the maximum speed of the vessel is 28 knots and a cruising speed of 18 knots. And under full fuel, it can ride 7,500 nautical miles. So these are all just parameters which shows the enormity of the vessel. Now, in this vessel, how we managed this much of people during the entire construction phase from key laying to commissioning. It was an entire journey of around 15 years, starting from 2007 onwards. So during the peak times of construction, we had around a footfall of 2,500 people entering on board for various types of works. So managing this much of crowd, it was a very challenging task. We had 24 hours of operation in various shifts, and multiple stakeholders were entering the vessel, starting from subcontractors, then Indian Navy, CSL employees, then various other surveyors. Everybody were entering the vessel, and other commissioning engineers, OEMs, etc. So access on board should be controlled through a good mechanism. So we employ a mechanism like vessel entry permit system. Might be common to all, but we have implemented a double security checks such as biometric control system is implemented on board also, apart from the vessel entry permit system. So in order to acquire this vessel entry permit, every employee or every worker entering on board should go through a safety induction program. Only after passing the safety induction, then only he is allowed to enter on board. And also, every person entering on board will be checked for safety PPEs and other hand tools which are bringing on board. Only tagged equipments and other properly calibrated equipments are permitted to enter on board. And any other hazardous chemicals, paints, other materials are also entered through a separate register, and it is controlled through the same. And at any point of time on board, we will be able to see the head count on board, because every people will be moving out and in during tea breaks, lunch breaks, etc. So during our in-house made program, we will be able to monitor the head count at any point of time on board. And this is the sample safety information board we have displayed at the entrance of the vessel. So from this board, we can know how many people are working on board, and at any point of time, how many hot works, cold works, and other things are going on board. And it also shows a just plan of the vessel, like how many decks and how many rings are on board. And it also shows the location of firefighting equipments and the communication devices, etc., kept on board. And apart from that, we have 2 gangways on board, and at any point of time, the other major safety information such as radiography informations, vessel shifting informations, IEC entry timing, such informations we have kept at both the gangways for common knowledge of everyone. And apart from our daily toolbox talk meetings, this is a general mandatory thing which we have introduced on board, and every day we will meet our employees regarding the general work nature, what are the incidents happened on the previous day, anything holding our works, etc. So this we have extended to our subcontractors and other work groups also. And subcontractors are given toolbox meetings in groups of every 20. In our entire hangar deck, this exercise is done on specified days. For example, Wednesdays for subcontractors and Tuesdays for CSL supervisors, etc. And these are some sample snaps taken during our toolbox meetings. And these are toolbox meetings conducted for contractors, safety representatives, etc. And some of the other major HSE initiatives are, we usually conduct housekeeping drives on board, because the maintenance of a compartment is very important from the aspect of ship as well as the working nature of her employees, etc. So basically the compartments are authorized with 2 levels of officers. We are from the junior level to senior most level officers, starting from senior managers and above. So they have to monitor the housekeeping and the other aspects of the compartments. And in these drives, we will ensure that all the unwanted materials, everything is removed out of the vessel. And in this process, we had empowered subcontractors also. Like previously, we had a system that the work should be able to start only after proper hot work permits, signed hot work permits. But signing the hot work permits created some delay in starting the work. So we have empowered subcontractors to start the work by allowing the work to start after proper inspection and clearance of the compartment by respective supervisors. And we had some other methods also, like constructive punishment. In case of a safety violation, we will give the subcontractors like constructive punitive methods, such as one area, if a compartment is in a bad manner, untidy, then we will give the compartments to the contractors for constructive cleaning, and then only we will close the permits, and such systems are implemented. And also the whatever housekeeping waste generated from on board, we will move it to segregated pallets at the entrance of the vessel. Like dedicated pallets we had kept for industrial waste, then steel waste, cable waste, etc. So all these wastes were segregated from the source. And these are the major works which required work permit on board. Like all hot works, it is mandatory. All painting and buffing works, it is made mandatory. And all scaffoldings above 2 meters and all hanging stages, built-up stages, etc. This work permit is a mandatory thing. And all radiography works, all confined space entry, all electrical works, and which requires energization. And this is a sample format of a work permit. This shows various agencies involved, like whoever is doing the work, they have to first inspect the site and get the work permit initialized. Then it has to go through the concerned issuing agency. Finally, it will get closed by verification of 3 agencies. So the mandatory thing is, during closing of this work permit, the site should be completely clear. Otherwise, we will not allow the concerned agency to close the permit. And we have imposed penalties also in case the work permits are not closed in time. Okay. And then this is the number to show the enormity of hot permits on board. Approximately 500 permits we had during peak times. Previously, we had discussed about routine jobs. All routine jobs required safety permits. But in case of non-routine jobs, like installation of certain specific systems, such as oxygen, nitrogen, care, these are all very critical systems. Any incident or any mishap in handling the system will create disasters. So we had a job safety analysis method, and we find the hazards associated with each activity in the process, and we will actually evolve with a mitigation plan also. And we will only after analyzing the mitigation plan, then only we will start the concerned work. And this JSA analysis is made aware to every person concerned in the work. And these are all the major communication systems we had used on board, like emergency sirens, emergency evacuation sirens, around 16 numbers, locations were there, portable air horns were there. Then firefighting arrangements At multiple locations, we had kept all these firefighting arrangements. Then we had conducted periodical safety drills on board, evacuation drills, both internal and external also. So in a vessel like indigenous aircraft carrier, you can see how much people should be evacuated at a point of time. And finding a person on board at a point of time, rescuing such persons trapped on board, that was a very Herculean task. So with these evacuation drills, that process was made aware to everyone. And these are all our ventilation arrangements we had made during the construction of the vessel. You know, during construction of the vessel, the ship's ventilation system will not be live. So we had arranged all these temporary portable systems with the multiple suction blowers and multiple outlets. So all these made hot air permits easy and work on board without any other risks. And one of the mandatory thing on board is a clear passage on board. See, if a passage is cluttered and a person is not able to walk through a passage, that is a serious threat on board. Suppose a single cable hanging through the passage, it can lead to a severe safety threat. So our GMIAC, Sri Sunil Kumar sir is here. Sir always instruct that this is a mandatory thing, and without a clear passage, no one should be allowed to work on board. So this has been always kept as a priority. See the passages on board. This is you can see this passage. This is our major communication deck, 5th deck. So there are multiple doors in this passage. So all these passages are made clear. These are some sample photos which exposes the risk in erecting an equipment. These are heavier equipments. Handling this equipment with proper center of gravity, everything. This shows the erection of a bracket, etc. So these are a complex process. Safety is of a great concern in these processes. And we had erected complicated blocks such as, you know, everyone who is concerned on aircraft, this is a extreme forward area of our aircraft carrier. This is called sky jump area where the aircraft takes a lift. So the erection of this unit, it was a complicated process, and all the safety risks involved in this process, we had handled it very well. These are all some photos which shows the complexity of erection of various equipments on board. And we had a good procedure for protection of equipments and preservation of equipments on board. And these are all staging challenges. Basically, we had, as mentioned earlier, we had 15 decks on board. So erection of scaffoldings for access to these areas, it was a very tedious process. Any scaffolding board without proper safety tags on the stage, it will be a very risk on board. So we have to verify and certify these scaffoldings, then only one is enabled to work on board. And for some areas which are very inaccessible, normal scaffoldings will not work. So we had outsourced this work to some other team called rope access team, and such critical works are done in the superstructure area, forward area, etc., using this rope access team. And during undocking, when the sky jump, this was one photo taken during the undocking stages previously. So for balancing the weight on board, we had maintained this undocking procedure using basically a assisted undocking, like a pontoon with some structure is there. So all these processes show the complications on board. And this was one of the photo taken from flight deck. You can see the number of people involved, and these are our first 5 sea trials that are contractor sea trials. This many people were involved in each sea trial, more than 1,200 people for minimum period of 1 week. That itself is a challenge. So some of the things we implemented on board. It has been made mandatory that a boarding pass to be issued for each and every person. Boarding on board should be having this boarding pass. That boarding pass displayed details of every person, kin numbers, then emergency contact number, blood group, then accommodation provided on board. All this will be displayed on the boarding pass. And this boarding pass itself, it is divided into several categories for other things. And this mustering process on board, these are given, dedicated people are mustered in these areas so that evacuation will be more easier. Then other sea trial challenges, like in our first sea trial we were facing challenges of COVID and all. So it was a major challenge we faced on board. So RT-PCR was made on mandatory for entering vessel. So who are found identified positive, they were evacuated, and some during on board we have made some isolation ward also for these COVID positive cases. Then now I am handing over the session to Sri Ashok Raj. He will explain about basic electrical safety and all. Okay, thank you. Thank you.
Good afternoon. I think Pradeep has taken some time, so I will rush through. Hope I am audible. Don't need this. See, electrical accident, Rangan sir has said some slides before I came here. Some slides representing what is the enormity of electrical accidents and all. I think he was mentioning around 9% is electrical accidents. I read somewhere 21%, I don't know, but...
this is from one of the country.
Okay.
Vary from country to
Okay, sir. But the fatality, in even if it is 21% or 99%, the fatality in electrical accident is 90%. Means the severity of electrical accidents are more. So we have to be more careful, very careful. That too, in a ship of this massive size, it was really challenged. So I will just rush through what we have faced through and how we achieved this without any major electrical fatal accident in IAC. The capacity is 8 into 3 megawatt diesel generators. That is 24 megawatt. It is sufficient to power up a small city. And 4 main switchboards are there, and 78 energy distribution centers, EDCs. This was just the humongous size of the ship. And around 2,400 kilometers of cables inside. 2,400 kilometers, that is a distance from Cochin to Delhi. And in a month, we achieved more than 100 kilometers. In many months, we have achieved more than 100 kilometers of cable laying. The complexity was not that. The cabling, the termination, and partial commissioning was going on parallelly. All these works are going on parallelly. So it was a challenge how to achieve this without any fatality. It was really a challenge. I sat with my GM, Sunil Kumar sir. I told, sir, it is very difficult to manage with this one, parallelly going all these things. So we have to introduce a safety permit. First, we introduce energization permit. For energization, you need a permit. Without a permit, none of the equipment will be energized. And for isolation, some equipment needs isolation also. So isolation also we introduce permit system. So there were 2 permit systems parallelly running. One is for energization, another one is for isolation. Around 1,800 numbers of temporary lights were used on board. Temporary lights. Okay. So energization permit, the first step was formulating a procedure. First I sat with the GM and all top officials, safety, decided, see, I am not from safety, for your information. I am electrical outfit actually, AGM electrical. I sat with safety and GM also, formulated a procedure, because it was there, the procedure was not there. First we formulated procedure, then we formulated that forms. What is the forms, which form, how to cite, and that SAP procedure and all those things we formulated. Then lockout, tagout. As I said, along with energization, I gone for that isolation permit also. It is lockout, tagout. So formulating a procedure, formulating forms, and procuring relevant items. Because for isolation, most of the panels does not have an isolation facility by design. Actually, it should be there by design. I think nowadays it is coming. It's a bit old. So this isolation procedure, lockout tagout facility was not there. So we had to purchase some items for isolation. This is just an energization permit flow chart. All these things we made. The officer or supervisor requesting energization. It can be from piping team, it can be from electrical team, it can be from machinery team. Anybody can ask for an energization permit. Once the energization permit comes, it will go to the supervisor, officer, and finally, only an electrical officer. Designated persons are there, designated persons are listed out. Only those persons are entitled to give a permit. That officer's list also formulated. And we make sure that the permits are closed. Once the work is done, means once the energization is done for a trial or a survey, after the survey or trial, the permits will be closed and the equipment will be isolated again. That we ensure 100%. Every day, evening, we will cross-check that the particular energization permit is closed or not. If it is extending for next day, that has to be extended. On the same page, there is a procedure for extension also. So energization permit, even after energization, every equipment will be closed. This was the procedure. Similarly, the isolation permit also, the same procedure is there. I'm not showing that. And these are some of the photos. That equipment, there you can see that is MSB actually. We have procured that item separately for covering the switch, the breaker closer switch. That's a separate this thing we have procured. This is the isolation tag we use. Challenges. The challenges was, it's a new procedure we are proceeding with. So basically a change to the system. Obviously there is a resistance to change, and educating people was a challenge. Educating especially non-electrical people. Electrical people, first of all, electrical people were not, electrical people first I have to teach them that this is your responsibility, not safety's responsibility. No, safety is not going to come. It is your responsibility to energize in a safe manner, to isolate it in a safe manner. And then educating non-electrical workers. Subcontractors management. Subcontractors, around, Pradeep was told, around 2,500 people. So 75% of them will be subcontractors workers from various states. It will be really challenged to educate them also. And yes. This is not for not for personal safety. This is for equipment safety. Equipment safety also we took into attention. Some that is called fire clothes. Actually, during hot work, we used to cover it with temporarily secure the panels with the covers. We have improved that system with the velcros, with the roll-on system. You can see this one. Here you can roll on that this one when the equipment is energized. If the equipment is not energized, that roll-on system can be put down and it can be, the velcro can be closed again. Electrical service team, I'm just rushing through. I told around 1,800 lights were there, temporary lights were there, 24-hour backup was there, and 500 kilowatt. In the lighting system, there was UPS for all the main passageways. Apart from that, we have introduced a 500 kilowatt dedicated DG for lighting circuit with an AMF panel. If there is a EB power failure, then suddenly this DG will come into picture. Within 4 minutes, all lights will be on. For that 4 minutes also, we are not sparing. For that 4 minutes also, we have UPS backup for the major passageways. The challenge was it is 10 deck below and 5 deck above. So total 15 deck. Everywhere within 4 minutes we will power on. That was the system. And there was, yes sir, rushing. There was a dedicated flood monitoring system we have introduced, and internal telephone system on the 4th deck. 96 numbers of CCTV system was there. So this is our goal. Thank you.
Thank you, Pradeep and Ashok. Since time has taken for the presentation itself, I'm not having the question answer session for now. We'll have it after the end of the presentation by all the participants. Now I request Captain Lijo Francis and Lieutenant Dhruv Kadwal to have the presentation.
Good afternoon to our moderator, Mr. Santosh Philip, and to all the delegates. First of all, it is very difficult to give a presentation after lunch. Already our keynote speaker has spoken, he is told. And second is, when you talk about a subject like this, best practices in Indian shipyards, all of us are from Indian shipyards. Navy is also a part of, naval shipyards are also like all of you only. So after 2 presentations, you run out of best practices. So if you still had best practices after that, then our shipyard should have been very safe. So that is the first thing. So I thought in a conclave like this, I'll speak about a warship. I'll speak about gas turbines. But the second presentation already they covered the biggest of all the warships, IAC. It has got 4 gas turbines. So I cannot come and speak about gas turbines having high RPM. One fuel leak is like it's like a welding rod. It's like a gas cutter. So I cannot speak all that. But before I begin, I should thank Mr. Santosh Philip for giving us this chance to give this presentation here, for calling NSRV. So I am from an organization called Naval Ship Repair Yard. It's near to CSL, and I'm not DGM safety. I'm the DGM production. My safety officer is there, sitting there. Here we have a lot of interactions with the ship repair center here, and with the DGM, with the GM SRO also. So we have a love-hate relationship, because when the refits are going to finish, I go to Santosh sir and I tell him, sir, CSL is not working fast enough. So Santosh sir tells, Captain, you are always in a hurry. So then I realized, then I thought over it, and I thought that the first difference, if I had to make a hypothesis here, the naval shipyards are more dangerous than the non-naval shipyards, then the first reason is this. Now, our keynote speaker also spoke that, the other shipyards are driven by profits. But even when you look at profits, finally in the back of our minds, we are all not too bothered about profits. Finally, when it comes to safety, somewhere, we don't think about profits that much. But when you go to look at war fighting, now if you see now, India, we cannot, if you look at our geopolitics, we are not at war, not at peace. So if you ask anyone, the geopolitical experts say that we are in a condition called no war, no peace. So when you look at our neighborhood, we are aware what is happening. So if you have to deploy warship in the off Gulf of Aden, piracy, you are aware, Houthi attacks, a lot of drug trafficking, a lot of unauthorized fishing, a lot of things are happening, human trafficking. So when a ship is supposed to go and it has a defect, it comes back to the naval dockyard, then there is panic. So always, most of the naval dockyards work like how, Santosh Philip sir told, that we work in a hurry. So that is the first point which makes the naval dockyard slightly, more dangerous than the other yards. Having said that, I'll just run through the presentation fast, because I know it's a session after lunch. We have a meeting, so sir has been very kind enough to give us a slightly ahead slot of the other speakers. So I will not take too much time. This is a scope which we are looking at. So NSRV Kochi, for people who don't know, it started as a small base repair organization, and now we have completed 75 years. So when we started, it was a very small organization. Now we are capable to handle most of the naval ships. So this is the vision of NSRV Kochi, provide quality technical support to ships and establishments. So our old role of the base repair organization still remains. So apart from the naval warships which come, we have to support the organizations also. So these are the various elements of the HSE when you take in the actual practical sense, health, safety and environment. So here, apart from looking at safety aspects, I'd like to touch upon a bit about the health and the environment aspects also. That is, some aspects are related to our HRD and the environment. So safety, NSRV was a winner of the Southern Naval Command Trophy for the best safety practices. So we have a large number of yards even within the Southern Naval Command. We have aircraft yards, we have material organization, then we have other organizations also. Now, as far as defense is concerned, and all the major yards, most of you, CSL has gone through it. Now they have developed that, because when you are building key assets for the nation, that is strategic assets like the aircraft carrier, submarines, there is always a chance of enemy powers trying to subvert these constructions. So we have had this other shipyards might not be that much exposed to these safety issues, but as far as naval dockyards are concerned, this is a major concern, and this will be a problem for most of the shipyard reps who are present here as you start taking up more orders which are of strategic importance to us. And even when you start building merchant ships, there will be enemy interests which are against India building her own merchant ships. So you will see slowly that most of the things we will have to accept into our way of working in most of our yards. First, we have a quick reaction team anytime there is a security infringement. Now I'm talking about security, which is a part of safety. We have a quick reaction team standby to go to the location immediately, and we have standard operating procedures, that is the SOPs, to handle such situations. Then we have a large number of CCTVs and PTZ cameras, which already was covered in the last presentations. But what we have done is we have interlinked that to AI-based recognition systems. So we have a security center, like an ops center. We have a security center. The moment a car enters, it's still work in progress. We have just started the initial phase of that project. The moment a car enters, the number plate gets recorded, and it matches with the database which is there. So all the vehicles of all the yard employees have been scanned and placed in the database. Similar for all the yard employees who are coming by foot. The photographs of all the yard employees have been scanned, and it's in the system. We have power fencing and waterfront security. Some are affecting the national security, so I will not go into that, but we have got certain underwater sensors. Apart from that, we have a strong waterfront security. So now these are two processes which you have accepted which you have implemented in the Navy. One is this HFACs, and second is AXIMAPs. So these are some key takeaways which I felt we wanted to explain to this forum. So these have been already implemented in the Navy. This HFACs has been, this was initiated by two gentlemen for the US Navy, basically. So all of you must have heard about the Swiss cheese model. So the cheese has got multiple holes, and if all the holes align, then, then that is the reason for the accidents. So every organization is supposed to have multiple layers of security. And the faults within each layer forms a hole. And the moment all of them are aligned, it results in a major accident. So our aim is to find these failures and avoid them. So what has been done is that there are nano codes given as a part of HFACs. So these nano codes are mapped, and finally the nano codes help you. Once it is mapped, it helps you to find the exact faults which are there within each layer. This presentation, we'll be leaving it here. Don't worry, it's not a classified presentation. So after that, you can take it if you want. We are not taking it back. Second is AXIMAPs. So AXIMAPs is accident mapping. So what happens is that there are a lot of causes for an accident. For example, recently there has been a navigational accident on a merchant ship. So one is the human factor. That person who is navigating will have an issue. Then there are regulatory factors. What is the working time of that crew? What are the regulations there? Then there are environmental factors. Was he seasick? Was it too cold? So, and there are other organizational factors about timing. Somebody would not have come closed up in time. The same crew would have gone back to their manning that bridge. So all these are there. Now what happens? All these are mapped, and the immediate causes of an accident are put there, and the remote causes are mapped away from that. So from there you get a complete picture, and you will be able to make out the entire chain reaction what has led to the accident. Now, as far as the previous one which I spoke about, HFACs, the founders have identified that the major cause of accidents are human factors. That is how HFACs initially came into being. So from there, then the human factors are classified. So whenever we have an accident, we constitute something called as a board of inquiry. So the board of inquiry follows both the AXIMAP as well as the HFACs. So we don't consider that the human error is the immediate cause of the accident. So we consider that the human error is a symptom. So that human error is like an iceberg. So it is just about 1/3 of the portion which is outside. The major cause of the accident is below, which could be an organizational reason. Health, all of you are aware. I'll just rush through the slides. The physical health, mental and social well-being. These are what we follow there. Okay, and the last part of the presentation we got photographs, so you will not get bored. So here basically I like to just highlight that annual routine checkups. See, what we have is that in Navy, what generally keeps us fit is we have a 6-monthly PT, that is physical physical exercise, physical endurance test. And then we have annual medicals every year. So that annual medicals we have extended to our people, the yard employees. It is freely offered by the Navy. You do a check, and any major issues, then they are referred to an outside hospital. So this has been very effective in keeping our workforce healthy. Mental health, a couple of things, it's all common, most of you would have implemented in your yards. A couple of things I'd like to say, that when an employee retires, a day before he retires, all his benefits are given to him. And any problem with, see what we have realized is that maximum issues with an employee has, which he carries, which can lead to accidents, are related to monetary issues. So we ensure that there is any problem with his pay, other issues, we generally make a point to intervene and sort these issues out. Social stigma, mental health problems, we keep counseling them, we are continuously interacting with them to prevent all these issues. Social well-being, see here, here actually I am born and brought up in Cochin. So in my yard, being a Malayali is very dangerous because people come up with a lot of issues. You know, if you are not a Malayali, then what happens is that, you know, hardly any problems come up, because first what he says you don't understand, and what he is selling that guy also don't understand. So we have, what I'm trying to tell is that is on the lighter side, but I'm trying to explain is that we have a cosmopolitan environment, mainly in the Navy, all the ships, you know, we have people from all parts of the country. So that generally translates into the yard workforce also. So we have a cosmopolitan this thing, and there is no bias anywhere in this yard, in naval dockyards. These are some of these steps coming into the last phase of the presentation. These are some of the steps which we follow. We have various medical camps. CPR is again very important, which I'll request all the yards. Most of you would have implemented. Otherwise, please do this. These are all basic life support procedures. So this CPR, you should have once in 2 months or 3 months, you can call everybody. This dummy can be, you know, you can call somebody to give a demo of CPR. These dummies are available. It's very effective. A lot of steps you have taken, you know, towards women empowerment. Women form a large part of our workforce. We have women now in the Navy, in the ships. So, you know, we have self-defense, mainly to build up their confidence. Women grievance meetings are there. Some of our best employees are women. We have a lot of, we are very busy, but then we find time, you know, to have health walks, various team building exercises, yoga. Generally, we follow the IDY norms. We have a gymnasium in the yard, and which is open for all the personnel. Environment, again, we are very particular. We have been EMS certified. The certification, 19 we got our first certification. Now it is extended up to 27. A lot of green initiatives are there by the yard. We have, you know, we are in the process of converting our NSR into a complete green yard. We go out. We go to the public places, we do Shramdan, we call it Shramdan, basically cleanship drives. And we have a lot of, you know, competitions for promoting environment measures. Then we have LEDs, you know, giving green messages. It's a continuous process. So with that I have finished. Now I've taken less time. So I need extra, I'll request Philip sir to give us extra spares in the next refit.
Thank you, Captain. Since they are leaving, any questions, any quick questions? Okay, so thank you so much. I think we are sitting for a long time. Can everybody rise for 1 minute, and then we will sit again.
We'll use the same pattern. Morning Vijay Kumar sir said, no? What is the rhythm for that, sir? 1, 2, 1, 2, 3. Yes. All of 1, 2, 1, 2, 3. 1, 2, 1, 2, 3. 1, 2, 1, 2, 3. Yes. Thank you. Thank you very much.
Thank you so much, and now I request Sri Durgavara Prasad, DPO from HSL. Please.
Good afternoon, everybody. Are you ready to listen to me? I am from Hindustan Shipyard Limited, oldest shipbuilding industry in India. My presentation is on lessons learned from various incidents and practices, precautions we are following, best or not, you have to say. But as far as best practices being adopted in our shipyard limited. My presentation flows is as shown on the slide. Starting with brief history, shipyard, Hindustan Shipyard was established by the great industrialist and visionary Seth Herachand Walchand Doshi in 1941, before independence. After independence, Government of India has taken over this and incorporated as a Hindustan Shipyard Limited in 1952. After that, 1961, it was nationalized and brought under the control of Ministry of Shipping. Later, it was brought under the control of Ministry of Defense because of strategic requirements. We have 3 subunits: shipbuilding, ship repair, and submarine repairs. Till date, we achieved construction of 200 ships, 218 ships repair, and 5 submarines repair. This is our infrastructure, having a systematic and unidirectional flow for materials workshops, covered building dock. It is the first in India. Then slipways, 3 slipways, then dry dock, then wet basins and outfitting jetty. Our area is almost 242 acres, it is spread. The ongoing projects are diving supporting vessels, 2, and floating dock, and 5 fleet supporting vessels. We are working very hard to complete or deliver these ships on time, and our CMD, Commodore Hemant Khatri, Indian Navy retired, is making our shipyard, marching our shipyard towards getting the status of Mini Navaratna. Coming to core subject. Yes.
Can I give a 2 minutes pause?
Okay.
I request Sri R. Suraj Krishnan, Senior Joint Director, Factories and Boilers, to present our token of gratitude to Sri Captain Lijo Francis and Lieutenant Dhruv Kadwal. Thank you, sir.
Now just I completed a small brief on Hindustan Shipyard. Now moving to core subject. Shipbuilding is involved with multiple risks. All the risks were discussed quite long by our speakers. I am not going to tell. Safe working should be our motto or culture. in spite of doing most of the things, near miss things are happening. As long as the near miss things not converting into the accidents, there will be no issue. If the near miss are identified at early stage and eliminated, that would be the safest shipyard. Fortunately, unfortunately, these near misses are not reported. The near misses should be reported, investigated, and findings should be brought into the control for training purpose, controlling the safety measures and other things. I will show you some of the incidents happened in our shipyard. The first incident is self-explanatory. The wooden blocks are required to be shifted from one place to other place. During the course of shifting, the blocks were dislodged and tilted. If it would have been fallen from the height, it is one of the biggest mishap. The second one is during our rounds, 3 ladies were found cleaning the tank. On investigation, the things were very normal on paper. Work permit was there, confined space safety certificate is there, gas free certificate is there, all the standby person was present and everything was normal. But what went wrong? The standby person and supervisor supposed to be at present near the mouth of the tank was substituted one lady and he was doing some other job. Our DSU is having the moon pool area. They are nothing but sea. One of the worker required to pick up some items from the water. He used the ship's ladder and got down without taking any precautions. He was not wearing the life jacket, he was not having the lifeline, and he was not having even lifebuoy standby. Merely one person was standing top and he was controlling. The fourth one is working on live wires, working on the live pneumatic and hydraulic lines is very dangerous. In the particular case, what happened? The sand blast was going on. That sand was struck at the outlet wall. The helper who was helping the sand blasting was trying to fix without switching off the compressor. Unfortunately, the coupling was disconnected and automatically that block was cleared and all of a sudden the flow of grit was started. Luckily, he was not getting injured. Why these near miss things are happening? It is because of stress, because of urgency, because of pressure. It should not be. I will tell you a case study. We talk about confined spaces, the precautions and safety procedure followed for the confined space. In this particular case, one casing gate is under construction in our shipyard. Some of the workers were employed for painting the tank. These casing gate tanks are very narrow, very, very small they are. And that particular tank was not having even a ladder, proper ladder. They were using one monkey ladder for getting down and coming down. Even though they were following stop and start procedure in the confined space while doing the painting, but the 2 persons were got dizziness and they were not able to come up because of the monkey ladder. It was very Herculean task to bring them up because this was 4 decks below the main deck and moreover very narrow, and persons, the rescue team could not able to enter with basket sets. You can remember Silk Yara Operation Jindagi launched by the India. same it was situation. Persons were there, we couldn't able to save immediately. Their time was there, here time was not there, that's all. Finally, it was ventilated, well ventilated. Then after that, persons were got down and Neil Robertson stretcher was used and they were picked up. Very Hercules task, and full shipyard was woke up and to save them. Soon after that incident, management taken very serious actions. As a safety department, we also, that actions are flashed. Safety audit has been taken. We are taking, every place we have taken. Then massive field safety trainings were carried out. Frequency of rounds have been increased. Enquiry committee was set up. Deployment adequate supervisors. Warning letter to the company. Field safety trainings has been conducted to the newcomers. Safety posters, safety flags were displayed. Safety advisories were issued. Requisite contract clauses were changed. Our CMD himself has visited the site and the patient was well looked after. These are the measures we have taken. You can think how HSL is taking seriousness whenever any incidents are happening. What are the methods we are doing it? We have started day-long program for each and every employee who is working on shipyard. This is nothing but hazards, safety precautions required to be taken in day-to-day work, along with some case studies and some incidents. And every person who is attending these classes are issued with Q cards. Without Q cards, their passes will not be renewed, they will not be allowed to work on board ships. Then EHS induction training is mandatory for everybody. We are publishing the advisories, lessons learned, whatever the policies required to be changed, we are issuing it for every incident. Till date, we have issued 41 advisories, undertaking the comprehensive safety audit. Safety audit means we have one vessel from forward to aft, bottom to top. We are inspecting every compartment for unsafe conditions, unsafe acts, and any abnormalities. That SOP is timely we are modifying it and formalizing the safety permits, work permits. And also we introduced one safety clipping at reception. Whoever is coming to the yard, they have to watch for the 10 minutes and they have to sign the book whether they understand the safety precautions supposed to be followed in the yard or not. And motivation the workmen to follow the safety norms. This is. Our factory inspector has seen our training programs and was quite impressed, and he was given an opportunity to draft a gazette notification for how to enter and work in the confined spaces. And it was issued on 6th July last year. Along with day programs, on completion of everybody, day programs won't be worked out. And we are introduced half-day refreshing courses. To make it more interesting, we have add-on topics like first aid, artificial respiration, happy living, environmental management, safety wellness, behavioral safety. Field safety training, whatever you call as a toolbox talk, but we call it as a field safety training. In almost every work site, we are conducting once in a week. They were training imparted about the day-to-day works, what type of work they are doing, what type of precaution they are supposed to take, and if they are migrated from the other states, and their importance of family, their importance of their presence, and their everything. Okay, these are we taught. And especially this motivation motivating the migrating workers, it is working. And most of them, they are following, and our safety, our statistics on incidents has come down. Vision. As a safety person, we should have one vision. 0 incident and 0 accident. And should be the accident-free shipyard. How do we achieve this? These are the some rules we are following it. Apart from that, one more thing I want to say here. In the kitchen, mother and wife are playing with fire and knife. They are safety officers in the kitchen. Driver running at the speed of 100, he is the safety officer at that moment. The children crossing the road, they know when to look, when to cross. They are safety officers of that situation. Why can't we? Why can't everybody? If everybody become the safety officer, okay, the shipyard will be safe. You keep your safe shipyard always close to your heart, and everything will be safe, and things will take care. Giving this opportunity for CSL, on behalf of HSL, I should be very thankful. And this will be the beginning, and we look forward to more and more about like this conclaves. Thank you very much.
Thank you, Durga Prasad, for 2 things. It was very short and sweet and kept the time. Any questions?
Sir, what is the mechanism?
Pardon? Near miss reporting. For every near miss reporting, actually that's what I said. Okay, most of the near miss reports are not being reported. Okay, first of all, we are encouraging to report everything. Okay, whenever we saw as a rounds, we are noting down. And moreover, every production officer, whenever there is watching, okay, there is a format is there. It will be reported to the safety department. Safety department is investigating, and root causes will be formalized, and that requisite advisory will be issued, and that will be explained in every place in the form of field safety trainings. That so and thing was happened in that area, it should not be happened here. Okay, we are making awareness among all the workers about the near miss incidents. I agree, sir. I agree. Thank you, sir.
Thank you. Sorry.
Sandblasting. It is painting was going on, sir. Sandblasting.
Sandblasting.
Sandblasting, as per it is there, sir. Actually, problem is that it was machine was stopped. I mean, grit was blocked.
My question is, as per rule, whether is it allowed, sandblasting?
No, grit blasting, sir.
Grit blasting?
Yes, sir.
Okay. But you told that
No, that is by mistake. That grit blasting.
Okay. So can you say approximately how much number of near misses accidents were reported in the year 2023?
Sir, near miss incidents are 2 types we are recording.
Total how much number? Just I want to know.
Number, I have some thousands plus, sir.
So
Okay.
Total how many workers are there?
Workers are around 3,500.
3,000. Okay, thank you.
Thank you. I request Sri Sendilnathan from L&D Shipbuilding.
Use collar mic, yeah?
Yeah.
green light not there, charge not there, I think. No, we use the van mic. Charge might have gone, I think. No issue, no issue. Good afternoon to all. Lessons learned from major incidents, mostly not from India, global accidents I took. So, most of the major accidents in shipyard is fire and explosion. So, but without heat, you cannot build a ship and we cannot repair a ship. It is part and parcel of a shipyard. So, what precautions are to be taken to prevent such incidents? I will use this opportunity, okay? So, what are all the major activities causing fire and explosion? Before going into detail, I want to know what is explosion. Can anybody define? Every day we are using the term explosion, explosion. What is explosion? Okay. Release of pressure, okay. Actually, during the fire, shock waves are produced. If the velocity of the shock waves are more than sound velocity, that is 330 meters per second, it is called explosion. The speed is less than 330 meters per second, it is called deflagration. Colloquially, we call flash fire. So, what is happening in the shipyard is not always explosion. It may be deflagration. If it is explosion, there will be a structural damage, and when you are collecting a victim, he will be in pieces of fleshes, not the whole body. So most of the time it is flash fire or deflagration, and sometimes it is explosion. Just for info, this is a classic definition as per NFPA for explosion. Spray painting, the major hazard in the shipyard, because he is living in the explosive atmosphere. He is applying paint in the confined space. It's a time bomb. It's ticking. When it gets a spark, it will explode. But it is not taken so seriously in most of the workplaces. We'll go through later what are all the precautions to be taken. Then residual oil and sludge. Residual oil and sludge means we are thinking in tons. It's not required. Again, in the consequent slides, I will explain how much is required to explode a tank. Oil vapor near vent heads. In repair ships are more dangerous than the new building. So, repair ships, people have attempted hot work near the vent pipes. It led to explosion. One major accident in Singapore is some 76 people died in an accident. Okay? In one ship, oil tanker, when they cut the vent head, 76 people died. That is the worst industrial accident in Singapore actually. So, whenever repair ships comes, we put at least signboard. Explosive hazard, no hot work within 5 meters of this vicinity. We have to do some precautions. Chemical cleaning, again it happened when they do the boiler tubes cleaning those days. It resulted in explosion. At least 8-9 people died in each incident. Contaminated ballast water and contaminated insulation material. Again, I will come back in the next slide. Battery room. Okay, there was major explosions in the battery room. Even recently you might have heard in submarines also. So during charging and discharging, hydrogen gases will be liberated. We all know hydrogen is the highly explosive material. So it will cause a serious explosion. So atomized oil of pipelines at pressure, including hydraulic oil. All used to think hydraulic oil is having the high flash point. Normally 350 degree, isn't it? 350 and above. So we all think it is very safe. But in 1994 September, the British Petroleum ship actually, they are the topmost people in observing safety actually. So in the steering gear compartment, when they attempted one support welding, the hydraulic oil line already charged at full pressure. Whether the welder touched the tube or there was some pinhole, we don't know. The hydraulic oil got atomized in the steering gear. and it resulted in the serious explosion. There also 7-8 people died. Whoever in the compartment died actually. So in case of hot work close to the hydraulic line, the hydraulic power pack fuses are to be removed and depressurized. So we have a permit to work system for that also. In developed shipyards, they have it. Then gas leakage and accumulation of gases from gasketing tools. Several accidents. Every year 1 or 2 globally happening. He leave the cutting torch there for lunch break, it slightly leaking and getting accumulated, and then after the break they come and try to ignite the torch, it lead to explosion. Every year it is happening in the shipyard. So here also the foreign yards, they have a good practice when connecting to manifold or gas torch, the gas manifold to the gas torch, there will be a one short piece in between the manifold and his gas torch. So every break while he is going, the gas cutter has to remove that short piece with the quick release coupling. He has to carry with him. If he fail, he will be terminated after the lunch from the job. That is how they are managing 20,000 workers without accident. But here we say the people will run away, I cannot get the contractor, then we cannot improve. Okay. I told about contaminated insulation and ballast tank. When repair ships comes, they, in the repair spec they call the cargo tank, we have a crack, we have to repair it. So always be careful. If there is a crack means that cargo leaked into the ballast tank. So ballast tank also got contaminated. So in one case it is a naphtha carrier. So naphtha leaked into the ballast tank. The ship arrived in the evening 6 o'clock, it was docked. Then the services guy was asked to pump out the ballast water. So he put the pump, it was running for 1 hour. By the time the water got stirred and whatever the contaminated naphtha became vapors, so the pump got dripped. For that purpose he took the normal light and went inside to see what happened, and it exploded. Just opposite to the shipyard I am staying. Around 8 o'clock I am taking bath. I still remember the sound of kilometer away. But by hearing the sound, almost my heart came out of the mouth. That is the vibration and effect after half kilometer. Okay. So whenever there is a crack in cargo tank, the adjacent ballast tank to be treated as a cargo tank. And while pumping out water, cleaning, we have to take the precaution as cargo tank, oil tank or naphtha tank. The picture what you are seeing is an LNG carrier. This accident happened in Korean shipyard somewhere in 93. The ship name is Mundo Gas Energy. It went on major repair work in a Korean yard. And here also the LNG tank, there was a minor crack. They want to grind and build up the weld. Okay. So he was grinding for half an hour. Nothing happened. But after half an hour, this is the condition of the ship. So through the crack, the LNG seeped into the insulation material. So insulation, those days we have perlite powder. Nowadays we have PU, okay, polyurethane. So it contained that. So when he is applying heat for half an hour, 1 hour, then that gave the adequate heat to generate the LNG gas into the compartment. And after some time only it exploded. Why I am insisting this is, I started the work, nothing after 1 hour only it happened. The reason is, we all know what is LEL, UL, right now? Upper limit, upper flammable limit or upper explosive limit, lower flammable or lower explosive limit. For hydrocarbons, the lower flammable limit is 1% by volume. So if the tank is, for example, 100 meter cube, you need 1 meter cube of LNG vapor, otherwise it will not catch fire. It is called lean mixture. So it took half an hour for him to grind and generate that 1%, then it exploded, and this is the condition. So whenever there is a crack, we have to remove the insulation on the other side, and we have to look for any seepage. to some at least 500 mm surrounding of the hot work, then only we should allow the hot work. This is the lesson to be learned. Then this vessel was towed to Singapore. I was in charge for this vessel renewal actually. This is a spray painting. Again, they painted the tank. They provided the ventilation fan. It was running. After some time, power went on, power failure. And after immediately power came, but this machine manually should be restarted. But nobody started the blower, no standby man. So the paint not got cured because of the low temperature and humidity there in that country. So when next day morning they started hot work without gas monitoring, it resulted in the explosion. But there are so many explosions in a shipyard. Another reason is people not using the explosion proof light. In confined space, spray painting, only zone 0 torch lights are to be used. That is the practice. And spray painters, it is the right practice to wear the fire retardant coveralls. Nowadays it is cheap, 3,000 rupees the coverall. Some time back it was 10,000 rupees. Nowadays it is 3,000. Even Aditya Birla, Indian company started to produce. Earlier only DuPont was supplying. Now Indian companies started to supply at the same quality of the imported coveralls. So never allow the normal naked lights for painting in confined spaces. This is another example of building up the gas above the lower explosive limit. One ship came for repair and it's a crude oil tanker, VLCC, very large crude carrier. They have a cow machine, crude oil washing system. So it washed well. Finally with hot water also they wash. The tank is quite clean. Then anchorage petroleum inspector checked and allowed the port entry. Then after entering, all inspected from the bottom, 30-meter height ship. So his torchlight got no power. So again petroleum inspector also approved it because the tank was very dry actually. But they want to cut some access opening in the top, 1 meter by 1.5 meter. So that they lower some items inside for repair works. So he also cutting around 2 hours. He was doing gasketing. After 2 hours, the tank exploded. The vessel name is Indiana, the tanker, in 1992. Everybody died in the tank, 8 people. The blower weighing 1 ton capacity, 1 ton weight, was thrown out about 30-40 meters and then fell down. After hearing the sound, some people are sliding through the mooring rope. You see the panic stage. But luckily other people didn't die, but the way people evacuated from the vessel, there may be some more casualty. But luckily it didn't happen. So when they investigated, they found in such a big tank, the tanks may be of the size 60 meter by 30 meter by 30 meter, such a big tank. When they investigated, the underdeck we have the longy, L shape. So that is the shadow area of the cow machine, exactly where he cut. The cow machine is like this, then come like this and washes. Finally some degrees, close to 5 degrees from the cow machine will not get cleaned actually. Manually we should have erected scaffold and clean. Only that portion was having some sludge settled in the underdeck longy. That was getting heated up for 2 hours. It generated the gas, it led to explosion. Come again? That is what I want to insist. If you heat up 20 kg of sludge, it will generate vapor of 1% only we need by volume. So that will generate. But it took that 2 hours to develop that thing. So there are some cases in oil tankers when they are carrying out everything clean, people carrying out the hot work. The owner operated some valves of the pipelines, cargo pipelines. The residual vapor in the cargo pipelines discharged in the compartment resulted in fire and explosion. So that's why when tankers comes for repair, the valves are operated by hydraulic system. So power pack unit fuse will be removed and kept by the captain or chief officer. So he has to approve permission from us if he has to energize again. If he energize the power pack, we cancel all the hot work in the tanks. After we operate, we check all the tanks, then issue the hot work. Okay, I don't want to go much. These are all you all know. Atomized oil in the pipeline, I talked about it, hydraulic line. In this case, it was 188 degrees centigrade. So it happened in 1994, not in September, 8th February. Sorry. Okay, this is what I want to insist here. When the oxygen level is 20.9% by volume in the atmosphere, if there is 1% of hydrocarbon vapor reaches, it will explode. Then up to 10% only it will explode. If it is more than 10%, again spark is there, it will not explode. It is a rich mixture. So our ventilation, when it is getting diluted, when it falls flow 10%, then there will be an explosion if there is a source of ignition. So that's why this graph, please read through only this portion. This is true only when the atmospheric oxygen is 20.9. If it is 23%, even at 0.3% it will explode. This LFL will change based on the percentage of oxygen. If there is oxygen enriched area, for example, one person was standing in the sea chest doing some gasketing. He was feeling very sheltery, so he opened his oxygen and cleaned the body for a few minutes. Then he got fire and died. So there are numerous, I can say hundreds of fatalities in my mind, but the time is only 20 minutes, so I wind up this. So please go back and study what is the LFL and UFL, then you will know the hazard of carrying out the work without proper cleaning of the bunker tanks or cargo tanks. It should be cleaned thoroughly. So by conclusion, shipbuilding and ship repair is bound to have serious fire and explosion hazard. We are having numerous case studies and lessons learned from the faults of others. So as Confucius told, there are 3 methods of learning. We may learn by wisdom, first by reflection, this is the noblest, second by imitation, which is easiest, and third by experience, which is bitterest. But we have the second option. Countries having a lot of, like Korea, Singapore, Dubai, Europe, have a lot of accidents, hundreds of shipyard accidents. So we can learn from them and we can implement and prevent all our accidents. So let us enforce such control measures and prevent all losses and build our nation in a safe and healthy manner. Thank you very much.
Thank you, Sindil. Any quick questions?
Yes, sir. Sir, that's why in the repair spec, normally if you read, they will say, this cargo tank have the crack in the bottom. Repair, definitely they might have mentioned. So after reading the repair spec itself, we should assume that ballast tanks, adjacent ballast tanks are contaminated and we have to treat them as a cargo tank. While cleaning, you have explosion-proof lights. Pumping out, use the explosion-proof lights. And then clean it. If required, call PESO or then actually should call PESO as per the legal requirements.
So in any case, the tanks nearest to the around this one considered as dangerous as the other
correct.
Ones. Correct.
If the repair spec say there is a crack.
Okay, sir. Thank you.
Thank you.
Thank you. And now I request Rupesh, DGM Safety from GSL to have the presentation.
Good afternoon, everyone. First of all, I would like to thank Cochin Shipyard for arranging this HSE Enclave, where we got the opportunity to at least discuss the best practices as well as the difficulties faced in Indian shipbuilding industry. So coming back to the presentation of the slide, the journey of Goa Shipyard Limited started in 1957 under the Portuguese rule, and after Goa liberation later in 1967 as a public sector unit under Ministry of Defense. Initially, we used to build barges and later to advance vessels for Indian Navy and Indian Coast Guard. So basically these are our main areas of operation. We have built naval OPVs, Coast Guard, fast attack craft, indigenous marine equipment, auxiliary vessel, simulator, FICB, that is fast interceptor boats. Export orders also we had. And we are also into repair and refit. Initially we're constructing the frigates. GSL has increased its shipbuilding and repair capacity due to modernization and presently building warship for that is frigates for Indian Navy. We are aware that safety plays an important role for the growth of any industry and the people working in it. At GSL, we have this integrated management system that is ISO 14001, ISO 45001 and ISO 9001 in place. Then coming back directly towards the best safety practices, what we are having, since we are short of time, we'll just go to the best practices. We have safety film for visitors. Like earlier, HSL has also told, like at main entrance near the reception, we played around 8 to 10 minutes movie on safety. What are the precautions to be taken while at GSL inside the working operation area, that is in Hindi as well as in English. What we should carry, we should not carry. What are the PPs are required while we are inside GSL. So those we are informing them so that necessary precaution can be taken. And we have found a result that whenever people are entering, they will be walking within the yellow lines. They will be wearing the safety PPEs and all. Second, we have the formation of CAPS team, that is a change agent for productivity, safety and health. It is a mixture of officers, supervisors and employees. They have undergone training program at Central Labour Institute, Mumbai, plus advanced training program inside GSL through external agencies. And they are our eye-opener, or we can tell that there are safety persons who are working in different areas. And they'll be ensuring safety at that workplace, also reporting if any untoward unsafe conditions are there, unsafe act are being carried out. Then the 100% compliance towards statutory requirements, work permits and use of PPE. Use of PPE is that like whenever safety people, safety team, this CAPS team or the top management or anyone who are inside the yard, they'll talk regarding the use of PPE, and we have seen a drastic change that I can tell 100% use of PPE has been complied now. Then the best way to create awareness is the display of safety poster. We have display of safety poster message inside the yard for safety awareness. Then safety awareness through safety training program, safety toolbox talk. In this, the team or the respective supervisors or the employees, turn by turn, they will be giving the safety toolbox talk. And whatever incident had happened on the previous day, they'll be briefing them or informing about that so that necessary precaution can be taken. And in that also we have seen that incident has been reduced. Then we have this monthly safety committee meeting been held every month, and in that responsibility be given to the safety committee members to ensure that that work is being completed of that respective section. Then we do have meeting with the contractors or contract employees regarding safety as and when required. Then these are some of the photos which were taken. These are the movies which have been clipped. Then whatever new ideas are there, we have suggestion boxes all over the yard, and that is being checked every 15 days. We check those any suggestions are there. So whatever suggestions are there, that we try to comply within 15 days or 30 days, depending on the financial or any implications are there. Based on that, we try to complete it. Then since we were under modernization, vehicles used to come inside the yard and sometimes used to cross 20 kilometer speed. So that also we started monitoring it, and the speedometer was brought. So that also has reduced number of near misses. Then, as I told that we have already a CAPS team, that is change agent for productivity, safety and health team. They are being motivated to take training program for our employees as well as contract employees. Then we safety toolbox talk and job trainings are being done at shop floor at regular interval. Then these are the safety committee meetings which we have every month, and safety message displayed at various locations. Regarding medical, we have medical center which is 24/7, and different health checkups are being done, medical schema, the in-house laboratory we have. So these are basically medical camps are being organized, counseling services are being done. Then the medical benefits for employees, supervisors and officers, plus the people who are retired, as well as we have CSF staff and contract employees, the medical benefits and medical schemes are there for them also. So then coming back to what was the outcome, we have seen that increase of safety awareness was there in after the training program, after the toolbox talk which we have conducted. Incident near misses, hazard if any identified are reported at earliest. Now what we have done, like earlier also it was mentioned regarding this near miss incident. So initially we also, some people never used to report the near misses. So what we are doing, like we are just going and talking with the employees, we are going to talking with the contractors and just discussing what was happened yesterday. So one or the other people that this was happened. So directly we take that point and we try to resolve it. Plus we have made a board boxes near the canteen and at a main center point where punching is done. So if anyone if any near miss is there, he'll report, he'll fill the form, he'll just drop it there. So by that also, like we come to know yesterday there was a day before yesterday or yesterday there was any near misses, so we take necessary action on that. Then we have seen that due to awareness, there was a lot of reduction of incident or accident we can call it. And now the new method what we have done, any small incident, might be it is a small cut or any minor injury, whoever will go to the medical center, same day a mail or a notice will come to the concerned safety people, HR people, that XYZ person has met with us in accident and this medical treatment was done. Then we'll do the investigation, we'll call that person, we'll discuss with him what things has gone wrong, we'll try to understand what was the things he should have done so that this incident doesn't happen. Then again do the toolbox talk next day with the same group of people and inform them what was happened and what he should not, or things should not have been done. So that we are doing that. Then we have got a higher performance and greater work participation because of the awareness. As much as we are with the inside the yard or talking with the employees or the workers or the contract employees, we try to get more information of unsafe act, unsafe condition, what we have seen, and the things goes in right way, and we try to clear it. That's also. Thank you.
Thank you, Sri Rubesh. Any more questions? Any questions? Okay, thank you. Now we go to Sri Naushad, DGM MDL.
I won't be taking the slides.
You're taking? Okay.
Let it. It's okay. It's okay. Good evening, ladies and gentlemen. So from morning we have transited to afternoon, and from afternoon, perhaps I'm the last speaker. I'm saying good evening to all of you. So it's very tiresome to sit in one place doing just nothing, just to listen. And now you have no option just to face the music. Okay, myself, my name is Naushad Chanchek. I am working as a DGM in Mazgaon Shipbuilders Limited. Just yesterday, 8th of May, we have celebrated 250th birthday of our company. So it's a long, wonderful legacy and long historical events that have taken place in Mazgaon Limited. One more good news is that in the year 1995, perhaps about 30 years back, I have started my career in Cochin Shipyard as a marine engineer. I have worked in Japanese shipping company Mitsui OSK Lines, and those days it was very challenging and it was very like macho-like thing to work in dangerous cargo vessels. So I have taken up that issue, and I have worked in all dangerous cargo vessels like VLCCs, gas carriers, chemical tankers. And the side effect or the main effect was that I earned a lot of money in that dangerous cargo while sailing. Then I worked in Cochin Shipyard for 4 years as a ship repair manager. Because of the health issue of my wife or this thing, so I have to leave Cochin Shipyard and I joined MDL. For 11 to 12 years, I have worked in submarines. In submarines, there is a very challenging role of safety. Like without any apparent reason, accidents can happen in submarine. If you are looking back in the history, there is only one incident where a submarine deliberately took aim at the other submarine and shot it down. After 150 years of active services of submarines, there is only one incident in entire history that one submarine has taken aim on the other submarine and hit it with the torpedo deliberately. Rest all the accidents were all by itself. And most of the submarine accidents take place in the port. So just I'd like to highlight you about one submarine incident. In our submarine, there is a battery room pit. Like the bottom half of the submarine, we are loading with the battery. So about 180 batteries that are very quite heavy. Ideally, the weight of the submarine should be, or rather I would say, the CG of the submarine should be in the bottom line, where the keel is there, ideally. But in order to maintain that CG lower half, we load all the battery in the lower part of the submarine, and it is very like it's a live bomb. So to prevent, just now what sir had told about that triangle and flammability, upper flammable limit, lower flammable limit. So what we do in order to prevent the chances of igniting spark or spreading the flame or starting the fire, we chilled it with very cold air. Like we refrigerate the air in the battery room compartment and we pump in nitrogen or inert gas so that even if you deliberately put a lighter inside, that spark will go off on its own. This is the way we are working out. Well, like most of my what presentation I had prepared, it's already been covered with more or less by somebody or else. So I need not repeat it again. It will be otherwise it will be Control C, Control V. So like first of all, I'd like to start with any questions if you would like to ask me, and then I will say whatever the best practices we are following in MDL that is different from other yards. Any questions from your side, gentlemen? Yeah, please. Please come up. No, like it won't be fun. Okay, fine. See, as I was working in the submarine, like in the entire 30 years of my service, I have worked in only shipyards, ships, and submarines. So besides this thing, I don't know anything else. This is my core competency and core vocation also. Like while I was working in submarine in the hull and engineering department, so as a marine engineer, it is my habit that I work with my own hands. So whether it is been engine or pump or hull work or anything, so I take a team and then I used to do the work ourselves with the team. So whether it is a ballast tank or whether it is a cutting of the coaming or penetrations or this thing. So once like we were working in the holiday, the late night, that time marking tube, it was a very bit heavy and very sharp. So it fell down and a near miss occurred. Had the worker did not remove his hand from the below, his limbs would have perhaps been gone. So that 2 nights, I didn't have sleep. Then I tried to figure out like what best can be done and how it can be eliminated. So I discussed that this is whatever equipment we are having presently, we have taken the submarine construction technology from our French counterpart DCNS. So I discussed with my boss like this device or this machinery or equipment what we are working with is quite primitive and it can lead to accidents. So my boss said that, so try to take few more people with yourself and try to minimize the accident. I asked him that instead of if I'm designing a new machine so that it will be foolproof and it will be used for the rest of our life. So he didn't encourage me. So actually then after our working hours, I generated few things from the scrap and then constructed my own machinery. And then using that machinery, I cut the coaming very successfully. And for that, I was awarded a patent also. The patent was for, yeah, thank you. So eventually that encouraged me, and further I patented 4 more machineries, what I have invented myself, and it is in the name of the Mazagon Dock Limited. And I furthermore, another 2 or 3 are in pipeline. In days to come, I'll be patenting that also. Actually, since I have started my career in Cochin Shipyard, so Cochin Shipyard was my seniors, those who were there. They taught me like how the Japanese cultures are there. I was very impressed with the Japanese culture, and whatever I have learned here, I tried to inculcate in myself, in my daily habits, in my workplace, and with my colleagues. Then eventually I joined Mitsui OSK Line, and there, whatever the culture is there, that got further reinforced. And the same practices I'm adopting and using in my present workplace, Mazagon Dock Limited. And it's quite helpful, like if you are having a good track record. I'll be proud to say that during my last couple of years of working in MDL, there were quite a few near-miss accidents and no major accidents wherever I was working. And then like and I have seen the deficiencies. I have approached the management, and then I trained around 6,000 to 7,000 workers, like on all the topics, whichever was dangerous, and then made them aware. The name of the program there was Soch Badlo. So like from permanent employees to the fixed time employees, all the employees, I have taken them in confidence, and then inculcated the habit of safe environment, safe working practices. I have changed their attitude, their behavior, and now their competency also. On the health front, Mazagon Dock Limited is doing annual medical checkup for all our employees. This will help to identify any health issues that are coming up and to take properly on-time treatment. In Bombay, it's very, very congested and very hectic life schedule. So every year we are doing the medical test, and then based on the test, we are doing the remedial actions and treatment also. We are tied up with more than 40 super specialty hospitals. So if any advanced treatment is required, we are already giving them the treatment. Besides this thing, we are conducting various camps in our Mazagon Dock premises, and apart from the premises in the resort-like places, to bring awareness and to create the awareness that health is wealth. Now, the smoking side in MDL has reduced drastically, and consumption of alcohol is also reduced drastically, but only now our threat and challenge is the consumption of gutka and chewing of tobacco, and third thing is the smartphone mobile. That is a bit of threat. We'll try to curb that also. Whichever yard in India or outside, wherever we visit, we try to copy their culture, and people, those who have come to our yard, if they give any suggestion, we try to implement that thing to make it a zero accident shipyard. And safety is given the first priority, even though if the project gets at the cost of the project also, if it is getting delayed, we can tolerate that delay, but not the accidents. Most of the technical manuals or ISO manuals are either copied from some or the other sources, or it is made by the consultant. Here, whatever HSE manuals we have made it, we have asked the user to define his work and ask him to make the manual. We have drafted the manual ourselves, and whatever we have written, we follow it, and whatever we follow, it is already written. So no matter, whenever the auditor comes, we are very happy, internal auditor or external auditor. We are happy, very happy that if he is giving us an NC, Like those things which we usually ignore or we think that it is a safe, we take into consideration and we'll try to improve it. We never try to hide any of the information from the auditors. In fact, we encourage him to go through all the departments in a very great depth. So any deficiency or lacunas that will be faced or pointed out to us, we rectify as soon as possible. Perhaps that is the only reason, like in the morning session, sir was telling, like our company got listed at Bombay Stock Exchange and National Stock Exchange. And within a period of 1 hour, 1 year or less, our share price got doubled. And then, like initially, it was somewhere around 200 or so. But within a couple of years, it has crossed even 2,300 or so. So that is the confidence of the investors in our shipyard. In years to come, our company will be definitely growing, and we are in the coming years or in the coming months, we are getting an order of another 3 conventional submarines also. Okay, any questions from your side? Like we are having a deficiency of time. Any questions from your side, sir? Yes, sir.
No, as normal, I would like to know how effective is your incident and near-miss reporting system?
Yeah. See, whenever we are working in a team. So if there is any accident, it will be reported to our safety department. Then investigation, as usual, it will be carried out. If any near misses are there, the team members, those who are reporting, will be rewarded, will be encouraged, and then that circulars will be issued and it will be circulated to all our other departments so that it will not be repeated. And then we will take care that to mitigate that risk, whatever risk is there.
That's okay, but my question actually, do you feel that most of the near misses are reported?
Yeah, as far as possible, like say 60 to 70% near misses are reported. Maybe 30-40% it won't come to us. Like people usually think that why to unnecessarily jump into the paperwork and all the litigations, let it be. It is not a major one. So maybe 30 to 40% is unreported. I think so. Okay, ladies and gentlemen, any other questions from your side? Okay, thank you very much. Bye. Yeah, once again. Yeah, ma'am.
Sir, do you have any online system for the EHS? Like, what is the system that you are using?
Online system for?
EHS, Employee Health and Safety Management.
No, there is no such thing as online, like for health and this thing, safety. We are trying to keep our employees, workers, subcontractors or officers in healthy condition. So like a lot of liberty we are giving them. Now, for example, even though these incidents may not be a part of directly health and safety, like in Mumbai, on an average, in Mumbai, people travel about 30 to 40 kilometers on an average to come to the workplace and go. And then there are torrential rains during the monsoon. So eventually, sometimes the train do get late. We are providing a buffer time, like if he is punching in late, also we are tolerating. And if the delay is too much, that half day or number of hours is condoned also. So we are never pressurizing our employees to reach there on time, or his salary will be deducted, or he will be masked absent. So a lot of liberties we are giving them.
Sir, you are having SAP in MDL.
Yeah.
So you're using the SAP module, that is what I was
Yeah, different modules like finance module, production module, all the modules we are using. And because of that thing, we are wastage of paper is eliminated a lot. And then like whatever works order we are issuing, it is there on the online, so anybody can see it anytime, and it is with a date and time.
Thank you, sir.
Yeah. Thank you very much. Thank you.
Thank you, Naushad. So it was a very long section, but the key theme, the Samsraya coming together association, the exchange of good practices. See, the beauty of the section was we have a safety veteran Ranjan sir from DSS Plus. We have the presentation from Cochin Shipyard. we were having the presentation from Indian Navy, L&D Shipbuilding was there, HSL was there, GSL was there, MDL was there. So all the shipyards actually come up with the practices, the need for training, everything. So I started with Ranjan sir. So one first statement, accidents are happening only when SOPs are violated. So I think the requirement of SOP, because many area there may not be a written SOP. So first thing, SOP should be there and it should not be violated. And he said safety is always a possibility versus probability, which means risk is always there, risk is never zero. And the lesson learned from incidents in other yards also should be practiced. Don't wait till something happens to include those items. Then we were having Ashoka and Pradeep. They presented how a big project like ISE, it took so many years, so many employees, up to 8,000 plus people were there in the last final phase. So many people are working, and how there was not a single fatal accident. The safety was very good, and so presenting that actually took a little more time. Being a big project, let us go with that. Then actually from Indian Navy, Captain Lijo was here. So how the NSRY is coming up with new training, new technology, the initiatives in social and public area, everything he explained actually. One thing he mentioned that the new kind of safety system, AI camera, which capture and match with their database, that was the new implementation by him. And Sri Durgavara Prasad, so he shown the photographs and Moonpool area, the not sun blasting, the blasting port they were connecting without switching off. So it says many small things, but it can create in a very big accidents. Then Sri Sendil Nathan, actually that was a new area where normal shipyard, normally ballast tank means ship repair feel very safe. But when there is a crack adjacent to a fuel tank or the other kind of tanks, then actually even if it is a ballast tank, that also needs to be treated and taken care while doing any hot work. Also he come up when there is a above upper limit and below. So it is not that if we are doing some hot work initially, there may not be an explosion or something, but it can come after some time also. Spray painting also he was telling. And Sri Rubesh, DGM Safety, GSL. So the vision statement, the training program, the safety initiative, the poster, the other speed control, so many safety measures were mentioned. And finally, Naushad, he explained how, because many of may not have the experience in submarines, he got his experience in the submarines also. So I thank everybody who participated and also who actively participated from the audience also. Let's move this Samsraya much more in the HSE area. Thank you.
As we conclude our session, I would like to invite Sri Suraj R. Krishnan, Senior Joint Director, Factories and Boilers Department, to give a token of appreciation to our speakers, Sri Durgavara Prasad, DPO Safety HSL, Sri Rupesh Kumpetar, DGM Safety GSL, and Sri Naushad Chand Sheikh, DGM MDL. Thank you, sir. Thank you once again to our moderator and speakers for an engaging and insightful session. Let's now take a brief break for tea before the next segment of our conclave.
Abhilash. Hello. Hello. Abhilash, please come forward. Manav, please join. Manav, please join.
Hello. Tea and snacks are arranged on both sides of back of the hall. Let's have our tea and reconvene in 10 minutes. That's by 4:30 p.m.
Excuse me. Dear delegates, we have to leave by 5 o'clock itself. Otherwise, the metro ride will not going to happen. It's already half an hour late now. It's already half an hour late. So please have the tea and come back within 10 minutes. We have to start the next session by 4:30 itself.
Yes, sir. Ask them to take tea while.
Yeah.
What is the problem?
Yeah, that is one suggestion come. So please take the tea and come to your respective seats, please.
Yeah.
Then we can start the session immediately.
Yeah, we can start now. We can assemble the team there now.
Yeah, that's a good suggestion. There's one more session, the academia session. We have to encourage the young budding engineers. So definitely we have to support them. Please take the tea and come back to your seats immediately. Hello, check. KMEA, TOCH, and QSAT. The team from KMEA, TOCH, and QSAT, please come forward and take your seats on the stage. We have to start the session immediately. We don't want to waste your time. Please take your tea from the counters and come back to your seats. We have to leave by 5 o'clock. We are already late by half an hour. Tokech, who is coming from the Tokech? Yeah, please come. How many of, in this room, how many of you are coming for a metro ride? Please raise your hands. We have booked, please raise your hands. We have booked 2 metro boards. 100 seats are available. 100 seats are available. So please come. We are inviting everyone to join this metro ride. It's a very good experience. That metro boat is built by Cochin Shipyard Limited. And you can, through that metro boat, you can enjoy the backwaters of Kerala. Once you've taken the tea, please come back to your seats, please. So shall we start the final session today? Shall we start? Shall we start? Ready? Yes. MC? Where is MC? MC is not here. Start. We can start.
Hi all. Hi all, welcome back. Our learning continues with presentations from invited academia. Let's hear from Sri Vivek VP from QSAT, Cochin University of Science and Technology, regarding recent trends in HSE.
Good afternoon, everybody. My name is Vivek. I am an MTech HSC student, second year from the Cochin University of Science and Technology.
I would like to introduce just about the department. It's a division of safety and fire engineering in School of Engineering, Cochin University of Science and Technology. The overview of the presentation will be introduction about the department, few achievements of the division, and selected student projects which are about few latest safety aspects and some professional activities and recent developments in the field of HSE which the department is conducting. To introduce the department, the Division of Safety and Fire Engineering was started in Cochin University of Science and Technology with a BTech program in Safety and Fire Engineering in the year 1996. And in the year 2014, the division started MTech program in Industrial Safety. The programs offered by the division have wide acceptance across the globe, and I am sure there are alumni of the department working in the most industries in the country. And within this hall itself, we have a number of alumni who are from the Cochin University of Science and Technology and are excelling in the areas of health, safety and environment. The programs offered are BTech Safety and Fire Engineering, which had an intake of 30 and was later enhanced to 60 in the year 2012. And there is an MTech Industrial Safety program with an intake of 18 students. Apart from that, the division is also doing PhD programs in different areas with respect to the safety and fire engineering. To name a few achievements of the department, I will not take much time in this. Our BTech and MTech programs are accredited by the BCSP, the Board of Certified Safety Professionals USA. The BTech program is accredited as a Tier 1 program by the National Board of Accreditation. In fact, our MTech program also is in the accreditation process and we would be getting it soon. The accreditation process in a Tier 1 status enables us to design own curriculum and conduct courses. The division has also conducted around 30 PhDs have been produced in the department. In the last 3 years itself, we have 12 PhDs. A number of publications in very high impact factor journals have been published by the students and the faculty of the department. To name the latest achievement, around 15 abstracts submitted from the students of the department have been accepted for presentation at the Mary Kay Honor Process Safety Center, Texas A&M University, USA for October 2024. I'll just, the placement statistics of the department have also been quite impressive with around 94% in the BTech and 100% in the BTech, with most students getting multiple offers. With some major recruiters include the coveted national oil companies in the country and the leading private MNCs in the country. I'll just go through the few select student projects. The first is an application of machine learning applications in risk assessment of MH industries. So what we have done here is that 3 aspects of the risk assessment have been considered. That is estimation of the frequency and estimation of the consequences, and then there is an environmental aspect. For the frequency estimation, in our conventional risk assessment, quantitative risk assessment which we are doing, we are calculating the individual risk profile with respect to an individual risk profile at a point. So the conventional studies, what we are doing is that we are referring to the existing literature and we are using those values for calculating the individual risk at a point. And these values are crisp values from the literature, and there are a lot of inherent assumptions in those values. So in a machine learning approach, what we are doing is that we are considering, instead of relying on a crisp value, we are using the mean, standard deviation, maximum and minima of that particular value. With that, we are developing data sets. With those data sets, we are using a causal factor analysis, using fault tree analysis or any similar analysis. And then for that particular case, we are able to estimate the frequency of that event happening using machine learning. Multiple algorithms have been utilized, and the comparative accuracy between the algorithms have been done. Of course, these are computationally challenging with respect to a particular case study, but once we have developed for a particular case, extending it for new scenarios is quite easier. And over the period of time, when we get real-time data about the processes, we would be able to do much more realistic answers. And as far as the consequence prediction model is concerned, what we are doing is that we are generating a consequence model data set using existing softwares. Say in the particular project which was done, we have done hydrogen modeling using HiRAM Plus, and it can be extended for other models also. So once the model is developed and tuned for the lot of input parameters, we can actually predict those values without the help of the software. In this case, we have done it for the thermal radiation distance for a first degree burn. So this can be extended based on the inputs which we give to other scenarios also. Similarly, for the environmental aspects, we have done an air quality model prediction. This was done by using the Central Pollution Control Database, which has a air quality index for air quality values for the different parameters which go into the AQI prediction. So based on these predictions, again, we are running a model which can predict the AQI for the future based on the historical data averages. Sir? Sir, in this case, as far as AQI's prediction, we are not using dispersional modeling. What we are doing is that the historical trend data for the, say, at a particular location which I have selected, I have the data of the different 12 parameters which go into AQI prediction for a historical days, say for 3 years, 4 years. When the machine learning model knows that, based on that historical trend, we can predict. Say, I have the data for yesterday, I can predict today's AQI for that day. And another project which was done was the real-time safety harness monitoring system for work at height. Work at height forms a major part of the work which is being done in the industry, especially in the shipyards. So it is an IoT-based system which works on the monitoring the status of the harness, and it detects the workers working at site using an RFID tag, and we can verify whether the worker is working at height or not using an altimeter sensor. And if the height is detected, the system activates and tracks the location of the particular worker, and the hook status of the particular worker is monitored, and we can verify whether the worker is in a safe position or not. If he has fallen down or not, we can get alerts using that. So the system, what it basically does is that we verify whether a worker is entered using an RFID tag. Mostly it is the access cards. Then we verify whether he is working at height. That is a height of 1.8 meter and above we are considering here. It can be modified as per the relevant standards at that point. And the particular location of the worker is tagged, that is using the GPS sensor. And then we have an accelerometer system which monitors whether the worker has attached his particular safety harness to a scaffold or not. Again, we can set our custom heights if required to ensure whether that particular height is maintained or not. And then all this data goes to a web-based management server. The moment any of these parameters is not met, that is the hook is not connected, it is not attached to a safe, and there is a sudden change in the altitude, that signifies that there is a fall. Suddenly if the altitude of the person comes down. So based on those things, we can get an alert in the web server, which will target to the exact pinpoint location of the worker, plus the supervisor who is monitoring the set of workers who are doing this job. Of course, I understand the scale at which it is being done at the industry is quite huge, but with modifications, maybe this could be of use. Another project which was done is the development of an accident prediction model using machine learning algorithm for an offshore. Sir, what is being done is that in an accelerometer we can see whether there is an X direction movement, Y direction movement or Z direction movement. We are considering a Z direction, only the line of movement is considering singular movement, and we are considering a difference of height between the sensor in the harness and the sensor at the point which we lock it. So that difference is checked to ensure whether it is not. Say if I am working at a level 4.0 level, if it is exactly at 4.0, it indicates that it is at the same level, which it should not be. It should be ideally at a higher level, the hook should be at a higher level. So that kind of a difference in height is monitored to check whether it is and the line of motion, whether it is in X, Y, Z, which direction the movement is happening. So based on these parameters, we are verifying, sir. Of course, it is not 100% perfect, sir. There need to be more field trials to evaluate how good it is. So this was a product for development of an accident prediction model using machine learning for offshore oil and gas facility. The Bureau of Safety Environment data from the US is utilized. The data is checked, analyzed and cleansed. The data sets which are not in line are removed. And the data using the causes, the different causes for accidents are categorized. Based on that, the class of accident, that is, it's a single LTI case or a multiple LTI case, an explosion, fire, such categories are relevant. It's a classification kind of model. And the aim of the model is to identify which are the main causal factors for a particular accident are identified. So now this was done for an oil and gas facility based on the data set which is available. Once we have such kind of data for our Indian conditions, Indian industries, maybe this could be of use for prediction. Another project which I would like to name is the ergonomic risk analysis of liquid chlorine filling process. The ergonomic risk factors were identified, and REBA and a RULA analysis were done. And we have used the help of some software also to validate the work, and we have recommended few improvements. The improvements were in terms of using material handling equipments more, and also advanced method is using a kinetic camera to record the movements with which we can do a more quantitative analysis of the effect on the body parts. These are some activities, different activities being conducted in the campus. We have a lot of training programs with which we engage with the stakeholders like the Kerala Fire Force. In fact, even with Cochin Shipyard, we have done a technical gears exhibition. VR training demonstrations. We also get speakers from eminent speakers from the industry and the government organization for speaking on different topics. And major events like the National Safety Week, Fire Service Week are celebrated with great vigor in the campus. And also some in own developed equipments by the students are also displayed during Technical Fest. The department is also collaborating with most of the government departments, that is the Department of Factories and Boilers, National Safety Council, and also with international universities like the Texas A&M, Memorial University. And also the department is also well supported by the Alumni Association, that is the Association of Safety and Fire Engineers. With this, I will conclude my presentation. Thank you.
Thank you, Vivek.
Sir. It was about what, which topic, sir? Sir. Yes, sir.
What basis you have kept 1.8 meters?
Sir, we have just taken a standard of 1.8 now. It is like editable. It's just a programming thing, so we can edit for any height which is desired, sir. At the moment, we have just kept it 1.8, sir.
Oh, any particular reason for that 1.8?
No, just 3 feet that way we have kept it, sir.
Okay, because in the law also,
Sir.
2 meters and above people have to wear safety harness, they say.
Sir.
The length of the lanyard itself is 1.6 meters.
Sir.
And from the ground to your hip level is about 1 meter or 1.2 meters.
Sir.
So it should be at least 2.8 meters. Anything less than that, the safety harness is not going to work at all.
Right, sir. Understood.
Right?
So point taken, sir.
Yeah. Why? That's my question.
Sir, I agree to your point that it can be, but however, that possibility is within there. It's a software programming part, so that height can be changed at any moment based on the particular case basis, sir. Thank you, sir.
Thank you, Vivek. That was an enlightening session. We can see the budding engineers coming up with multiple solutions, which would be more practical. And now I would like to invite Sri Abhishek R from Tokachi Institute of Science and Technology to share his insights.
Good evening all. Myself Abhishek, pursuing my BTech in Safety and Fire Engineering at Tokachi Institute of Science and Technology. Okay. So in this presentation, we will discuss about blasting waste generation and management in the ship repair industry. So as we all know, blasting is a technique used to remove old paint, rust or other coating from ship hulls and decks. Blasting uses a high pressure stream to propel abrasive particles or water against the surface. So these blasting processes are divided into two, abrasive blasting and non-abrasive blasting. Abrasive blasting is more aggressive and can damage delicate surface, while non-abrasive blasting is gentler and suitable for more delicate materials. So in this presentation, we will explore the different types of blasting, their application and the benefits. Also, we will concentrate on the treatment of these abrasive waste produced. So as we can see, these are some types of blasting. The first one is compressed air plus abrasive media, as the compressed air and abrasive media is being pumped out, and the B, water plus abrasive media, and compressed air, abrasive media along with water, and the fourth one is USP water jetting. Okay. So actually this blasting waste, it's actually when we look, we cannot identify it as a major hazard, but when we go more and more deep into it, we can understand that the while doing the abrasive, the blasting, paint waste is produced, which has content of heavy metals, which will cause harm to the environment. Ship hull blasting is a large-scale operation that generates significant amount of waste. To clean just 10,000 meters square of surface a ship's hull, we require around 200 to 2,000 tons of abrasive media. And this translates to spend abrasive disposal rate of 20 to 200 kilogram per square meter of blasted surface. So when we look into the waste produced during blasting, it can be classified into two, the ABM, that is the abrasive blast media, and the paint waste. So these two wastes are produced. While looking at the chemical composition, the abrasive blast media, the ABM, that's abrasive blast media, can categorize into two main components. The first component makes up to the majority, around 90% of ABM. Thankfully, these materials are relatively harmless. They include common elements found in sand and rock, such as aluminum oxide, calcium oxide, silicon dioxide, and iron oxide. These elements typically don't pose a significant environmental threat. While the second component of blasting waste is paint waste. These paint chips come from old coatings that are removed from the ship's hull during blasting. Unlike the relatively harmless ABM, paint chips can be quite hazardous. These are often enriched with zinc and copper, which are essential ingredients in anti-fouling and anti-corrosive paint used on ships. Unfortunately, these metals can be toxic to marine life if released in the environment. In addition to zinc and copper, a small amount of heavy metals like lead, chromium, and tin may be also present in the paint chips. These elements can possess serious health and risk if not managed properly. So now I am going to the topic where how we treat these blast waste. So we can see in this current situation, we go for 5 methods. That's landfilling, thermal treatment, physiochemical separation, hydrometallurgical treatment, and reuse application. So landfilling, actually, landfilling has historically been the most common method for disposing of blasting waste. It seems like a straightforward solution, however, it comes with significant drawbacks. So the most commonly used or most seen method of treating this blast waste is landfilling. But actually, the paint waste, that is copper and zinc presence, will affect the soil and which will cause the environment pollution. Also, for landfilling, we need a large area, and industries or shipbuilding industries which are in the in crowded cities, it is not that much easy to find huge landfills. Other complication with landfilling blasting waste is the presence of paint chips. As we discussed earlier, paint chips can contain harmful, very heavy metals like zinc and copper. Due to the hazardous nature, paint waste often requires specialized transportation, and disposal is designated hazardous waste landfill. So the aim is to find other methods for disposing this paint waste that is produced in blasting. So the second is the thermal treatment. Thermal treatment uses high temperature, that is around 340 degree to 1200 degree, to address the issue of toxic compounds in blasting waste. The thermal treatment process works in two ways. First, the high temperature breaks down the complex organic molecules present in paint chips. These organic molecules often contain harmful chemicals. By breaking them down, thermal treatment eliminates these toxics. The second benefits of thermal treatment is the conversion of byproduct. When the organic compound in paint chips break down, they typically turn to harmless gases like carbon dioxide and water vapor. Additionally, any metal present in the paint chips are often converted into metal oxides, which are generally less harmful than the original form. Thermal treatment isn't limited to just addressing paint waste. The ABM portion of blasting waste, which mainly consists of sand or grit, can also be processed through internal treatment. If the ABM is rich in silica or aluminum, thermal treatment can transform it into useful product like glass or ceramic materials. Alternatively, these treated ABM can be used as a raw material in manufacturing process of ceramics. And talking about the third point, that's the physical or physiochemical separation. So physical and physiochemical separation technique utilizes various properties of waste components to achieve separation. For instance, sieving separates particles based on their size. Large particles like spent abrasive media will be separated from finer particles like paint chips. And air classification and flotation techniques take advantage of difference in density, size, and shape to separate these components. Magnetic separation uses magnets to specifically remove iron-bearing material from the waste. Finally, electrostatic separation leverages the differing electrical conductivity of non-metallic abrasive and painting particles to isolate them from each other. The benefit of physical and physiochemical separation lies in its ability to break down the waste into manageable parts. Once separated, each component of the blasting waste can be treated or recycled individually. For instance, the separated abrasive media might be suitable for reuse after cleaning, while the paint chips containing harmful heavy metals can be further treated to address the hazardous nature. And the fourth method for treatment is the hydrometallurgical treatment. This works by usually carefully chosen chemicals to dissolve specific metals in blasting waste. For instance, zinc-rich paint chips can be treated with alkaline solutions, which can dissolve the zinc. Once dissolved, the zinc can be recovered from the solution through various techniques like precipitation or electrolysis. This approach allows for the valuable recovery of metals like zinc while eliminating them from the other waste stream. And the last method is direct utilization of blasting waste. Actually, this is the method which we can use commonly and which is very effective. So here, now let's delve into a different approach, the direct utilization of blasting waste. This method focuses on finding direct application for the waste components without needing any extensive reprocessing. The good news is that the main component of ABM waste, which is typically sand or grit, can be repurposed for beneficial use. After proper processing to remove any harmful contaminants, this material can be used as a partial substitute for fine aggregates in concrete, asphalt, mortars, and bricks. Fine aggregates are essentially sand-sized particles that bind the larger components in construction material. By using processed ABM waste as a partial replacement for these aggregates, we can achieve two goals. We conserve natural resources that would be used for obtaining virgin sand, and we reduce the amount of blasting waste requiring disposal in landfills or through other treatment method. The potential for direct utilization extends beyond the main component of ABM waste. Spent copper slag, a byproduct sometimes generated during blasting, we put into good use. So, while concluding, several alternative treatment methods other than landfilling are associated with blast waste treatment are told. Thermal detoxification utilizes high temperature to destroy harmful organic component present in paint chips. Physical separation techniques like sieving or magnetic separation can sort the waste mixture into individual hydrometallurgical treatment, which uses leaching with specific chemical, offers a possibility of recovering valuable metal from the waste while removing hazardous element. So, while moving on to the future scope of blasting waste management, it requires continued efforts in multiple fronts. Research and development are essential for optimizing existing treatment methods and exploring new avenues for recycling waste components. Additionally, implementing stricter environmental rules and regulation on blasting waste disposal will help a lot. By working together, we can ensure that ship hull blasting remains an effective technique while minimizing its environmental impact. Thank you. Sir, actually, the treatment, thermal treatment.
Yeah. Here, you are trying to avoid land pollution, but you are letting the toxic gases into the atmosphere.
Sir, actually,
have you considered any scrubbers?
What, sir?
Have you considered any scrubbers for absorbing those toxic gases which are evolving out of thermal treatment?
We can use scrubbers to prevent that also. Yeah.
I think you should consider that, because your presentation shows only preventing soil pollution.
Yeah, okay.
It doesn't address the air pollution which is coming.
Yes, sir. Okay, sir. Thank you, sir. Thank you.
Thank you, Abhishek. Now I welcome Srimati Nitya Gopinath from KMEA Engineering College to share her insights on HSE trends.
So good evening everyone. I have exactly 7 minutes to finish off my presentation, so I'll just rush through. So my topic is latest trends in HSE. I'm myself Nitya Gopinath, coming from KME Engineering College. I joined Department of Safety and Fire Engineering as assistant professor just recently, 2 weeks back only. Previously I was working with CUSAT as assistant professor in the Department of Safety and Fire Engineering. So I'm basically a chemical engineer. So for the past 6 years I have association with safety. So this is based on a survey conducted by a very large maritime insurance company. So based on their survey, what they have found out that the 9 basic parameters causing safety issues related to the maritime industry. So one is the increased cost in commodity and labor. Next one is the problems related to supply chain. The other one is the problems of mega ships. So even though mega ships are very cost effective and environment friendly because it can contain large containers, at the same time it is having a huge risk of major fire accidents, and also if any small issue came up, that will turn up into a bigger scenario. So that is an issue with the mega ships. Then fire and hazardous cargo issues. Captain Sir has already discussed all these fire related issues in the cargoes, and also based on their survey, it is being suggested that it is being found out that almost 18%, that means mostly the accidents caused in ship industry is based on the fire accidents. And they have reported that in the past 5 years, almost 64 ships was completely lost to fire. Other thing is decarbonization challenges, like now the sustainability is coming into picture, so we have to replace carbon with some other fuel. So hydrogen is coming into picture, and some other eco-friendly fuels are coming into picture. So, but even though they are coming, but we are not very much aware of how to handle it, how to the storage of those fuels, and the chemical stability is an important issue. So these researches have to be done to get a proper idea about all these things. Then cyber security, everything is now into IoT, Internet of Things. Now, even though it is a supporting thing or it is a enhancing thing, or we are coming into trends, but again, threats are there associated with that IoT. Next is collection of structured and reliable inspection data for developing predictive models. So like my friend Vivek has put forward using ML, the model predicting of MAH industries. So for that also we require real-time data to properly predict the accidents. So collection of reliable data, that is an important thing. Next is the regulations becoming more stringent, and the major thing, that is the human error. Next, some of the latest safety trends that is coming in the maritime industry. The first one is the advanced navigation systems. So we have the GPS, then AIS is there, automated information system is there. Then the next one is the autonomous vessel technology. So autonomous vessel technology, you have, as the name suggests, it is without man, unmanned service it is. So unmanned surface vehicles are there, as well as unmanned underwater vehicles are there. Again, this unmanned underwater vehicles can be of remote or operated, or can be completely automated. Next is the integrated communication systems, the secure data transfer systems, then satellite communication, radio frequency communication, all those things. Next is the cyber security measures for maritime aspects. So that previously I have told in the previous slide, one of the major issue in the safety related to maritime industry is the cyber attack. So to support that, you have to have a proper cyber security system. Next is the environment monitoring and complaints, the oil spillages, the hazardous waste emissions, everything has to be controlled properly to come in regulations. Next is the emergency response and search and rescue capabilities. So we can have actually, as a recent trend, there are many ROVs, like remote operated vehicles for the rescue operations and search, such as this also this emergency response systems and all. Then training and simulation solutions. So nowadays we know this AR and VR, augmented reality and virtual reality, is coming into picture everywhere, right? So more and more industries are coming up for taking up the VR based safety training. Okay. So Indian scenario, we have some of the autonomous underwater vehicles I'll just name. Nirakshi is launched by India. Then we have Indian Navy is actually in the process of making the first indigenous unmanned surface vessel. And this is the picture of Neerakshi. Then you have L&T, they have came up with Maya, Amok and Adamya in the Defense Expo 2020. And recently in March 2024, DRDO has actually tested their surface run of high endurance autonomous underwater vehicle. So high endurance means underwater vehicle, by the name itself you understood. It is under the water they will run. But high endurance is that it will stay in the underwater for long period of time. So as they are suggesting that, the DRDO is claiming that they will be there for 15 days, that much high endurance is there for the vessel. Next is CSL's Cruise 30, that is their new, Proforma. So they are trying to make more autonomous vessels as well as hybrid and battery based vessels in their Cruise 2030. Next we have discussed in the morning Maritime Amrit Kal Vision 2047. Then so many private firms are also building up the UUVs, that is underwater vehicles and automated underwater vehicles. So this is the picture of DRDO's high endurance autonomous underwater vehicle. Then VR based safety training. So basically VR based safety training, for doing the safety training, you have to have a proper physical training, right? So they are not a skilled person who can perform the fire extinguishing or anything like that. So when the accidents reports are taken, it is being said that most of the accidents, more than 50% of the accidents is because of the safety training. So if we are using this kind of automated or VR techniques, we can have a proper on-hand training, but without actually using the system. Okay, so many accidents can be avoided, as well as proper training can be given, and we can revise or repeat the same module again and again. And some of the companies in India have been following it. Recently, Leela Group of Ship Recycling has done their VR module training for the complete employees, all the subcontracts, everybody. And the Mahanadi Coalfields Limited have entrusted 6.5 crores for developing the different training modules, and that is being entrusted to a company from Hyderabad. And in our Kerala, Palakkad, St. Gobain, Atral is a company which is developing safety modules, VR safety modules. So they have associated with St. Gobain, Palakkad. So these are some of the AUV and unmanned surface vehicles. We have, our students are build some AUV as well as USV in our college. So they have participated, this is the robot they have made. They have participated in the Singapore Automated Underwater Vehicle Challenge 2024. And this is the robot which they have developed, and it is actually of 5 kg weight, and it can go up to 130 meter depth, and its speed is 2 knots. And this is the video. So for the challenge, they had to go only for 5 meter depth. So it is that being shown here. Okay. And also, in the name of unmanned surface vehicle, they had participated in a IIT Madras. They had an aqua showroom where the remote control surface boat competition was taken place. So they have, this is the board which they have performed over there. So that's it. Thank you.
Yeah, thank you so much. I think the presentation from the academia was really interesting, and we can now identify the importance of the industry academia link. May I request Sri Nitish Devraj, Joint Director Factories and Boilers, Ernakulam, to present our speakers with token of appreciation as a gesture of our gratitude. Thank you to our esteemed presenters for sharing their insights. And also I would like to thank Ranjit sir from QSAT and Steffi sir from Tokech for guiding and motivating students to participate in the industry relations. As we conclude our classroom sessions for the day, let's look forward to an exciting experience offered by Cochin Shipyard Limited. As we know, we do have a program schedule with a water metro ride. So I request everyone to use the transportation system available. We have arranged two air-conditioned transportation buses to...
Yeah, thank you. Thank you very much. So we'll call it of the day. So we are arranging, there are 3 vehicles are available for water metro. So those who are interested, please come outside. We can start. And one very, very important. Tomorrow morning, we are going to start the session at sharp 9 o'clock. Why? Because Chandru Rajwani is CEO NCOM. He is taking the session from New Zealand. It is 7.5 hours ahead of our schedule. So please, all delegates are requested to be seated at 8:45 itself. Please, we have to start the tomorrow's morning session at 9 a.m. itself. Thank you very much. So those who are ready to come, all are because we have enough seats. There are 2 metros we already booked. Water metros we have booked. So there are 3 buses are available. That is outside. That is parked outside. Please come and join. Please. Thank you. And after the water metro, vehicle will come back here. Those who want to come back here, we will drop the delegates here itself, or they want after the ride, they can leave. Yeah, okay. Thank you. Thank you very much.